Chapter 4207. Lin Fei's interest in this ancient book was piqued. He used almost 20% of his strength and still couldn't tear this ancient book apart. This was a bit thought-provoking. He opened the ancient book. Inside, it wasn't a cultivation technique. Instead, it was a travel manual. Lin Fei was very surprised. The entire travel manual didn't have a lot of words. It was only a few tens of thousands of words. It was about a student traveling around the country. It described the hardships of this student. It was as if there were 81 hardships. There wasn't anything special about the entire manual. Lin Fei handed the ancient book to Su Mei. Take a look and see if there's anything different about this travel manual. Travel, not a cultivation technique? Su Mei was shocked. She took the ancient book and flipped through it. Su Mei didn't read very quickly. Word by word, it took her around 20 minutes to finish reading. In the end, she shook her head helplessly. Master, this is a very ordinary travel manual. I really don't see anything unusual about it. However, this ancient book was completely fine after Master's attack. It definitely isn't simple. However, what this manual talks about is travel. Recently, Su Mei had crammed a lot of words into her foundation so she could recognize the words on the book. However, Su Mei really couldn't see anything special about it. If even you can't see it, then the people from the Dojo of Limits probably can't either. However, since they left this thing here, they should know that this ancient book has some secrets. It's just that they haven't been able to solve it. Lin Fei smiled. If you really think that this is a journey, then you are gravely mistaken. In fact, there is a very powerful cultivation technique contained within it. How should I put it? If you can break up all of these words and reassemble them, you will be able to obtain a cultivation technique. Right now, even I am feeling curious. To be able to reassemble a cultivation technique into a journey, that person is truly quite capable, said Lin Fei with a smile. That's right. Su Mei's eyes widened. That's right. Hiding a cultivation technique in your travel? Isn't the hole in your brain a little too big? No wonder everyone couldn't see through it. Lin Fei didn't get anything useful from the Dojo of Limits. However, just this ancient book alone wasn't enough to make Lin Fei's trip go to waste. He was ready to take a good look at what kind of technique was hidden in this ancient book. It was worth it to go through so much trouble and travel around to change the true nature of the cultivation method. Lin Fei and Su Mei left the extreme dojo. Kai Shan did not leave. Instead, he dealt with the aftermath. First was to capture the disciples of the Dojo of Limits. These disciples weren't weak. If they were captured and controlled, their strength would be even stronger. These Dojo of Limits disciples can't fall into other people's hands. Kai Shan wouldn't do such a thing to increase their strength. Back at Kai Shan's residence, Su Mei went back to digest the experience of fighting with the mysterious man. Lin Fei, on the other hand, went to study the ancient book. Wanting to restore a cultivation technique with tens of thousands of words of travel was indeed very difficult. It required a powerful calculation ability. Even the current supercomputers would find it hard to complete it in a short period of time. However, to Lin Fei this wasn't a big deal. He used around 3 hours to calculate the travel technique and turned it into a cultivation technique. Endless Sea of Qi. This was the cultivation technique that Lin Fei obtained. It really is an incredible cultivation technique. No wonder it was changed into a travel technique. It's a pity that the people from Heaven's Pole Palace don't have good eyesight. They actually couldn't see that this was the real deal. Lin Fei had seen countless cultivation techniques. However, this was the first time he had seen a cultivation technique like this. It actually opened up a dantian in the fleshly body to contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If it was any other time, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't care about this cultivation technique. However, after flipping through this endless sea of qi, he felt that this cultivation technique was quite suitable for him to cultivate. Even though his immortal divine body had recovered quite a bit and his strength had also recovered about 20%, the further he went, the harder it would be. The purpose of Lin Fei's trip was to recover from his injuries. However, even after absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy in the Kunlun mystic realm, he only managed to recover 10% of his injuries. It would be extremely difficult for him to recover to 30%. Even if he could absorb a large amount of spiritual energy, it would still take a long time for him to fully recover. If I cultivate this endless sea of qi, I can open up a dantian in my fleshly body to contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This is a different path. I don't have to worry about my strength being affected. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. This could be considered a new attempt. If Lin Fei used his fleshly body to condense his dantian, he wouldn't have to worry about his fleshly body being unable to withstand the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lin Fei pondered over it a few more times. He was sure that the endless sea of qi was the most suitable for him to cultivate. At least that was the case for now. Unless Lin Fei was able to obtain better ingredients such as the divine essence pill. Currently, the endless sea of qi was a shortcut to recover his strength quickly. There were no flaws in this endless sea of qi cultivation technique. In fact, it was perfect. Lin Fei could definitely cultivate it. Lin Fei was a decisive person. Since he could cultivate it, he wouldn't hesitate. After familiarizing himself with the endless sea of qi, Lin Fei started to condense his dantian. It wasn't difficult to condense a dantian. Opening up a dantian in the fleshly body required a large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth to rush into the fleshly body. If the fleshly body couldn't withstand the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it wouldn't be able to open up a dantian in the fleshly body. Both were not difficult for Lin Fei. The energy in his body was like a torrent, rushing into his fleshly body and opening up a mini dantian. To others it was difficult to cultivate the dantian, but to Lin Fei it was a piece of cake. The whirlpool spun continuously, and traces of energy constructed a dantian. From illusory to condensed. An hour later, a dantian the size of an egg appeared in his fleshly body, filled with surging energy. This energy was nothing. Lin Fei realized that the dantian was indeed quite useful. He could completely bypass his body to perform it, and it wouldn't cause any harm to his immortal body. After condensing the first dantian, Lin Fei immediately began to condense the second dantian. This time, Lin Fei did not face any obstacles, and it was extremely easy for him to condense the second dantian. If those old antiques found out about this efficiency, they would probably be shocked. With the first and second dantians, the rest was easy. That night, Lin Fei did not feel tired, and he continued to condense the dantian. 3, 4, 5. Every time he condensed another dantian, Lin Fei's strength improved a little. This feeling of flying was really good. Chapter 4208. When the first rays of the morning sun shone in, Lin Fei opened his eyes and walked out of his room. His entire being felt refreshed. Endless sea of qi. It really has a history. I'm afraid it should be a powerful cultivation method. I condensed 20 sea of qi dantians in one night. Each sea of qi dantian is filled with all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now my strength is not restricted and it's easier for me to use some techniques. To Lin Fei, condensing 20 sea of qi dantians in one night was not very efficient. That was because the process of condensing sea of qi dantian was getting slower. If the power of 20 sea of qi dantians burst out at the same time, he would be at the peak of qi refinement realm. There was no need to worry about affecting his injuries. Starting from cultivating endless sea of qi, Lin Fei realized that he would have to cultivate endless sea of qi for a period of time in the future. Although this method was a shortcut to improve his strength, it was the most powerful help for Lin Fei. Endless sea of qi might seem easy to cultivate, but the prerequisite was a strong body. Without a strong body, it was impossible to open up sea of qi dantian. This was the biggest requirement. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen sword lights flew out from behind Lin Fei. They were all condensed by power and turned into a sword formation. Lin Fei had not used the sword formation for a long time. Using the sword formation now would still consume a lot of energy. However, it was also a killer move that could be used both offensively and defensively. This sword formation was called the Great Void Sword Formation. The Great Void Sword Formation could be used as a powerful technique. Of course, this move consumed a lot of energy. If one did not have a lot of energy in his body, he would not be able to use it. Lin Fei used it freely as if it was an arm. After using it for a while, Lin Fei put it away. After a night of digesting, Su Mei was still very helpful to her. Master, I plan to stay in Thailand and fight with those people. I feel that the people here are very fierce. Fighting with them will be of great help to me, Su Mei came over and said. Lin Fei was not surprised by Su Mei's words. After experiencing it a few times, Su Mei had grown a lot. Staying behind and continuing to gain experience was a very good thing. As your master, I am very happy that you have such considerations. Don't worry, even if I am not here this time, no one will be able to hurt you. Lin Fei called Kai Shan over to prepare a series of things. He guessed that they had already prepared some on the mountain last time. However, he had ordered people to prepare some more, and the quality was better than the last time. Master, are you going to write? Su Mei didn't understand. Lin Fei said, this is not writing but drawing a talisman. This talisman is not an ordinary talisman. I drew it for you to protect your life. When the time comes, even if an expert comes, he will suffer a great loss. Lin Fei adjusted his state of mind. His essence, qi and spirit were in full swing. In an instant he was like a great grandmaster. He picked up the brush and started to draw talismans. What Lin Fei drew was a sword talisman with great attack power. It could explode with superpower and was most suitable to use against enemies. As the saying goes, the strongest defense is active offense. If the enemy was defeated, there was naturally no need to defend. Sume stood behind. Although she couldn't recognize what was written on the yellow paper, she could feel a sharp aura from the words. It was as if everything in front of this aura would be split apart by a sword. It was rather terrifying. The first sword talisman was quickly drawn. When the sword talisman was completed, a bright light flashed silently. Only Lin Fei could see it. The sword talisman was finished. Lin Fei handed the sword talisman to Su Mei. This is a sword talisman. Drip your blood on it first. When the time comes, it will protect you. Su Mei successfully dripped her blood to refine the sword talisman. After refining it, the sword talisman flew around Su Mei. It was very incredible. This sword talisman can explode with a total of 10 attacks. The strength of each attack is the same. Even if a Khanate expert comes to capture you, with my sword talisman, he will be heavily injured in 1 strike and killed in 2 strikes. Lin Fei said. Thank you, master. Su Mei was very happy. She couldn't bear to part with the sword talisman. After Lin Fei drew a sword talisman, he drew a Vajra unyielding talisman for Su Mei. Once it was used, it would form a strong defense around her body. Even a Khanate expert would find it hard to break it. Other than that, Lin Fei gave Kai Shan a sword talisman. After all, Kai Shan would be guarding the entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm for him in Southeast Asia for a period of time. Although there were restrictions outside, there still needed to be someone to watch over it. Alright, Kai Shan. I really like a region in the deep mountains. I want to take that place. Lin Fei thought of something. A place like the entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm had to be under his control. If it was in China, it might be difficult. However, this was Southeast Asia. Kai Shan was the #1 expert in Southeast Asia. Naturally, Lin Fei would have some ideas. I wonder which area Master wants. Kai Shan found a map. It was a very detailed one. Very quickly, Lin Fei found a rough area. He picked up a pen and drew. This is the area. I want it. Kai Shan said, this kind of place is not worth much in Southeast Asia. If Master wants it, I will definitely help Master get it. It's just a matter of money. My relationship with the royal family is not bad. If I suggest it, they won't have any objections. Just say that I like that place and want to build a villa in that area. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Lin Fei said, it's about time for you to increase your strength. It just so happens that I brought some pills this time. Take them and consume them. It shouldn't take long for you to become a true Khanate expert. In addition to my sword talisman, you should be able to hold the fort. After making the arrangements, Lin Fei boarded the plane and headed to England. After all, Lin Fei was quite concerned about the Dragon God key. There was still the Dragon God's blood in the mystic realm. No matter what, he had to go take a look. Su Mei had Kai Shan's protection, so there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, the sword talisman in his hands was not to be trifled with. Unless there was an Khanate expert willing to test the power of the sword talisman. On this trip to England, there were no accidents and no one came to disturb him. Speaking of which, this was the first time Lin Fei went abroad and it was to England. When he woke up, the plane had already arrived in England. This time Lin Fei treated it as a vacation. There were not many people here, so naturally, there was no need to inform them. Lin Fei did not know if those people had arrived. Calculating the time, there was still half a month, so naturally he was not in a hurry. After stopping a car, Lin Fei went to a relatively famous Four Seasons hotel in England and stayed there. As for not knowing English, it was simple. Lin Fei used a small trick to take away the ability to speak English from a Caucasian and easily learned English. Chapter 4209. After staying at the Four Seasons Hotel, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to find Yi Zixuan and the others. In the following 3 days, Lin Fei had a very leisurely time, tasting the unique delicacies of England and walking around. In the eyes of outsiders, it was as if he had come to England for a vacation. But who knew that Lin Fei was secretly observing the feng shui of England and so on? If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but he was really shocked. This place was quite famous in England. There were many things that Lin Fei was interested in. For example, at night Lin Fei could see some guys who were brimming with a strong aura of qi and blood. These guys were like ghosts in the night. Lin Fei thought of a word, and that was the famous vampires in the Western world. He couldn't guarantee whether these people were vampires or not, but it had something to do with them. Lin Fei's view of the Western world was very different. Perhaps when he was young he thought it was just a joke, but now that he was really standing in a place like England, He knew that this joke was not groundless. Another day of shopping in England. Lin Fei returned to the Four Seasons Hotel and took a comfortable bath. Then he received a call from Bai Xingnan. To put it nicely, it should be a video call. Bai Xingnan was lying on her bed, wearing pink pajamas. She was cute and seductive. Bai Xingnan giggled at Lin Fei. You really know how to run, big boss. In the blink of an eye you ran to England. Lin Fei said generously, I have nothing to do, so I came out to take a look. On the other hand, you, the lady boss, look quite relaxed. Could it be that you conquered a few more areas? Ever since he handed over all the matters of the company to Bai Xingnan, Lin Fei really didn't manage the company much, but he could hear some good news from Bai Xingnan every time. Of course, don't you know who I am? With your Yunxu materials, our company's shapewear and other different products have become popular all over the country. We have basically taken over all the domestic markets. It won't be long before our Yunxu products become the leading products in China. Bai Xingnan's face was brimming with a bright smile and happiness. Lin Fei liked seeing the satisfied smile on Bai Xingnan's face. Bringing Yun Su from another world to Wuxia was not in vain. Big boss, since you're already in England, I have a small matter here. Can I trouble you? As they chatted, Bai Xingnan suddenly said, as if she had thought of something. You've already called me big boss. If I don't agree, I probably won't even be able to climb into your bed when I go back. I don't like to sleep on the sofa alone at night. Manager Bai's words are like an imperial edict. How could I dare to disobey? Bai Xingnan, who was on the other side of the phone, burst into laughter. She rebuked, You're such a flirt and you're not being honest at all. Actually, it's not that difficult. My cousin is studying in England, so I want you to visit my cousin on my behalf. My cousin is a great beauty. She's the epitome of a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. When Lin Fei heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What is this? Even if your cousin is fair, rich, and beautiful, so what? Can this fair, rich, and beautiful woman be more beautiful than you? In my eyes, you're the real fair, rich, and beautiful one. If you're not fair, rich, and beautiful, what else can you be? Bai Xingnan rolled her eyes. I knew it. Are you going or not? Of course I'm going. Lin Fei said with a smile. Give me an address later. I'll go see your cousin tomorrow. By the way, what do you want to say to your cousin? Also, should I bring a gift over? I'll listen to you. These days, Lin Fei didn't have anything to do. Yi Zixuan and the others didn't come, so Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. It wasn't a big deal to visit Bai Xingnan's cousin. Hearing that Lin Fei agreed to visit her cousin, Bai Xingnan's face was brimming with a bright smile. Just visit my cousin for me. By the way, my cousin's name is Yang Liushi. What do you think? Doesn't the name sound very poetic? I heard that it was named by a master. After chatting with Bai Xingnan for a while, Lin Fei hung up the phone. Not long after, Lin Fei received an address from Bai Xingnan on his phone. It turned out to be a university in England. Lin Fei was proficient in English now. He looked it up on the internet and found that this university was very amazing. It had nurtured many talented students. Thinking about the Bai family's identity, it wasn't too much for Bai Xingnan's cousin to have such a high education level. The next morning, Lin Fei stopped a taxi and went to the university mentioned on the address. The university wasn't very far from Chin. It only took him half an hour to get there. The university was very big, and the buildings inside were all in the medieval style. Lin Fei swaggered into the university. Compared to the universities in the country, this university was very different. It made Lin Fei feel a scholarly atmosphere. It was a very reading atmosphere. Lin Fei found a few students who were studying in China to ask Yang Liushi. However, these people said that they didn't know. After a round, Lin Fei didn't find Yang Liushi. Lin Fei felt a little helpless. Did Xingnan not talk to my cousin? Or is Yang Liushi not in the university? Disappointed, Lin Fei planned to leave the university. When he was at the entrance of the university, he met another international student. One of them was the one Lin Fei had just asked. You're from China, right? If you want to find Yang Liushi, maybe you can find her boyfriend. You should know, another Chinese student said. Yang Liushi has a boyfriend? The Chinese student said, it's a white boyfriend. I heard that her boyfriend is a master. Yes, he seems to be a master of gambling. He likes to go to casinos. Yang Liushi is also a person who likes to seek excitement. Maybe you can find her in the casino. The Chinese student took out a pen and paper, wrote down the name of the casino, and handed it to Lin Fei. This is the casino they often go to, and it's also the most influential casino in our area. You can go there and take a look. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to find her. Lin Fei thanked the other party and got into the taxi again. He frowned slightly. This is a little different from what Bai Xingnan said. No matter what, Lin Fei still decided to go and take a look. After all, he had promised Bai Xingnan. If he didn't see his cousin, he wouldn't know what to say when she asked him at night. Chinese, are you planning to go first? The driver asked curiously. You know too? Lin Fei said with a smile. The driver said, we all know that it's a money-squandering den. It's the world of the rich. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4210. 1938. This was the name of a casino. It was purely calculated with English numbers. 1938 was very famous in this part of England. When Lin Fei arrived at the casino, he saw a lot of people going in and out. At the same time, Lin Fei also saw a lot of Chinese people appearing in this casino. When Lin Fei walked into the casino, he noticed that perhaps because of the Chinese people, the security guards at the entrance, that is, those white men, looked at him a few more times with a strange look in their eyes. There was even a trace of a hunter who caught his prey. Lin Fei never thought that he would be wrong about this kind of look. This 1938 casino is really interesting. Lin Fei pretended that he didn't know anything. He walked into the casino. The casino was very big, comparable to the casinos in Macau or even much bigger. Now Lin Fei understood why the driver had said that in the car. 1938 was indeed one of the most famous casinos in this area. Sir, this is your first time coming to 1938, right? I don't know if you need a guide. I feel that a customer like you really needs a gorgeous guide. She can teach you all the games in the casino and it doesn't cost too much. Lin Fei had just taken a few glances when a Caucasian man came up to him and asked with a smile. Thank you, I don't need one for the time being. After hearing that, the white man didn't leave immediately but continued to say, Friend, I think you really need a beautiful guide. Because there are a lot of games in this casino, any newcomer wants to find a beautiful woman to accompany him. Also, the beauties here are not expensive, and the amount of tips depends on your personal preference. No matter what kind of beauty you need, our casino has everything. The white man continued to say, Sir, you can look around. Those are the beautiful guides of our casino. The white man pointed at the beautiful women beside the men in the distance. Lin Fei looked over and found that it was really as he said. There were all kinds of beautiful women pleasing to the eye. Originally, Lin Fei didn't want to call them, but after hearing that, he became interested. Okay, find me a Chinese beauty. The white man seemed to be very happy and quickly said, Don't worry, sir, I will help you find it immediately. Please wait here for a moment. In fact, this short wait did not take long. Lin Fei saw the Caucasian man coming over with a female student who was about 20 years old. Why did he say she was a female student? Lin Fei sensed a childish aura from her. Even though it was covered by makeup, it still couldn't escape Lin Fei's eyes. She must be a female university student studying here. Nice to meet you, sir. I'm your little tour guide tonight. You can call me Xiao Xiao. The Caucasian man brought him over and said a few words before leaving. The female university student introduced herself. The girl named Xiao Xiao, after introducing herself, held onto Lin Fei's hand and leaned half of her body against his. Sir, what kind of game are you planning to play? I know all the projects here very well. Even if it's your first time here, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. Lin Fei admired the methods of this 1938 casino. Using a beautiful woman as a guide in the casino would indirectly make people bet crazily in the casino. After all, no one could resist the coquettishness of a woman. Then just walk around with me, Lin Fei said. As Xiao Xiao walked, she introduced the situation of the casino to Lin Fei. She was very familiar with the situation here. Very quickly, Lin Fei had a general understanding of the place. The casino here was very big. It operated dozens of projects and also had some game machines. As Lin Fei walked, he looked around. After a while, he found that the upper floor seemed to be more lively than the lower floor. Most importantly, Lin Fei seemed to have inadvertently seen a figure. Even though this wasn't the first time he had seen this figure, he remembered it very clearly. This figure was the cousin that Bai Xingnan had mentioned, Yang Liushi. Anyone who was looked at by Lin Fei would not forget. The person up there was definitely Yang Liushi. Is there a casino up there? It looks different from the one below, Lin Fei asked with a smile. Xiao Xiao explained, this is a VIP's place. Only those with a certain amount of wealth can go up to the second floor. Perhaps you can only go up to the second floor if you win enough chips in the casino. After listening to the explanation, Lin Fei understood. He immediately led Xiao Xiao to the second floor. At first, Xiao Xiao was a little worried and surprised. However, who knew that the man in black at the door didn't seem to see Lin Fei and allowed them to go up to the second floor. The look in Xiao Xiao's eyes clearly changed. Mr. Lin, are you a nouveau riche? Or are you a regular here? Why haven't I seen you before? Xiao Xiao had accompanied many people, but they were all ordinary gamblers. She had never met anyone who went up to the second floor. Naturally, she wanted to get to know this nouveau riche in front of her. Lin Fei gave a few perfunctory replies. He searched for Yang Liuxi in the crowd. That's her. Not long after, Lin Fei saw a figure. It was Yang Liuxi. However, Yang Liuxi was a little different from what Lin Fei had imagined. At this time, Yang Liuxi was gorgeously dressed. She looked a little similar to Xiao Xiao. What made Lin Fei feel a little strange was that Yang Liuxi's expression seemed to be very frightened and nervous. Beside him stood two black-robed men who seemed to be guarding him. There's no way I'll lose this round. I'll definitely win. At the gambling table, a young man with curly hair stood up. His expression became very nervous. His eyes stared at the cards in his hand and slowly revealed them. Sitting opposite him was also a middle-aged man. He was smoking a cigar and looked indifferent. This round you have no chance at all. I know you are very good, but you will definitely lose this time. Your Chinese girlfriend is not bad. Don't worry, I will definitely let her enjoy our Western etiquette tonight. The young man flipped the cards in his hand. His eyes widened and he fell to the ground. How can this be? I clearly remember that it was a king of diamonds. How did it become a three of spades? The young man couldn't accept the scene in front of him. He almost broke down. The middle-aged man opposite him slowly revealed the card in his hand. It was the king of diamonds. Sorry, my points are a little higher than yours. All the chips on your table, including the beautiful lady behind you, will become my spoils of war. It's over, it's over. The young man hugged his head. Hunter, tell me you didn't lose. The gorgeously dressed woman was also in a panic. Bookseller's website. Chapter 42:11. Let me go, don't grab me. The gorgeously dressed girl was grabbed by two big men. Hunter, come and save me. I don't want to go with him. The young man called Hunter held his head and muttered to himself, it's over, it's really over. I have nothing left. It was as if he didn't hear the gorgeously dressed girl. The surrounding people were already used to this scene. There's something wrong with this person. Lin Fei, who was standing at the entrance to the second floor, narrowed his eyes. No one could see it more clearly than him. Bai Xingnan's cousin. I thought she was highly educated, but it turns out her EQ is so low. She doesn't even know that she's being schemed against. I bet they've been waiting for this day to come. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. If it was someone else, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to care. However, this person was Bai Xingnan's cousin, and she had personally instructed him to do so. He couldn't just let this happen. Lin Fei didn't even need to think to know that if the middle-aged man brought Yang Liuxi back, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whether or not she could return to school was a problem. Even if she could, she would probably be crippled. Xiao Xiao, what's going on over there? Do you guys block people in your casino? Lin Fei asked Xiao Xiao with a smile. Xiao Xiao was already used to this scene. She said with a smile, Mr. Lin, you may not know this, but this is the exclusive way to play in the VIP venue. You can bet everything you own or anything around you as long as you win. But if you lose, all of your belongings will be taken away by others, and all of this will be approved by the casino. In other words, that Chinese girl is really out of luck. Lin Fei smiled. Then your casino is quite interesting. You can actually play this kind of game. Doesn't that mean that if I go and gamble with them, I can bet you? Xiao Zhao's face suddenly turned cold. Mr. Lin, don't joke around. We're just the casino's guides. You're a little timid. I was just joking with you. Xiao Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Mr. Lin, please don't scare me like this next time, okay? By the way, how many chips do I need to get on the gambling table? I'm quite interested in that. Lin Fei asked. I remember that the gambling table only needs 30 million yuan, which is equivalent to $5 million, Xiao Xiao said after thinking for a while. I think it's quite interesting. Let's go and play a few rounds. Mr. Lin, you're amazing. Xiao Xiao's face was full of smiles. The middle-aged man who won this round stood up. He was a white man named Alan. He was a frequent customer of this casino. Every time he came, he would return with a full load. Hunter, I've received your gift tonight. If you want to bet with me again next time, please inform me in advance. Alan was ready to bring them back. When he looked at Yang Liuxi, a trace of cruel desire flashed through his eyes, and then this trace of desire was put away. No one present saw it. Yang Liuxi had lost all hope. No matter how much she shouted, her boyfriend Hunter did not seem to hear her. He kept talking to himself as if his body and mind were about to collapse. This was not what Yang Liuxi wanted to see. She had heard that this Alan was especially fond of foreign women. At the same time, this Alan was a very cruel person. It was said that none of the women he brought back had a good ending. Even if they made it out alive, they would be bedridden for 3 to 5 months. This was not the first time Yang Liushi had heard of such a thing. She never thought that she would become a foreign woman in Alan's hands. She did not dare to imagine what would happen if she went in. But no matter how much Yang Liushi struggled, she could not break free from the dark-skinned man's hands. Alan walked over with a smile, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He said in a very gentlemanly manner, "Beautiful lady, you don't have to struggle anymore. You're my guest tonight. I'll give you a very precious gift that you won't forget for the rest of your life." "I don't want your gift. Let go of me. My family has money. As long as you give me a number, I'll definitely give you the money." Yang Liushi seemed to have thought of something and said repeatedly. Alan laughed. "Beautiful lady, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I'm not short of money. I only like the spoils of war that I've won in the casino. I won't take out the spoils of war that I've won." Alan had already planned to bring this beautiful Yang Liushi back. He had not tasted a Chinese woman in a very long time. "From what you've said, as long as there's something good, you'll be able to go to the gambling table." A voice rang out. Alan turned around and saw a young Chinese man appear in his sight. His expression turned cold. "You want to gamble with me too, kid?" Lin Fei said, "Yeah, I'm quite interested in gambling. I like to gamble with all kinds of things. I don't know if this thing of mine will catch your eye." Lin Fei took something out of his pocket and casually threw it on the gambling table not far away. "Is this jewelry? It looks like pearls and gems." Some people looked at it curiously, but they did not recognize it at first. Alan did not recognize it either. "You have the nerve to take out such a broken thing." Alan snorted. Lin Fei walked over, picked up the red stone ball and patted it lightly. Wah 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 wah. The originally red stone ball instantly became transparent. There were traces of flames flickering inside the stone. Everyone could even feel the penetrating aura of the flames. One by one, their eyes widened as if they had seen a peerless treasure. "This is amazing." "Yeah. Unbelievable." Everyone was shocked. "This is a stone ball that I obtained by chance in a place. It looks a little ordinary, but there's a flame hidden in it. When you hold this bead in your hand, you can feel the warm aura. It's a very comfortable warmth. I guarantee that everyone will like this feeling. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." Lin Fei threw it casually, and the bead flew in Alan's direction. Alan subconsciously reached out and grabbed the bead in his hand. In an instant, a warm aura spread from his palm, and then reverberated throughout his body. After a moment of silence, Alan's eyes lit up. "Are you sure you want to gamble with this treasure? For me, this is just something that I picked up. I don't know how much this treasure can be sold for." Alan looked at the stone ball in his palm again, raised his head again and said, 30 million, no more." "Okay, 30 million it is. I can just gamble a few times." Shukju website. Chapter 42:12. "What are you going to play?" Alan asked Lin Fei. "I'm not interested in 5-card stud. Let's play something simple, such as gambling with dice. I wonder if you're interested?" Lin Fei said casually. Alan was a little surprised. "Dice? You're quite an interesting guy. Let's play dice then. Best of 3, I wonder if you dare." Alan was also a smart guy. Lin Fei suggested playing dice. Alan changed the rules and made it a best of 3. "All right, 2 wins out of 3. I have no objections." Lin Fei's lips curled up slightly as he spoke with a smile. "Cut the crap. Let's start," Alan said to the beautiful dealer. There was no need to say anything else. The beautiful dealer immediately found the dice. The onlookers were also looking forward to it. The stone ball contained a flame within it. It was very mystical, and anyone could tell that it was a very expensive item. Whether it was taken out to be auctioned or placed at home, it would be a good choice. Yang Liushi was very surprised. She didn't know the young man in front of her at all. She didn't expect him to take the initiative to stand out. "Help me? Wait, is this person the boyfriend of my cousin, Bai Xingnan?" Yang Liushi suddenly thought of something and her expression changed slightly. Just a few days ago, her cousin, Bai Xingnan, who was in China, had called her and said that someone would come to England to visit her in a few days. At that time, Yang Liushi only took it as a small joke and didn't take it seriously. Now it seemed that this person was Bai Xingnan's cousin's friend. "Oh no, this is really bad. You will definitely tell my cousin." Yang Liushi became nervous. After all, she had been studying abroad. In the eyes of her family, she had always been a good girl. But now no one would believe this scene. Her heart was in a mess. Lin Fei and Alan sat down. Before we play the dice, there is something I want to confirm, Lin Fei suddenly said. Alan said, I don't know what you want to confirm or if I can't afford it. Lin Fei shook his head with a smile. I'm just confirming what I'll win after 2 wins out of 3. Is it your chips or everything else you've won today? For example, this Wuxia beauty. Is she also in today's best of 3? Alan laughed heartily. So that's how it is. I understand now. As long as you can beat me, this Chinese girl will be yours tonight. Alan, am a man of my word. Everyone in the casino knows my reputation. That's good. Let's begin. The best of 3 dice system was actually very simple. The 2 people did not take the initiative to shake the dice. Instead, the dealer used a machine to shake the dice. Then both sides would guess the big or small. Using a machine to shake the dice could eliminate many suspicions of cheating, so shaking the dice was more like relying on luck. The dice kept shaking back and forth in the machine, making a series of sounds until it finally stopped. In order to increase the difficulty and also increase the gambling, we'll only play guessing for these 3 rounds. Alan suddenly said with a smile. Wuxia kid, you don't have any objections, right? Lin Fei could clearly see a trace of pride on Alan's face. Although he did not know why Alan was proud, it was not difficult to guess that he must have some experience with dice points. Guessing points? Are you sure? Lin Fei looked at Alan. You should know that I'm quite experienced in guessing numbers. I'm afraid that you'll lose 3 rounds in a row if you win 2 out of 3. Alan laughed heartily. You don't have any objections to guessing points? Then let's just guess points. At this moment, the beautiful dealer said, after both sides guess points, the person who is closest wins. I don't know if the 2 of you have any objections. Alan and Lin Fei both shook their heads, indicating that they did not have any objections. Alan's heart was full of pride. Although he did not play dice much when it came to guessing points, although he would not be able to guess the specific points 5 or 6 times out of 10, he would be able to get the closest to the guessed points within a certain range. Alan rarely told this secret to others because he had a strong 6th sense. Most of the time it was not too far off. Since this young Chinese kid wanted to play dice with him, he might as well just play. Wuxia kid, you're a guest and I'm a veteran here. I'll let you guess the points first, lest you say that it's unfair. Alan put on airs. Alright, whatever you say. I have no objections. Lin Fei said with a smile. Just guessing the dice points. I think it's purely based on luck. I think this round will be 18 3-6s. Alan immediately laughed when he heard this. Young people are young people. How can you shake out 18 points with 3 6s? Casinos only opened a few times in a month, not to mention that they ran into one. 18 is indeed a good number, but I don't think it's a good number today. I think it should be 9. Alan looked at the machine and said after thinking for a while. One guessed 18 and the other guessed 9. It was a multiple which made many people curious. Of course, most people still approved of Alan. Are the 2 of you sure? The dealer confirmed. Alan and Lin Fei both nodded, indicating that they had no objections. The beautiful dealer turned on the machine. There were 3 dice lying in the machine. The front of each dice was a 6. There were exactly 3 6s. Leopard 18 points. The expressions of the beautiful lady and the dealer changed slightly. They immediately smiled and said, 3 6s. This gentleman has won the first round. Alan's expression was obviously a little stiff. He found it hard to believe that he could even guess 3 6s. Moreover, it was an accurate number. His luck was too good. I'm sorry. I won the first round. It seems that my luck is pretty good. Lin Fei said with a smile. Young and promising. Alan also laughed. However, his expression was a little insincere. The second round began. This time it was Alan's turn to speak first. This time Alan looked dignified. He opened his mouth much later than the last time. I guess the points for this round are 12, fluctuating between 11 and 13. Alan said. Lin Fei said without looking, I think this round should be 8. What an auspicious number. Alan really didn't believe that Lin Fei would guess correctly. Open. Everyone pricked up their ears. 1 3 5 9 points. The beautiful dealer announced. I lost. Alan stood up and held the gambling table. He found it hard to accept. Yes, you lost. Booksellers Reading Website. Chapter 42:13. 2 wins out of 3. Everyone was shocked that the Chinese kid would win in the end. There was also a tinge of disbelief. One had to know that Alan was a regular here. He had a certain level of ability. He didn't expect to lose so badly. Alan couldn't believe it either. He didn't even win a single round in the best of 3 and lost just like that. Not only did he lose all the chips on the table, but he also lost the Chinese girl that he could enjoy immediately. In order to enjoy this Chinese girl, Alan had put in a lot of effort. Finally, this piece of meat was in front of him, but it was snatched away by this kid. Alan couldn't accept it. "Pretty lady, you can come over now," Lin Fei said to Yang Liushi with a smile. Yang Liushi felt like she was dreaming. But no matter what, this Chinese kid in front of her did her a great favor. Yang Liushi opened the man behind her and ran behind Lin Fei. The two men didn't dare to stop her. After all, this was the 1938 casino and they were rather particular about their reputation. If they really dared to stop her, they wouldn't have a good ending. They were well aware of this in their hearts. "I'm going to take all the chips on the table and this pretty lady," Lin Fei said with a smile. Alan wasn't willing to give up just like that. "Hold on, Chinese kid," Alan said quickly. "I think we can have another round." Lin Fei squinted his eyes. "You still have chips? I wonder what you're going to bet with me." Alan said, "Isn't it just money? I'll take out $30 million and let's bet again. But this time, let's not bet on dice. How about stud?" Lin Fei shook his head. "You're thinking too much if you want to bet with me for $30 million. I have more than 30 million chips on the table now. Is there something wrong with your head?" Lin Fei's words hit Alan like a stick. There were indeed more than 30 million chips on the table now. In addition to the chips that Alan had won, it was more than 30 million. Using 30 million to bet with Lin Fei was definitely a huge advantage for him. "Isn't it just money? Who doesn't have money? 60 million? Let's bet a few more rounds." Alan gritted his teeth. After all, he had lost to this Chinese kid today. The fat meat that was in his mouth was gone. Alan was somewhat unwilling to accept it. No matter what, he had to win this round back. 60 million? That's more like it. But I'm in a hurry. After all, there's such a beautiful girl around. How can this be more interesting than playing with girls? I'll only bet once at most. "I just don't know if you're interested," Lin Fei said lazily. When the people around heard this, they were secretly shocked. This Wuxia kid is really bold. He actually played once for 60 million. This kid is really too rich to be stupid. Who knows? Anyway, I know that Chinese people are very rich. Maybe this person is another rich second generation. Hee 60 million just for one round. I'm impressed. This time it was Alan's turn to be shocked. For a moment he had misjudged this Chinese kid. $60 million for a round. Even if he was rich, he wouldn't dare to play like that. No matter who it was, no one would have so much money to play such a game. "What, you're not willing?" "If you're not willing, then forget it," Lin Fei said with a smile. "Who asked me to be young? I like to decide life and death in one round." The more he said this, the more unhappy Alan felt. He didn't even suspect that this young man knew Yang Liushi. It was definitely Qiao who had met her just now. Alan had played with many people before, but he had never seen such an arrogant Chinese kid. He actually played 60 million in one round. He really didn't take him seriously. "Alright, isn't it just 60 million? I can afford to lose. Let's play a round of stud. Alan gritted his teeth and said, "You have to put this Chinese beauty, the 30 million chips on the table, and that artifact on the table." Lin Fei said, "No problem. We can let the referee be the notary. Whoever wins can take it. I have no objections." Since it involved such a big bet, the higher-ups of the casino immediately came over to be the notary. At the same time they found a new dealer. She was also a beautiful dealer with a hot figure and a pair of seductive eyes. She opened the poker cards and shuffled them directly. It was a dazzling sight. One look and one could tell that this dealer was also a beautiful expert. The two drew cards to compare the size of the cards. In the end, Alan's cards were big. Therefore, the first round of dealing was given to Alan. After that, it was the second card. Alan's card was the ace of spades and Lin Fei's card was a 10. Since they were both decided in one round, there was naturally no need to raise the stakes. Alan's face also looked a lot better. "It seems that my luck is better than yours. Just my ace is bigger than your 10. Alan didn't look at his cards. He looked very confident. Lin Fei said with a smile, "It's just an ace of spades. It's not a big deal. If I had a pair of 10, it would be bigger than your ace of spades." The third card, Alan's card, was AK. Lin Fei's card was a 5, which was even fewer. Yang Liushi, who was standing behind, was a little surprised and nervous. "I can't lose. I definitely can't lose." Yang Liushi could only pin her hopes on this young Chinese guy. She hoped that he was really her cousin by Xingnan's friend. Otherwise, if she was brought back by Alan, she didn't dare to imagine what would happen to her. As for calling the police, Yang Liushi didn't even dare to think about it. One had to know that the 1938 casino had a lot of connections. Now, Yang Liushi really regretted coming here with her boyfriend, Hunter. Originally, she had only come here to gain some experience and seek some excitement. How could she have known that Hunter would lose so badly? This was completely different from the past. In Yang Liushi's eyes, Hunter had always been a champion in the casino. He would win every time he played. However, this time, it was as if he had met his nemesis and lost in a mess. "Look, my cards are bigger than yours again," Alan said with a smile. His eyes became even brighter. Lin Fei's expression was very calm. "Until the last moment, who knows who will win or lose? I still feel that I will win because my luck is very good. In your Western words, I am blessed by the goddess of luck." The fourth card. Alan's card was a queen and Lin Fei's card was a 6. In total, both sides were dealt 4 cards. At this moment, Alan's cards were the biggest. Lin Fei's hand was a small deck of cards. The small cards were mixed up and he had no chance of winning at all. The biggest card was only a 10. Alan laughed very happily. "Ha ha, looks like I'm going to win this." Bookseller's website. Chapter 42:14. That kid is going to lose this time. Exactly. The cards are so small. It's just a small deck. Alan's biggest ace of spades is bigger than his 10. If nothing goes wrong, that Chinese kid is going to lose. This is called a disaster caused by greed. I also admire that Alan. He's actually willing to make such a big bet with that Chinese kid. This is a big scene in 1938. I remember there hasn't been such a big scene in more than half a year. As spectators, they shook their heads. At first, they thought that the kid would be very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that the winner would be decided in one round. Who would have thought that the ending would be like this? They had gotten the smallest deck of cards. "Chinese kid, it seems like I'm also better than you at the last card." Alan looked at his cards and smiled. His face was very proud because his current cards were Old A, Old K, Old Q and Old J. If there was another 10, it would be a straight. Although it wouldn't be a straight flush, it would still be a very big hand. On the other hand, on Lin Fei's side there was a 10, a 9, a 6 and a 5. It was a mess. Even if his trump card was an ace, he would definitely lose. Lin Fei chuckled. "This is called excitement, okay? This is what it means to decide the winner with 60 million. Alan was also impressed by this Chinese kid. It had already come to this and he still didn't want to surrender. Did he really think that he could turn the situation around and win this round? Although he hadn't seen his trump card, judging from the current cards, he was definitely going to win. "Young man, it's really rare to see someone like you with such a mentality. However, I still have to teach you a lesson. Luck is never reliable." Alan reached out to flip his cards. "Let me show you what it means to win." Everyone was looking forward to it. His trump card was flipped open. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. "What a pity. What a pity. It's actually a 3. Even if it's a 3, so what? Mr. Allen still has a very big chance of winning. After all, his biggest card is the ace of spades and that kid only has a 10. Allen saw that it was a 3. Although he was very disappointed when he looked at his opponent's cards, it was obvious that his chances of winning were higher. He would definitely win this round. "Young man, did you see that? My biggest card is an ace of spades. Even if your last card is an ace, you're still going to lose. Show me a pair if you can." Alan smiled at Lin Fei, his face full of pride. Based on his many years of experience, the opponent's trump card should not be big, and the probability of it being a loose card was relatively high. At this moment, Yang Liushi also raised her guard. After all, the opponent's highest card was the ace of spades. Even though it was just an inferior ace, it was still a very powerful card. "A couplet. I think the possibility is quite high." Lin Fei said with a smile. "Beauty, you don't want to lose again, right? Then you can reveal this card. I believe that your luck is very good." Lin Fei didn't reveal the plaque, instead smiling at Yang Liushi. "Ah, you want me to reveal my trump card?" Yang Liushi was a little surprised, suspecting that she had heard wrongly. "Yes, I always say that the hands of a beauty are very fragrant. Since my cards are so bad now, why not let the beauty help me reveal it? No matter what it is, I won't blame you," Lin Fei said with a smile. Under this smile, Yang Liushi didn't feel nervous at all. She felt a sense of respect. "Sir, it's better if you do it yourself. I'm afraid that the trump card I reveal is not good," Yang Liushi said. Lin Fei said in an indifferent tone, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, the moment the trump card is revealed, the outcome of this round has already been decided. I just believe in luck. I believe that the hands of a beauty will definitely bring my luck back. Don't you want to reveal a good trump card?" With this, Yang Liushi realized that they were still in a gambling game. If she lost this round, she would be taken away by Alan again. It was impossible for her to count on her boyfriend now. Instead, the person in front of her might be her cousin's friend. Okay, then I'll reveal my trump card. If I reveal a small card, don't blame me, sir. No, no, no. After all, beauties have rights. Yang Liushi was amused by these words and chuckled. She changed her previous panic and uneasiness and reached out to grab the trump card. Yang Liushi's fingers were very slender and white. With a light flip, she revealed the trump card. However, when she revealed the trump card, Yang Liushi closed her eyes. She didn't dare to look at it. She was afraid that if she revealed a small trump card, it would be completely over. Young man, even if you use a beauty to reveal the trump card, your chances of winning are very low. As soon as Alan finished speaking, his eyes widened. He stared at the trump card in disbelief. Why is it a 10? Alan blinked several times in a row. He finally saw clearly that it was indeed a 10. This time, Alan was dumbfounded. This was $60 million. Together with the money he had lost before, he had lost almost $100 million today. Even a rich man couldn't afford such a loss. That's impossible. How could it be a 10? After Yang Liushi revealed her trump card, she closed her eyes. However, when she heard the exclamations around her, she instinctively opened them. That's great, it's actually a 10. We won, we won. Yang Liushi knew the rules of 5-card stud. The pair was bigger than the inferior card. Even if the inferior card was an old ace, the pair was still better than the opponent. Lin Fei had a faint smile on his face. I already said that a beauty's luck is the best. Look, even such a small card can be turned into a 10. It's simply divine. Yang Liushi felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. She looked shy. Sir, I can only say that I was lucky. Yang Liushi also let out a long sigh of relief. She didn't have to be taken away by this Alan. I'm really sorry. I won this round. I didn't think that I would be able to take away so much money after playing a few rounds. Lin Fei chuckled. Beautiful dealer, please help me tidy up these chips and bring the check over. The beautiful dealer was in a daze. Why was the 10 in his hand and not in Alan's hand? However, she didn't dare to say it. She didn't even dare to show the slightest expression. She said sweetly, Sir, please wait a moment. I'll get it done for you right away. Alan's face was cloudy. He couldn't believe that he had lost this round. Furthermore, he was prepared for it. Wait, I suspect that there's a problem with this round, Alan suddenly said coldly. Bookseller's reading website. Chapter 42:15. Of course, Alan wouldn't give up the $60 million in his hands so easily. It was such an injustice to lose. No one knew better than Alan what kind of cards he would have in this game. It was clear that Alan had the last 10 in his hand, but it ended up in the other party's hand. Instead, that guy got a pair and killed his ace of spades. As soon as Alan opened his mouth, the others' faces changed one after another, and then they looked like they suddenly realized something. I knew it. How could this guy be so lucky? Turns out that he cheated. This kid is finished. He could cheat anywhere, but he had to cheat in 1938. I heard that if he cheated in 1938, one of his hands would be cut off. That kid is finished. Yang Liushi, who was standing behind Lin Fei, couldn't help but feel nervous. She opened her mouth and said, It's impossible. There are so many people watching and there are surveillance cameras. How could we cheat? Yang Liushi was really anxious. Alan said fiercely, Whether it's cheating or not, those technical consultants will know as soon as they come. I don't think anyone's luck can be so good. Lin Fei's face was calm as he looked at Alan and said, Are you sure I cheated? I think you're old and dim-sighted and your brain is confused. Alan was very angry and said coldly, You said I'm old and dim-sighted and my brain is confused. Lin Fei looked at Alan with a faint smile. Are you sure you're not old and dim-sighted? I have another thing that everyone is very interested in. Are you sure? You really saw it clearly. For some reason, Alan was suddenly startled by these words and became suspicious. Could it be that this kid saw something? Impossible. No one knows about the relationship between the dealer and me except for me and her. I think you should think about it seriously. Lin Fei looked at Alan with a smile again. I think you should think about it seriously. Alan couldn't figure out what this kid knew for a while. In the end, there was indeed some incredible situation. If it wasn't for his close relationship with the beautiful dealer, Alan would really suspect that the other party was going easy on him. Alan didn't know how long it had been since he last tried such a big bet. Although it wasn't to the extent that their vitality was greatly damaged, it would still make them feel pain for a long time. But now this kid's words left him scratching his head. Alan wasn't willing to give up 60 million just like that, but if this kid knew something, then Alan would be the unlucky one in the end. Alan was considered the #1 player in England, but he was still a far cry from 1938. There were all kinds of big shots behind 1938. Any one of them would give him a headache. If all of them were to fight, he would definitely not be able to handle it. He was very clear about this. You're good. I was wrong just now. I'm convinced of this bet. Alan turned around and left after saying that. He didn't say anything else. Those who were prepared to watch the show were all stunned. Since when did this Alan become so good-tempered? He let go just like that. This was somewhat different from his style. Who didn't know that Alan was a narrow-minded person? Those who offended him never had a good ending. Everyone looked at Lin Fei with fear in their eyes. After all, not everyone could make Alan take the initiative to retreat. Alan had actually accepted the $60 million in this round. Once Alan left, there was naturally nothing to see. Everyone at the scene took the initiative to leave. Yang Liushi also let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you, friend. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Lin Fei smiled. Pretty lady, are you sure that saying thank you is enough? Yang Liushi was cold. What do you mean by that? Panic. She couldn't have just left a wolf's den and entered another one, right? Yeah, what are you trying to do? At this moment, Hunter got up. He was no longer depressed and he blocked Yang Liushi behind him. Hunter, you're all right. Yang Liushi was pleasantly surprised. I'm fine. Hunter replied. Let's go. Lin Fei smiled at Yang Liushi. Are you sure you want to go? I advise you not to go. I'm afraid that you'll regret it if you leave. Hunter glared at her. Liushi, don't listen to him. If we want to leave, then leave. No one can stop us. Without another word, he pulled Yang Liushi away. Hunter. Yang Liushi was pulled away. She didn't have time to say anything else. Lin Fei didn't stop Yang Liushi from leaving. It's good that she left. Lin Fei watched Yang Liushi leave. Some things have to be seen by Yang Liushi herself. On the other side, Hunter pulled Yang Liushi out of the casino, but Yang Liushi flung his hand away. Hunter, why are you in such a hurry to pull me away? That person is our benefactor. Yang Liushi was angry. She still wanted to know if that person was a friend of her cousin by Xingnan. Hunter said, Liushi, I'm sorry. I was afraid that guy would pester you. If we leave now, that guy won't dare to bring you back. Alright, Liushi, I have a gift for you. It's to celebrate our first year together. Hearing this, Yang Liushi didn't get angry. At least you have some conscience. I won't come to this kind of place anymore. Hunter said, okay, I won't come here anymore. I'll listen to you. I'll go drive. Hunter went to drive. Yang Liushi originally wanted to ask Hunter, but when she thought about how romantic Hunter was, the anger in her heart dissipated. A white van drove over. It stopped beside Yang Liushi. Hunter's figure appeared. Get in. Yang Liushi didn't hesitate and got in the van. When she got in the van, she saw that there were a few big white men sitting in the back. Yang Liushi's face changed. I know you. Why are you here? A hand covered Yang Liushi's mouth. Hunter, you? Yang Liushi turned around and saw Hunter. She smiled cruelly. Yang Liushi, you're really stupid. Do you know that in Alan's eyes you're worth $500,000? Yang Liushi fainted. Let's take her away first. Hunter got out of the van. I'll trick that guy into coming here. Hunter's depressed expression changed. Excitement flashed in his eyes. That guy really thinks he can leave with tens of millions of dollars? He's thinking too much. Lin Fei kept his bank card. He politely declined the escort from the casino security and walked out alone. Sir, it's me, Hunter. Hunter ran over, sweating profusely. What's the matter? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Miss Yang said that it's all thanks to you today. We discussed and wanted to treat you to a meal. Please forgive my rudeness. I hope you can give us a chance. Hunter's face was full of anticipation. Sure. If you don't mind, my car is downstairs, Hunter said. Chapter 42:16. Hunter took the initiative to lead the way. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, he pointed at a van not far away. Friend, my girlfriend is in the van. Let's go in together. Don't think that this van is a little old. I've modified it and it's better than you can imagine, Hunter said with a dry smile on his face. Lin Fei laughed. As long as you can sit in a car, it's fine. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. I don't really care about that. You should be glad that your girlfriend is Chinese. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made a move. Hunter nodded. Thank you, Chinese friend. I know. I'll never come to this casino again. If I ever come here again, I'll be a dog. Hunter ran over and opened the door. He looked very enthusiastic. Lin Fei walked over and sat in the car. The moment he got in, he placed his hands on Lin Fei's shoulders. At the same time, he felt a cold breath on his waist. Chinese friend, I advise you not to mess around. Otherwise, your waist will be pierced by a bullet. You'll die much faster than you think. A rather stiff Wuxia language came from the mouth of a brawny man behind. Hunter was already in the driver's seat. He turned around to look at Lin Fei and chuckled. My friend from China, you'd better be obedient. It'll only be good for you and won't hurt you. Lin Fei looked at Hunter. Hunter, I know you're this kind of person. You better let me go immediately. Otherwise you'll regret it. Idiot, I advise you to keep your mouth shut. These friends of mine are all hot-tempered. I'm afraid that if you open your mouth again you might get stabbed. Hunter didn't think much of it. One of the strong men took out a knife and waved it around. Lin Fei looked at the unconscious Yang Liushi beside him. I didn't expect you to do such a thing to your girlfriend. Hunter looked at the unconscious Yang Liushi and said, no matter how good my girlfriend is, it's not as good as money. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll tell you something. My girlfriend is worth $500,000. With that money I can find pretty girls anywhere. Hunter stepped on the accelerator and drove the car away. From then on, Lin Fei didn't say a word. Instead, he sat quietly as if he had given up all hope. The van drove all the way out. They arrived at the suburbs. However, outside the suburbs, Lin Fei noticed that there were castles in some places outside. There were large castles and small castles. On his way here, Lin Fei had read some information. He remembered that the most famous castle in England should be these castles. They were all left behind in the past and looked very old. No, it should be the medieval feeling. An hour later, a black castle appeared in Lin Fei's vision. The castle was bigger than the ones they had seen along the way. Obviously, such a castle was not cheap. It would cost at least 70 to 80 million pounds, which was more than 100 million yuan. Castles were not like villas. They needed to be taken care of constantly. Just the annual maintenance fee alone would cost millions of pounds. It was not something that ordinary people could afford. The heavy gate of the castle opened. The van drove in. The gate of the castle slowly closed. Immediately, a few strong men dressed in black surrounded them. They all had guns on their waists and were eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. Get out. Lin Fei was pushed out. At this moment, Yang Liushi had also woken up. However, she was still in a state of panic. She was also pushed out by Hunter. Both of you follow me obediently. That way you can suffer less. This is Sir Alan's castle. Since you're here, you have no choice, Hunter said. Yang Liushi looked at Hunter with hatred. Hunter, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be such a person. I really regret it. Yang Liushi was really regretful now. She seemed to have thought through everything that had happened before. Perhaps when he had approached her and saved her, he had probably done it on purpose to win her favor. Hunter smiled. Thank you for your compliment. Actually, I have to thank you more. It's rare to see a beautiful Chinese girl like you. My only regret is that I can't sleep with you. It's a pity, but compared to $500,000, it's nothing. Hunter, you son of a b****. Yang Liushi's eyes were red. Tears were about to fall from her eyes, but she held them back in the end. The strong man behind her came up. Please come in, the two of you. Yang Liushi looked at Lin Fei with guilt. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been captured by them. Lin Fei smiled. Actually, it's not your fault. Who asked me to win $60 million from him? Plus, I have this magical item in my hands. It would be strange if he didn't have any thoughts about it. A tycoon like him can't be compared to an ordinary person. Lin Fei and Yang Liushi were invited to the castle's hall. The main hall of the castle was extremely large and spacious. There was even a hint of a cold and gloomy aura around it. Under the dim light, a middle-aged man sat on the sofa. It was Alan. Alan's face became even paler. Welcome to my castle. You're my first guest. I've always been very polite to new guests. Alan clapped his hands. Immediately, a maid came over with water. However, this water was different from other water. Because it was blood red in color and with the glass, it looked even more flirtatious. Alan picked up one of the glasses and smiled. Do you know what kind of water this is? Look at how beautiful the color is. Blood red. This is the blood that we use to entertain our guests. Moreover, this blood is not ordinary blood. It's human blood. This person can't have any problems. He must be healthy. Only then will the blood have a taste. Just like this, 3 glasses of blood, each glass is worth a few $100. After Alan finished speaking, he drank the blood in the glass in one gulp. His entire body revealed a satisfied expression. Yang Liushi, who was standing next to Lin Fei, almost fainted. She couldn't use any strength. Most of her body was leaning on Lin Fei. Do you know that doing such a thing in front of a girl is very ungentlemanly? Lin Fei said to Alan. Gentlemanly? You're mistaken. I'm not a gentlemanly person. On the other hand, you're a young man with a lot of guts. Most people would have panicked when they saw this situation. You're a little different. Alan smiled. That's good too. When the time comes, it'll be interesting to experience the feeling of fear. Otherwise, it'll be boring. Booksellers Reading Website. Chapter 42:17. Alan never intended to let this Chinese kid go easily. Of all people to offend, he chose to offend him. That was $60 million. Together with that mystical item, it would reach $70 to $80 million. That was why Alan simply left the casino. After all, he didn't dare to make a scene in 1938. Once this Chinese kid was tricked out, there would be nothing to worry about. In his own castle, what he said counted. No matter how capable this Chinese kid was, he wouldn't be able to escape from the palm of his hand. Everything went according to Alan's plan. He easily caught him. The only thing he was unhappy about was that this kid seemed to be too calm. Alan didn't like this kind of calmness. This thought was quickly suppressed. Alan felt that he had found a very interesting little toy. He hadn't played with such a small toy for a long time. Alan decided that he must slowly deal with this kid. Guards, take this brat away and lock him in my water dungeon. As for this beautiful Wuxia girl, send her to my room. Alan laughed. Oh right, take out his bank card and those mystical items, especially that mystical item. Don't break it. There was actually another reason why Alan brought him back, and that was because that strange object was extremely unusual. For someone of his status, it was surprising that such a mystical item would be of some help to him. Alan valued this mystical item more. A few strong men in black surrounded Lin Fei and were about to take him away. Yang Liushi was scared out of her wits. Her body was trembling slightly. Don't come near me. Don't come near me. Yang Liushi was so scared that she closed her eyes. Tears flowed down her cheeks. If she was given another chance, Yang Liushi would never come to the casino, let alone get to know someone like Hunter. Who would have thought that Hunter, who was so sanctimonious, would want to sell her to Alan behind her back? People who studied abroad were naturally not idiots. Yang Liushi was also one of the smarter ones. It was just that she fell into an endless loop because of love. Now that she had completely figured out everything that had happened before, she hated herself for being blind and causing herself to be like this. Yang Liushi knew very well that those who owned a castle in a place like England were definitely rich bigwigs. Once you entered the castle, you could forget about leaving. When she came here to study, Yang Liushi had more or less heard some negative reports. For example, the owners of the castles basically all had special hobbies. There was a period of time when many people went missing, and it was suspected that it had something to do with the people in these castles. However, a guess was just a guess because there was no evidence. As for entering the castle to search, that was even more impossible. Yang Liushi only felt that her world had turned black and collapsed. She didn't know what she was going to face next, but it was definitely a nightmare that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Miss Yang, do you regret it now? The person who spoke was neither Hunter nor Alan, but Lin Fei, who was standing next to him. I regret it, I really regret it. Yang Liushi nodded vigorously. If there's another chance, I'll definitely open my eyes and not be as stupid as I am now. Hunter laughed heartily. Yang Liushi, you silly woman, don't even think about it. I've seen more than one Chinese woman like you. They're all idiots who are blinded by love. I've earned millions from you Chinese women. Where do you think I get my money from? It's all from you. Now it's time to reap the rewards. Don't worry, it's your fortune to be able to follow Mr. Allen. Yang Liushi glared at Hunter angrily, as if she wanted to cut him into pieces. Hunter, even if I die and become a ghost, I won't let you off. Hunter laughed. Yang Liushi, you're really a silly woman. Even if you die and become a ghost, so what? Are you going to come out and bite me? Lin Fei patted Yang Liushi's shoulder. Why are you talking about death at such a young age? The beautiful world is still waiting for you. With that pat, Yang Liushi's agitated emotions actually calmed down. It was as if those words were filled with magic. Yang Liushi's emotions had calmed down. Naturally, there was nothing to be afraid of. Chinese kid, you really talk a lot of nonsense. But don't worry, when we get to the water prison, I'll definitely deal with you slowly. I have a lot of tricks up my sleeves. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. If 10 isn't enough, then 100 will do. Hunter waved his hand and the muscular men in black came forward to take her away. Did I say that you guys could do it? Lin Fei snorted lightly. Bang 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 bang. The muscular men suddenly groaned and all fell to the ground. Their faces turned pale and they immediately fainted. Even Hunter's face turned pale. It was as if he had been hit in the chest by a huge hammer. He sat on the ground paralyzed and wet his pants. A disgusting smell filled the air. Ew. What did you do to me? Hunter could only feel his ears buzzing. He couldn't believe that he was scared by a single sentence. What the hell was going on? On the contrary, Alan revealed an expression of ecstasy after a slight change. So you're a paranormal. No wonder you're so confident. I'm curious. In my castle there are only a few people as calm as you. Alan's eyes lit up. Yang Liushi blinked her eyes. She was confused. Her thoughts were all on Hunter. She rushed over and stepped on Hunter's body with her high heels. Ah! Hunter screamed miserably. Yang Liushi, you crazy woman. I'll kill you. This foot directly stepped into Hunter's flesh. The pain made Hunter's face pale and cold sweat flowed down his face. Yang Liushi swung her hand and slapped Hunter's face. Even if you kill me, I'll still hit you. Yang Liushi threw caution to the wind. Right now she didn't care about anything else. She just wanted to teach Hunter a lesson. When Hunter wanted to retaliate, he found that he had no strength left in his hands. He could only watch helplessly as the slap landed on his face. His entire body fell to the ground. One could imagine how angry Yang Liushi was at this moment. Who told you to lie to me? She kicked him. Who told you to coax me? You bastard. She stomped on him again. I'm really blind. Yang Liushi stepped on Hunter's body again. Especially since she was wearing high heels, every step created a bloody hole. It hurts so much. Stop. Hunter kept screaming in pain. You're in pain. Don't tell me I'm not in pain. You scum. Yang Liushi used both her hands and feet. If I'm not wrong, your identity is quite interesting. According to normal people, you can't live for so long. I don't know if I'm right. Lin Fei laughed. I think it's appropriate to call you a bloodling. Chapter 42:18. You really do have a good eye. You can even see this. Unfortunately, no matter how good your eye is, so what? You're still in my territory. Alan laughed loudly. I'm indeed a bloodling. It's because I'm a bloodling that I have such a long life. I've already lived for 200 years. If I can suck your blood this time, I might be able to increase my lifespan by another 10 years. You're such a good person. Alan smiled and looked at Lin Fei as if Lin Fei was a cornucopia. No, a ginseng fruit. Bloodling. But a bloodling like you is really too weak. Alan seemed to have been hit by something. His entire person became ferocious. You dare to say that I'm weak? I'll be the first to suck you clean first. Hua. Alan instantly pounced forward like a ray of light. His eyelids also turned blood red. A few seconds passed in the blink of an eye. This was the fastest speed Alan could produce. Even the king of the 100-meter sprint champion could not reach this level. This is your speed. It's slower than I thought. Alan was already standing where Lin Fei was just now. However, Lin Fei wasn't there. He was 3 meters away and looking at Alan with a smile. Alan's grab actually failed. A trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Although he knew that the other party might be a superpower user, superpowers weren't generally strong. Especially when a bloodling was close, there was no way to avoid it. But he actually failed to grab. Alan couldn't accept it. You have some tricks up your sleeve. I wonder how long you can last in front of me. Alan pounced forward again. His speed was about 30 to 40% faster than before. A ray of light flew over. You can't escape this time. He tore the space in front of him with both hands. You're still too slow. You're indeed the lowest level of bloodling. You've lived for so long but your strength hasn't improved at all. You're really too weak. Lin Fei smiled and avoided Alan again. Alan's eyes turned cold. I'll definitely tear you apart. Lin Fei avoided Alan's attacks again and again. When Alan increased his speed, he did not put down the power in his hands. As long as he met him, he would naturally be able to take down the other party. However, under such circumstances, Alan was still unable to catch the other party. He failed every time. He was clearly just a little bit away, but this little bit of distance seemed to have become an uncrossable chasm, and he was unable to catch hold of the other party. Too fast, the opponent's speed is even faster than mine. Is he a speed-type metahuman? Impossible. Alan failed once again. The smiling face of the other party fell into his eyes. Alan could not accept it. It seemed that he was inferior to the other party. Forget it, I'm not playing with you anymore. You're too slow. Lin Fei shook his head and stretched out a hand. In Alan's eyes, this hand was indeed very slow. Not good. However, Alan discovered that he was actually unable to avoid this hand. The hand turned into a slap and slapped him in the face. Alan, who was moving at high speed, was slapped to the ground, and his whole body came into close contact with the ground. Cracks appeared on the ground, and half of his face was covered in dust and blood. Bang. It still hurts. I was slapped away. Alan's mind went blank. The smell of blood at the tip of his nose told him that he was not dreaming. Look, your speed is still too slow. You can't even avoid this slow slap of mine. I really don't know what gives you the courage to continue living. Alan raised his head, and his whole face turned blood red. He could even hear the trickling sound of blood flowing like a river. Chinese brat, you finally made me famous. I'll let you know how powerful I am now. Alan's whole face changed, especially the two sharp fangs on his mouth, making him look much more ferocious. Yang Liushi, who was kicking Hunter non-stop, was also frightened by the sudden scene. What is this? Why does it have two fangs? Don't tell me this is a vampire? Yang Liushi finally came back to her senses. Hunter's face was already full of bruises and his face was pale. His body was also twitching non-stop. After seeing Alan's appearance, he revealed a happy expression. You guys are dead, you guys are dead. This is the Lord's most powerful move. To be able to see the Lord's true body, even if you guys die, you should be proud. As soon as Hunter's words fell, Yang Liushi stepped on Hunter's thigh again. This time, her high heels directly stepped on the flesh, and Hunter almost fainted from the pain. Even if I die before that, I can still take care of you. Yang Liushi took a deep breath and stepped on him again. Hunter screamed. Why isn't she afraid? That's the great Lord of the blood breed, why isn't she afraid? Hunter had seen the scene of Lord Alan turning into a blood breed and killing people. It was still fresh in his memory and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Even if that brat was a psychic, could he stop Lord Alan's attack? Alan's hands turned into sharp claws, setting off a cold wind. Brat, see my true strength. Hua. Blood afterimage. Dozens of afterimages appeared around Alan's body, and each afterimage seemed to be real. Lin Fei said. We are all adults and there should be a limit to boasting. Didn't you just burn your own blood and chi? Do you really think that I don't know? He actually knows. Alan's heart skipped a beat. I also know that your true body is that. Lin Fei's voice once again entered Alan's ears. Fake, it must be fake. Alan approached Lin Fei. How could he believe the other party's words? A hand stretched out and a slap came. I've been discovered. Alan's eyes widened, and the incoming palm became bigger and bigger. The palm lines were clearly visible. Oh. Bang. Alan heavily smashed onto the ground. Kacha kacha. The ground exploded. The explosion spread out endlessly, and the entire hall rumbled loudly and dust flew everywhere. How is it? My strength is not bad, right? Do you want another slap? Lin Fei walked over. Alan was lying in a huge pit. He seemed to have aged a lot and seemed to be in his teens. Don't hit me anymore. Alan waved his hand. I'm sure I don't want it anymore. Lin Fei smiled. Really, I don't want it anymore. Alan panicked and his eyes were filled with fear. He was a blood breed. His physical body was strong, but in front of this young man, it was like tofu, completely unable to withstand a single blow. If he did it again, Alan definitely wouldn't be able to take it and would be directly beaten to death. Alan was really afraid. Hunter, who originally expected Alan to turn over, was directly dumbfounded and fainted. Bookseller's website. Chapter 42:19. At this time, Alan had no choice but to accept it. The guy in front of him was too powerful. Alan knew that he was no match for Lin Fei. After all, he was a master of the blood kindred. He was quite famous in England. However, when he encountered Lin Fei, he could not even put up the slightest resistance. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Alan didn't dare to try a second time. It was simply courting death. Outside the castle, none of Alan's men dared to rush in. They were all informed that no matter what happened, they were not allowed to come in. Alan was still lying on the ground and blood kept flowing out. A hand reached in, lifted Alan out, and threw him on the ground like a dead dog. I told you, you Blood Clan members are too weak. No matter how many Blood Clan members like you come, I'll take care of them all. Yet, you won't listen to me. Lin Fei sat there with his saber in his hand. Alan was lying on the ground and he didn't know how much blood he had lost. To the blood kindred there was no difference between blood and life. Senior, you're right. I'm indeed the weakest among the blood kindred. I don't even have a title. Alan said weakly. Actually, Lin Fei didn't need Alan to say it. He knew that Alan was indeed very weak. He couldn't even reach the innate stage. Since you don't even have this bit of strength, how dare you attack us Chinese? I don't know who gave you the courage. Swoosh. A sword chi flew over and slashed Alan's body, leaving behind a huge wound. Who knew how much blood flowed down? Senior, please spare my life. I have eyes but can't see. Please spare my life. Alan also began to beg for mercy. If he was really killed, there would be no place to say it. The person in front of him was too strong. Alan couldn't fight against him. Now you know how to beg for mercy. Who are I going to settle the score with for my dead Chinese girls? Lin Fei snorted coldly. A sword energy directly cut off one of Alan's arms. I hate people like you the most. Even if you're a blood kindred, it's just a matter of a sword in my eyes. Alan's entire body was trembling. Senior, please spare my life. I didn't do it because I wanted to. I was forced to do it. Alan's eyes were already filled with fear. He was afraid that if he did not explain, the saber would cut his body and kill him. He absolutely did not want to experience this again. There will be people like you who are forced into a corner. Lin Fei chuckled. Do you think I'm as gullible as a 3-year-old? Another streak of sword light slashed over. The sword light grew bigger and sharper in Alan's eyes. Spare my life, I really didn't want to kill that Chinese girl. This is a mission from Dark Church, I have no way to refuse. Alan couldn't care less now. Even if he exposed a big secret, he still had to speak. If he didn't, he would be completely finished. Dark Church, your Western world still has this organization. The sword light that was originally slashing towards Alan suddenly dispersed and disappeared without a trace. This scene caused Alan's heart to shake even more. Such controllability, even in the Dark Church, it was estimated that not many people could control it. Alan felt that he had walked under the sword and he was almost cut into 2 pieces. Afraid, completely afraid. Dark Church is the biggest organization in our Western world. Here, not only are vampires, there are also werewolves and vampires, forming a huge force to fight against the Light Church of the Western world. Alan was afraid that he didn't have time to speak, so he promptly said, Dark Church will issue a mission every once in a while, making us collect specific things, but I don't really want to deal with the Chinese girl in the distant east. It's just that the higher-ups have a request. If I don't complete the mission, the unlucky one will be me. For example, this time, it's also a mission issued by the higher-ups. I am just following orders, that's all. Lin Fei's complexion slightly changed. He raised his hand and pointed at the space between Alan's eyebrows. Alan's whole body trembled and he spat out blood. Alan powerlessly lied on the ground. Compared to before, he looked like he was on the verge of death. It seemed as if he would die at any time. You were indeed forced to do this, but since you attacked a Chinese girl, you have to pay the price. Since I, Lin Fei, have encountered you, I won't let it go so easily. You can only say that you are unlucky. Of all the people you can deal with, you just had to find a Chinese girl. Lin Fei's eyes were ice cold. A sword light shot out from his finger and slashed at Alan's neck. Alan was still that Alan, but this sword directly cut off all of his aura. The last bit of light in his eyes completely disappeared. Dead, Lord Alan is actually dead. Hunter, who had been holding his head and curling up, had goosebumps all over his body. He didn't know where his strength came from, but he took advantage of the situation to roll, crawled up and rushed out of the gate. Hunter knew that as long as he rushed outside, Alan's subordinates would definitely attack him. Maybe he would still have a chance to live, otherwise he would definitely die this time. Even an expert like Lord Alan died just like that. If it were him, it would definitely be the same. Go all out. Hunter wouldn't be able to go all out. Then he would really die. When he was only 2 or 3 meters away from the gate, Hunter didn't forget to turn around and said, You dare to kill Lord Alan, you're dead, no one can save you. As soon as his voice fell, a dazzling light exploded in Hunter's eyes. Hunter, who was running, fell to the ground with a plop. His eyes were wide open, he couldn't believe that he was dead just like that. Everything happened too quickly. Yang Liushi stared at the scene in front of her blankly. This was the first time she saw a dead person, and it was Hunter who died. Mister, hurry up and leave. You killed Hunter, the people outside will definitely know. If they call the police, you won't be able to leave. Yang Liushi suddenly clenched her teeth, turned around and was about to push Lin Fei away. Lin Fei saw Yang Liushi's action and laughed. What a silly girl, no wonder your cousin is so worried about you. Yang Liushi looked at Lin Fei. You really know my cousin. Although Yang Liushi had an idea, she had never confirmed it. Now that she could finally confirm it, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. If your cousin knew that you've made such a mess here, she would definitely be very angry. Of all the things you could learn, you just had to learn from others to come to the casino. You don't even know that you've been fished. Lin Fei said. Yang Liushi lowered her head. I was wrong. Invincible King of Leveling, Invincible King of Leveling. Chapter 42:20. Lin Fei could tell that Yang Liushi had really made a mistake this time. Naturally, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he smiled and comforted Yang Liushi. Only then did Yang Liushi's mood recover quite a bit. After all, Hunter's incident had scared her quite a bit. If she hadn't met Lin Fei, it would probably have taken her a long time to get out of this nightmare. Yang Liushi indeed knew that she was wrong. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's timely arrival, she didn't know what would have happened to her. At the very least, it would have been a terrifying nightmare. When Yang Liushi came to England, she naturally heard about vampires. It seemed that there wasn't much difference between vampires and vampires. They were both special existences that fed on fresh blood. Yang Liushi had always thought that it was a joke, but who would have thought that it was true? There were actually vampires in England and she just happened to meet one. This time Yang Liushi was already deeply frightened. In the future she wouldn't dare to easily trust anyone. Stand here and don't move. I'll go out and take care of the people outside first. After giving Yang Liushi a few instructions, Lin Fei walked out the door. Mr. Lin, you must be careful. Yang Liushi didn't forget to say. After Lin Fei walked out the door, the first thing he did was to kill all the bodyguards in black in the castle. Lin Fei couldn't guarantee that these people were good people. At the very least, they knew what Alan was like. Naturally, he did this a lot. Therefore, in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, in for a pound. After making sure that no one was left alive, he returned to the main hall. He brought Yang Liushi out of the castle. He brought her all the way to the hotel he was staying at. Only then did Yang Liushi truly let out a sigh of relief. She was smart enough not to ask what they did during this period. She was very interested in Bai Xingnan's cousin's friend. She had never heard that Bai Xingnan's cousin had such a friend. It seemed that they were beyond the boundary of friends. Maybe they were even a boyfriend. You don't need to go back to school tonight. You can stay here for the night. Lin Fei booked a room for Yang Liushi. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I hope you won't tell my cousin about what happened today. I'm afraid she'll be angry if she finds out. It'll be bad if she notifies our family, Yang Liushi said to Lin Fei with a pitiful expression. Miss Yang, as long as you remember what you said today, it'll be fine. Otherwise, I'll definitely tell your cousin. I think your cousin will definitely nag you. Yang Liushi hurriedly nodded. I won't make such a mistake again. I know my luck won't be as good as it is now. Yang Liushi said. I won't do such a thing. I know I won. Yang Liushi hurriedly nodded. I won. I will. This was not a difficult task for Lin Fei. Could be said to be very simple. He did not want Yang Liushi to remember what had happened today. Everything related to Hunter's blood clan had been erased, and there would be no more memories left. That was all Lin Fei could do for Yang Liushi. Of course, it was for Bai Xingnan's sake. If it was someone else, it would be impossible. For a period of time in the future, unless something unexpected happened, Yang Liushi wouldn't even think about what happened tonight. After doing this, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He left the hotel. He had another thing to do, which was to go to Alan's castle. Now that he had cultivated the endless sea of energy, Lin Fei's strength had greatly changed. Naturally, he could use some spells. He couldn't do it before, but he could do it now. He arrived at the castle again. The situation here hadn't changed much. The trap that Lin Fei left behind after he left wasn't destroyed, which meant that no one had been here. He walked into the castle again. Lin Fei went straight to Alan's study. In the study he found a secret door leading to the underground. The entrance was extremely obscure, but under Lin Fei's spiritual sense, it couldn't hide. Lin Fei found it easily. Under the study there was a huge secret room. This secret room was made of steel. Even if there was a martial arts expert, it would be difficult to break in. There were a lot of things in the secret room. In the eyes of some people it would definitely be an eye-opener. However, in the eyes of Lin Fei these things only had some value. Clatter, 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 clatter. These things were taken away by Lin Fei. In a short time the secret room became empty. Lin Fei killed Alan. He wouldn't leave these things for others. Even if they were useless, he had to keep them for himself. Otherwise it would be a waste of time. This should be the task that Alan mentioned. Lin Fei frowned. In a place on the wooden shelf he found a special thing. This was a crystal sphere. However, inside the sphere there was a mass of blood. It should be called a blood sphere. Each of them was the size of a thumb. And inside this blood sphere there seemed to be a visible figure. This was also Lin Fei. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to see the figure. It seems that in the dark church, some people are practicing some evil means. Lin Fei's complexion became gloomy. It's fine if I didn't know about this matter, but now that I've come across it, I naturally have to find them to settle accounts. Lin Fei patted the blood sphere with his palm, and a raging flame aura enveloped the blood sphere, instantly evaporating the blood sphere. The gloomy aura in the secret room also dissipated a lot. After dealing with these things, Lin Fei left the castle. Lin Fei remembered the dark church and planned to take advantage of this time to have some fun with the dark church. Lin Fei's figure walked through the cities of England. If the address is not wrong, it should be here. Lin Fei stood inside, and in the distance there was a huge castle. This castle was more than half the size of Alan's. A castle like this would at least sell for 700 or 800 million pounds. Not everyone could live in it. If he hadn't gotten the information from Alan, he wouldn't have known that the master of this castle was a vampire, moreover, a powerhouse among the vampires. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and rushed inside. The inside of the castle was very big. Lin Fei easily locked onto an aura. The strongest aura in the castle. When he was about to get close to you, Lin Fei felt a few auras. Although they were a bit weaker, they were also very powerful. It seems that I came at the right time. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4221. P.S. I've been out recently, so I can only continuously update. I'll go back in a few days to update again. This castle was very big, and it was built with black rocks. It was filled with a sense of majesty. At this moment, the lights in the castle's hall flickered, giving off a sinister aura. There were 8 men standing in the hall. Every one of them was dressed in black formal attire and exuded a unique aura. The reason why I gathered everyone here today is very simple. The church has a new mission. I believe that you will definitely complete it. The one who spoke was a tall white man wearing a black formal attire. His gaze was extremely cold, and he even had the aura of a superior. His gaze swept across the 8 people. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at an empty seat. Who knows why Alan didn't come? It turned out that there was still an empty seat behind the 8 people. It was very eye-catching, and it was hard not to notice it. Viscount Mike, Alan must have been delayed on the way, one of the white men said. I don't care why Alan didn't come. I have to see him immediately. A small bloodling, not even a baron, what right does he have to be late? Facing this Viscount Mike, everyone secretly lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. In the bloodling, the higher the title, the stronger they were. They weren't even barons yet, and Viscount Mike was only one step away from being an earl. Even in the bloodling, that was high and mighty. Hurry up and contact Alan. I want to see him within half an hour at the latest, or else he doesn't need to come anymore. Viscount Mike snorted coldly. His gaze was cold, and a wave of pressure swept across the 8 of them. Facing this pressure, the 8 of them shivered. Bang! A loud sound. There's no need to look, because Alan won't come anymore. A figure walked in. Who is it? The white man closest to him had a cold gaze. He pounced forward, extending his sharp claws and digging at the person's heart. The few of them had cold expressions. This was Viscount Mike's castle, and someone actually dared to barge in. He was simply courting death. Of course I'm here to watch a show. The newcomer smiled and opened his mouth. A sword light pierced through the Caucasian man, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The expressions of the 7 people present instantly changed, and their pupils constricted. Those were blood breeds who had the same strength as them, but they couldn't even block a single move from the newcomer and were killed. This person's strength was definitely stronger than theirs. Just who was it that had come? It was only when the other party revealed his true appearance that they were shocked once more. You are Chinese. You Chinese are really bold. Don't you know that killing blood breeds in the Western world is equivalent to breaking the rules? One of the Caucasians said, his eyes filled with fear. After all, they had clearly seen the sword move just now, and he had killed them just like that. Even Viscount Mike's expression turned serious. It was Lin Fei. This was the information obtained from Alan's memory. Viscount Mike was the most powerful existence in the vicinity, and all the missions came from here. It was the same for Alan. If he didn't listen to Viscount Mike, he would be in big trouble. Rules and whatnot, that's what I say, not what you say. With a swoosh, a ray of light directly pierced through the Caucasian man's forehead, and another blood breed expert fell. The remaining 5 people all shrunk their necks and subconsciously took a few steps back. They were scared out of their wits. It had been a long time since they had encountered such an expert. Did you kill Alan? Viscount Mike stared at the newcomer and said. Lin Fei didn't look at these lowly blood breeds, and his gaze landed on Viscount Mike. If I'm not wrong, you should be that Viscount Mike and Alan should be your subordinate. No, he should be a small blood breed under your control. I don't know if I'm right. Viscount Mike's gaze turned cold. You really killed Alan, then you will pay with your life. Viscount Mike directly turned into a blood-colored stream of light and pounced over. His speed was extremely fast, and one couldn't even see a trace of him, only a ray of light could be seen. With this speed you actually dare to kill me? Who gave you the courage? Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. His fingers were like a mountain as he grabbed onto the stream of light. It smashed into the ground and with a loud thud the ground cracked. A figure smashed into the ground. If it wasn't Viscount Mike, who else could it be? Viscount Mike was in a sorry state, and it was as if he had been beaten up. You, a Chinese, actually injured me. Viscount Mike charged out from the ground. His eyes narrowed and he was extremely furious. He took out his dagger and stabbed forward once more. I will definitely suck your blood dry. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Streaks of light exploded in front of Lin Fei. Viscount Mike was too fast. He used his strongest move. A sword light appeared. In an instant, it broke through Viscount Mike's attack, and the white light disappeared. The sword light flickered and slashed onto Viscount Mike's body. With a loud thud, Viscount Mike fell back into the deep pit. Compared to the last time, his injuries were even more serious. The sword light appeared in front of Viscount Mike's forehead, and a cold aura instantly enveloped him. Viscount Mike, who wanted to struggle, didn't dare to move when he saw this sword. An aura of death enveloped him. Wait, don't attack. Let's talk. Viscount Mike's expression instantly changed. Just now, Viscount Mike had used his full strength. He rarely used this pair of daggers. Once he used it, his strength would instantly increase by 10% or 20%. However, he still couldn't suppress Viscount Mike and was instead broken by a single sword. He knew that he had met a mysterious Eastern expert. The 5 blood race experts were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. That was Viscount Mike, and he was defeated in 2 or 3 moves. Even his life and death were in the hands of Viscount Mike, let alone them. They didn't even dare to think about escaping. That sword light was very powerful. They were afraid that they would be killed before they could even leave the hall. They didn't dare to take the risk and would rather stand there obediently. You are a Viscount, an expert of the blood race. You also have times when you lower your head. You really disappoint me. The sword light changed directions and slapped towards the left side of Viscount Mike's face. Viscount Mike smashed into the ground. Viscount Mike wanted to cry. How could he resist to the end against such an opponent? Was he killed by a single sword? Mysterious Chinese expert, please spare me. I am willing to give you everything I have. Please spare my life. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4222. Under the night sky. 2 figures arrived in front of a huge castle. It was a blonde girl and a white-haired middle-aged man. Both of them exuded a holy aura. Miss Irina, according to the information we received, Viscount Mike is living here. He definitely didn't expect us to kill our way to their castle today. The white-haired middle-aged man sneered, tonight we will definitely kill them all. The golden-haired girl named Irina's eyes also became incomparably sacred. I smell a filthy and rotten smell. It's indeed those filthy vampires. I've also heard a lot about Viscount Mike. Tonight I'll meet him. After capturing him, I might be able to get more information about the whereabouts of the vampires and capture them all in one fell swoop. The white-haired middle-aged man said, with Miss Irina's help, these dirty bloodlings will all be purified and completely disappear from this world. This world will be clean. Irina and the white-haired middle-aged man walked towards the castle. In the castle hall, Viscount Mike's body was covered in sword wounds. As for the remaining 5 bloodlings, they also didn't dare to move. Their originally arrogant heads were lowered, looking at the ground in front of their feet, not daring to move their eyes at all. Lin Fei looked at Viscount Mike and didn't know how to deal with him. After all, he was a Viscount. Although it wasn't much, it would be a waste and a pity to kill him just like that. Lin Fei learned a lot of information from Viscount Mike. Compared to Alan, Viscount Mike was much luckier. Lin Fei didn't directly search his memories. It could be considered as a trip to the gates of hell. Lin Fei didn't say anything. Viscount Mike's heart was even more unsettled. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat that flowed down his cheeks. Viscount Mike knew that the Chinese experts were very powerful, but he never thought that this young man in front of him would be this strong. He wasn't someone he could fight against at all, so he could only wait obediently. This feeling of being a fish on the chopping board was very unpleasant. Time ticked by minute by minute. Viscount Mike was suffering. There was a loud bang. A voice flew in from outside and directly smashed into the main hall. The figure landed on the main hall and let out a pained cry. In an instant, it turned into a puff of green smoke that slowly rose into the air. The expressions of all the vampires, including Viscount Mike, changed drastically. Not good, it's the people from the Radiant Church. This is the power of light, it's specialized in restraining our blood clan. One of the 5 blood clan experts cried out in alarm, like a mouse seeing a cat. Viscount Mike, your own subordinates aren't even that strong. They can't even block one of my attacks. How dare they commit crimes in England? With a crisp voice, a figure walked in. A man and a woman were already standing at the entrance of the hall. The woman had blonde hair and blue eyes, while the man had white hair, but both of them had a divine aura. When the golden-haired girl came in, she instantly felt that the atmosphere in the hall was a little different. First, it was the 5 blood clan experts. Their faces were deathly pale with fear. Then, in the distance, Viscount Mike, who was on the Radiant Church's wanted list, was kneeling on the ground. His entire body was in a sorry state, as if he had encountered something. On the other hand, there was a young man sitting on the main seat. He had black hair and black eyes. Wasn't he Chinese? The golden-haired girl, Alina, couldn't be sure whether this person was Chinese or not. After all, there were a lot of Asians in the hall, it was difficult to distinguish between real and fake. The golden-haired girl coldly snorted. Her body emitted a holy aura as she directly slashed with her sword. The sword slashed towards the 5 blood tribe experts. The pure and holy sword light was filled with a holy aura. The 5 blood tribe experts' expressions changed drastically as they retreated. You won't be able to escape. The golden-haired girl, Alina, stepped forward. The sword in her hand continuously changed as she slashed at the 5 blood clan experts. No matter how fast the 5 blood clan experts reacted, they still couldn't block the golden-haired girl's sword. One by one they were slaughtered and instantly turned into green smoke. Viscount Mike, who was kneeling on the ground, felt his hair stand on end. He already recognized who this golden-haired girl was. She was the Radiant Church's Saintess candidate, Alina. Her radiant sword art was the bane of the blood clan. Viscount Mike, I don't care what you're up to today. If you know what's good for you, you'd better confess everything. Otherwise, I'll let you know what regret is with my light sword technique. Irina slashed with her sword. Viscount Mike was also miserable. First there was a Chinese person. Now there was Alina from the Radiant Church. There was nothing more miserable than this. Senior, save me. She is Alina from the Radiant Church. As long as Senior can save me, I am willing to rely on you and even offer my soul to you. Viscount Mike panicked. The closer Alina's sword got to him, the more crackling sounds came from Viscount Mike's body. It was as if he was being purified. This was also because Viscount Mike was seriously injured. He simply couldn't resist the radiant sword art. If he was at his peak, he would at most be able to suppress a portion of his strength. But now, Viscount Mike really didn't have the ability to resist. He could only watch helplessly. Viscount Mike knew that if he didn't ask for help, he would die for sure. Young man, you should just sit down obediently. A figure suddenly appeared. It was the white-haired middle-aged man. He threw a punch at Yi Shiwen. This punch was like a cannonball, fierce and overbearing. In the eyes of this white-haired middle-aged man, this Chinese person must have colluded with the Dark Church. He didn't need to be lenient with this kind of person. Lin Fei still hadn't thought about how to deal with Viscount Mike. How could he have thought that he would encounter the blonde-haired and blue-eyed people of the Radiant Church? Moreover, these two people were extremely strong. Especially the pure and holy aura on their body. They were destined to suppress vampires. It was no wonder that these vampires and Viscount Mike didn't dare to fight them head-on. Under this kind of natural suppression, there was no chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. But now, he seemed to be suspected by the people of the Radiant Church. No, it was a misunderstanding. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The punch of the light aura contained supreme light aura. It was as if it could evaporate all evil aura. This kind of aura made Lin Fei quite uncomfortable. He raised his hand and grabbed the fist of the white-haired middle-aged man. A pure and holy aura burst out. You are courting death. The white-haired middle-aged man laughed, full of mockery. Don't you know that my light power can purify everything? Bookseller website. Chapter 42-23. The holy power immediately enveloped Lin Fei's head. It was as if it wanted to purify Lin Fei completely. The white-haired middle-aged man did not take this person seriously. Any dark creature in front of the holy power could not resist the purification of the holy light. The person in front of him was the same. Although he had an Asian face, he was still unable to resist the invasion of the holy power. This was the first time Lin Fei encountered this kind of holy power. This holy power contained a trace of purifying power. Although this trace of purifying power was very weak, it still had a certain lethality and deterrence to certain creatures. This is the power of the Radiant Church. It really has the ability to suppress. No wonder the vampires are afraid of the experts of the Radiant Church. As soon as he made contact, Lin Fei immediately understood the mystery of this holy power. Naturally, this holy power had no effect on Lin Fei. It couldn't even tickle him. The power in his hand was released. All the holy power was instantly shattered. The white-haired middle-aged man was sent flying. So you are a high-level vampire. You can actually withstand the attack of the holy power. The white-haired middle-aged man coldly snorted and took out a huge sword from his back. This huge sword was very big and very wide, emitting a domineering aura. Holy Cross Slash. The white-haired middle-aged man roared and directly used the swordsmanship of the Radiant Church. The power of this attack was completely different from before. The Radiant Church being able to suppress the Dark Church has some tricks up their sleeves. Just this move alone has increased their strength by 30 to 50%. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and flicked his finger. A sword light flew out and collided with the Holy Cross Slash. The domineering Holy Light Cross Slash was slashed apart by the sword light. The white-haired middle-aged man's clothes were cut open by the sword light. You have the nerve to show off your mediocre swordsmanship in front of me. Let me show you a real swordsmanship. Another sword light flew out and repeatedly slashed towards the white-haired middle-aged man. When had the white-haired middle-aged man ever seen such a domineering and invincible swordsmanship? He simply couldn't resist. He was flustered and full of openings. Shio shio shio. The white-haired middle-aged man's body was hit by countless swords. Pu piu piu piu. In front of Lin Fei, the white-haired middle-aged man did not resist at all. He retreated all the way to the wall and sat paralyzed on the ground, his body covered in blood. You're a duke of the blood race. When did the blood race give birth to another duke? The white-haired, middle-aged man was very clear about his own strength, but in front of this person he was unable to block at all, especially this sword technique. Although there were only a few slashes, they contained terrifying power. Even if he used all of his skills, he was still unable to block it, and it was unknown how many slashes he had received. The white-haired middle-aged man had no doubt that if the other party hadn't spared his life, that sword would have easily killed him. On the other side, Viscount Mike was forced to retreat again and again. God knew how many times he had been hit by swords. His entire face was deathly pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun all year round. Alina's palm landed on Viscount Mike's body. Viscount Mike let out a blood-curdling scream, and an unknown amount of green smoke rose from his body. He was thrown against the wall with a bang and no longer had the strength to stand up. The sword of holy light slashed over. Viscount Mike subconsciously closed his eyes and waited for death. At this time, Alina suddenly caught a glimpse of what was happening in the distance and was instantly shocked. How is this possible? She turned around and attacked Lin Fei. At the same time, she also heard the white-haired, middle-aged man's words. Duke? Alina almost suspected that she had heard wrong. One had to know that Duke was the most powerful existence in the blood race. So far, there were only a few Dukes in the entire blood race, and any one of them was an existence that the Church of Light had always wanted to kill. But this person in front of her was a Duke? Alina didn't know him at all. Could it be that this was a newly promoted Duke in the blood race? If that was the case, then it would be a huge problem for the Church of Light. The white-haired, middle-aged man shouted, Miss Alina, leave quickly. He is a Duke and you are not his match. Alina was the kind of person who refused to admit defeat. Just from the surface, this Asian guy didn't look like a Duke at all. But Alina was very clear about the white-haired, middle-aged man's strength. Although he was a bit weaker than her, ordinary blood race couldn't defeat him. At the very least, it would take a count-rank blood race to defeat him. He must have made a mistake. This kid might not necessarily be a Duke. At most, he is a Marquis. Although he is a Marquis, I still have the confidence to kill him. Alina didn't retreat. Instead, her body released a powerful holy aura. Dark Church's remnant, die. The entire hall instantly lit up as if it was daytime. This time, Viscount Mike was suffering. He was originally seriously injured, but under this holy power, his body emitted green smoke and he constantly screamed. Being able to become a saintess in the Church of Light, Alina naturally had her outstanding points. For example, her holy power was much stronger than anyone else's, and her purification ability was even stronger. Under normal circumstances, as long as it was an ordinary blood race, once they encountered the holy power, they would immediately evaporate into nothingness. Usually, Alina didn't even need to do anything, and the blood race would evaporate into nothingness. Alina decided to use her holy power to test this person's strength. Miss Alina, this person seems to be immune to the holy power. You need to be careful. The white-haired middle-aged man quickly warned. Although his holy power wasn't as strong as Miss Alina's, it was still very strong. He didn't want Miss Alina to suffer. This blonde Miss Alina released the holy power, which surprised Lin Fei. Because the holy power of the other party was stronger, and her purification ability was also stronger. Her strength was clearly above the white-haired middle-aged man. This is your holy power? I think it's only SOSO. The power is still too weak. Lin Fei laughed and the blood in his body surged. A monstrous sea of blood spread out, and in an instant the holy power was smashed. The whole hall was enveloped by the power of the sea of blood. Alina groaned, and was directly pushed back by the power of the sea of blood. After retreating several steps, she was able to stand firm. I didn't expect the Dark Church to have such a powerful blood race. You really have the strength of a duke. This proves that you have killed a lot of people. I will definitely kill you here. Miss Alina didn't feel any fear because of this monstrous sea of blood. Instead, she revealed excitement as if she had found a prey. Chapter 42-24. Irina was indeed excited. If she could kill this Asian guy in front of her, she would be able to make a great contribution to the Church of Light. Even if this person in front of her wasn't a duke, he would at least be a marquis. It was completely worth it for Irina to take the risk. Holy light blessing, salvation of all living beings. Irina shouted, and the entire hall was once again engulfed by holy light. This time it was even more powerful than before. Viscount Mike screamed again and again as smoke rose from all over his body. Senior, save me. Viscount Mike was already seriously injured. How could he withstand this kind of holy light attack? The injuries on his body became more and more serious. Even his screams became weaker and weaker. It seemed like he would die at any moment. On the contrary, the sea of blood released by Lin Fei actually showed signs of melting in front of this holy light. This piqued Lin Fei's interest. I didn't expect you to still have some hidden strength. The Church of Light does have some experts, but this alone is still not enough. Lin Fei laughed loudly and the sky-encompassing sea of blood quickly turned into a towering bloody hand, which slammed down ferociously. Holy light shield, protect me. Irina waved her hand, and the holy light returned to form a huge light shield in front of her. However, this holy light shield was instantly hit by the towering hand. With a loud crash, the entire holy light shield began to ripple. Not good. Irina's expression suddenly changed. There was a crisp cracking sound like an egg cracking. The holy light shield broke into pieces. Irina was sent flying on the spot. The white-haired middle-aged man was shocked. He was even more certain that this Asian young man in front of him was a duke expert. After all, Irina's holy light was very powerful. Could purify everything. Even the holy light shield had the ability to resist the power of a marquis. But now it was destroyed by a bloody hand. If it wasn't a duke expert, what else could it be? Unfortunately, the white-haired middle-aged man could only watch. He had no chance to resist and relieve the pressure on Irina. Wah 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 wah. After Irina was sent flying, holy light gathered behind her, and a pair of white wings appeared, alleviating the impact. She hovered in the air and her face paled slightly. Her expression became grimmer and grimmer. An expert like you actually appeared in Dark Church. It seems this lady will have to use her real killer move. Irina looked straight at the opposite party and said, I will definitely kill you here. Lin Fei crooked his finger, I welcome you to kill me at any time. However, your strength is not enough. In the end, all your efforts will be in vain. That's not a good thing. Irina said coldly, don't worry, this kind of thing will definitely not happen. I should be thanking you for giving me the opportunity to use this killer move. Irina's expression suddenly turned solemn and she began to chant. Viscount Mike, who had been tortured to the brink of death, heard her voice, and his expression changed drastically as though he had seen a demon. Senior, be careful. The Saintess of Light is summoning an angel. With the blessing of an angel, her strength will instantly increase. You must be careful. Viscount Mike had seen the powerful existences of the Radiant Church. They could summon an angel to enhance their strength. In a short period of time, they would have the strength to sweep everything. Angel. Lin Fei smiled. Actually, I am very interested in angels. It is said that there are many angels in the Western world, but I have never seen one. Since the Saintess of the Radiant Church has this ability, of course I will take a look. Otherwise I will come in vain. Irina, who was summoning an angel, glared at him. It was as if she was saying, boy, wait for me. After the angel descends, I will make you regret it. No one had ever dared to ignore an angel like this. The white-haired middle-aged man's heart became more and more unstable. The Radiant Church's most powerful ability was the angel blessing. On one hand he was shocked that Irina could use this move, but on the other hand he could see through this guy. Could it be that this kid wasn't afraid of the angel blessing? It must be known that after the angel blessing, the strength of the Saintess would increase by leaps and bounds. The worst one could reach the Marquis or even Duke level. Although the duration of the blessing wouldn't be long, the difference in strength would be like the difference between heaven and earth. However, the white-haired middle-aged man couldn't see any trace of panic or uneasiness on this young man's body. He was calm and composed as if he was watching a play. Isn't he afraid? This was a very ridiculous thought. Lin Fei was right. He had heard about the existence of angels a long time ago, but he had never seen one. When Irina mentioned summoning an angel, Lin Fei was even more in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to see what was going on with Irina's angel blessing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large amount of holy aura gushed out from Irina's body. An invisible force opened up from the void, like a channel, and instantly blessed Irina's body. Lin Fei clearly saw an illusory angel with 4 pairs of wings entering Irina's body. At this moment, Irina's eyes became even more holy. Holy light cross/. Even though it was the same technique as before, this time around, it was imbued with a holy and inviolable aura, and even space seemed to have congealed around it. At this moment, Irina's strength instantly reached the level of Xiantian full circle, and even surpassed it. Lin Fei could feel the changes in Irina at this moment. The power of any move in her hands would be greatly improved. It seems that the Radiant Church in the Western world is also stronger than I imagined. This is only the blessing of a 4-winged angel, and her strength has been greatly improved. What about 8 or even 12 wings? The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose slightly, and the sea of blood spread around his body, forming an invisible defense. The holy light attacked and continuously evaporated the sea of blood, but only a part of it was evaporated. Irina had already rushed over, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of Lin Fei. Holy light salvation. Irina slashed with her huge sword. Lin Fei did not retreat. He raised his hand and flicked the sword. With a loud buzz, the sword light collapsed. I'm very interested in the angel in your body. You can forget about it. Lin Fei suddenly raised his hand, and the endless sea of blood instantly shrouded over, breaking through the power of the holy light. Under Irina's shocked gaze, Lin Fei instantly imprisoned Irina. Get out. The holy aura in Irina's body suddenly changed, and the 4-winged angel that had entered her body was forcibly pulled out. It kept struggling but still could not break free. Chapter 42:25. P.S. First update today, second update will resume tomorrow. He's been caught. He's been caught. The 4-winged angel has actually been caught. The white-haired middle-aged man sat on the ground, paralyzed. His face was filled with endless fear. He had never heard anyone say that a summoned 4-winged angel could be captured by someone else. Elena's face was filled with shock. Her originally dense energy disappeared in an instant, and she fell from the clouds. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. The 4-winged angel I summoned was caught. Elena was in a daze. The 4-winged angel caught by Lin Fei kept struggling and turned into an illusory angel. The angel's eyes were cold and incomparably holy. A jingguang shot out from his eyes. This jingguang contained a terrifying purifying energy. It also contained an aura that made souls fear. Lin Fei snorted and slapped down with his palm. That purifying power instantly crumbled. The 4-winged angel's essence, energy, and spirit changed greatly. You still dare to struggle? It's just an illusory will. Who gave you the courage? Lin Fei raised his hand and flicked the 4-winged angel 3 times in a row. Each time, it hit the 4-winged angel. It looked like 3 light hits, but to this illusory 4-winged angel, it was nothing more than a disaster. The 4-winged angel's body trembled and it seemed to shrink. Your 4-winged angel is too weak. Seeing that you have dense energy, I can do something. Lin Fei laughed lightly. He grabbed with 5 fingers and crushed the 4-winged angel. The remaining pure energy was like a stream of light, entering Viscount Mike's body. After receiving the energy of the 4-winged angel, the heavily injured Viscount Mike's face recovered instantly. His face became rosy and he cried out in surprise. I broke through, I finally broke through. It turned out that Viscount Mike actually broke through at this moment. First, he broke through from the Viscount realm to the Count realm. Then he instantly broke through to the Marquis realm. He only stopped when he reached the peak of the Marquis realm. Ha ha ha, I finally became a Marquis. I'm no longer that Viscount. Marquis Mike was overjoyed. Suddenly, a hand slapped the Marquis and sent him flying. "Shut up and stand there obediently." With a single slap, the Marquis was sent flying like an ant, crashing into the wall. After landing, Marquis McManry crawled up, but there was no anger on his face. Instead, he was respectful. At this moment, he looked at Lin Fei with eyes full of worship. Han Sen had never expected his power to increase in such a way. In the blink of an eye, he absorbed the four-winged angel's essence and became a Marquis. This was something that Mike had never dared to think about in his life. Now there was no longer any hatred in his heart. There was only worship and fear. Even if he was a Marquis, he would still be slapped away. Killing him would be as easy as flipping a hand. "You shameless bastard. How dare you refine Lord Angel? You are courting death." Irina's eyes were filled with coldness and fear. There was also a trace of nervousness and trembling in her words. That was the great four-winged angel, but it was completely destroyed in front of this young man. The remaining energy even raised Viscount Mike to the level of a Marquis. It could be said that he had reached the heavens in a single step. Irina had never seen such an arrogant guy. As soon as he finished speaking, Irina felt a surge of power greet her. She instantly smashed to the ground and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. "You are just a saintess in training. Don't think that I won't hit women just because I am a man. You can only say that you are lucky. Otherwise, you would be a pile of rotten meat now," Lin Fei said calmly. "Seeing that I am in a good mood today, hurry up and get lost." This was the first time Irina had been disregarded like this. However, she couldn't refute him. He was so ridiculously powerful that even the four-winged angel was caught. The power that was clearly compatible with her body was taken away just like that. The white-haired middle-aged man struggled to get up. He came to Irina's side and helped her up. "Saintess, let's leave immediately. If we don't leave now, I am afraid we won't be able to get out of here." The white-haired middle-aged man saw through things more clearly than anyone else. Even if this man didn't kill them, the Blood Clan would definitely not miss such an opportunity to kill all of them. "I will remember you. Irina will definitely come and find you again." Although Irina was afraid of him, her gaze became very determined. She must kill this Asian young man in front of her. Lin Fei said calmly, "Remember, the next time you come, you must summon a powerful angel. A four-winged angel is still too weak. No matter what, you must summon an 8-winged or 12-winged angel." Irina almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Summoning a four-winged angel almost cost her her life. Her vitality was greatly damaged, let alone an 8-winged angel or a 12-winged angel. Marquis Mike kept staring at Irina as she left with the white-haired middle-aged man. In fact, he really wanted to make a move, but he didn't have any guts because that young man was more terrifying than he imagined. After the two of them left completely, Marquis Mike knelt in front of Lin Fei with a plop. "My lord, from now on I, Mike, am your man. If you want me to go east, I will never dare to go west. If you want me to kill someone, I will kill them. You are my lord forever." Mike had joined the Dark Church for so long, but his strength hadn't improved much. But it was this young man who easily made his strength improve by leaps and bounds. He felt like he was dreaming. Compared to this, the Dark Church was nothing. As for how to choose, Mike knew how to make a choice better than anyone else. Lin Fei sat down and looked at Marquis Mike condescendingly. "You are quite smart. You know how to make a choice. Otherwise, I really don't mind killing you with one palm." Marquis Mike broke out in cold sweat. He admired his own cleverness and kowtowed again and again. "Great master, it was you who promoted me from Viscount to Marquis and let me see hope. I'm willing to follow a powerhouse like you. I ask master to take me in so that I can be at your service." Marquis Mike didn't dare to raise his head. His heart was trembling. As long as he could curry favor with him, he might have a chance to become a Grand Duke in the future. Chapter 42-26. Lin Fei's original intention was to kill Mike, but after a series of events, he changed his mind. Leaving a nail in the Western world seemed to be a pretty good thing. The most important thing was that Irina had done a good deed. Lin Fei had the opportunity to promote Mike from Viscount to Marquis in one fell swoop. It might be difficult for others, but in the eyes of Lin Fei, this matter was very simple and easy to accomplish. There was no need to do anything to Marquis Mike. This Marquis Mike had already thoroughly regarded Lin Fei as his new master and abandoned the Dark Church. After all, he had followed the Dark Church for such a long time. Apart from completing all kinds of missions, his own strength didn't improve in any way. If there was no accident, he would at most cultivate to the level of Count in his lifetime. Being able to cultivate to the level of Marquis was already his good luck. But now, in the blink of an eye, he had become a great expert of Marquis. He was only a step away from becoming a Duke of the Dark Church. Just thinking about it made him ecstatic. Mike knew that following this Chinese talent in front of him was his only chance. Even reaching the level of Grand Duke of the Dark Church wouldn't be difficult. Whatever Lin Fei asked, Mike answered. Not only did he say what he knew, he also said some things that he had heard through hearsay. He simply didn't dare to omit anything. After a while, Lin Fei had a comprehensive understanding of the Dark Church. It could be said that his understanding was more detailed than anyone else's. It seems that your Dark Church is quite big. Experts are as common as clouds. You even have experts of Grand Duke level. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes as if he was thinking about something. According to Mike, above Marquis was Duke. Duke should be an expert of Xiantian Great Perfection level. Above Duke there was another level, and that was Grand Duke. Every Grand Duke was an existence that had broken through to Qi refining realm and could contend against the angels of the Light Church. Then do you know if there is such a place in England? Lin Fei suddenly remembered something. I remember it was called the Mythical Mountain. No, it should be the Divine Mountain. It should have been in England for quite a long time. It even has some history. Mike lowered his head. When he heard this, he quickly searched his mind. But after a moment, his eyes revealed a trace of fear. He carefully said, Master, could this sacred mountain be the one that the Radiant Church is currently occupying? As far as I can remember, this is the only place that is called the Divine Mountain. You won't be able to find another sacred mountain in all of England. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Are you sure there's only one sacred mountain in England? It just so happens that it's occupied by the Radiant Church. Marquis Mike nodded. There's only one sacred mountain in England. I heard that it was left behind a long time ago. Now it's the second branch of the Radiant Church. However, even the second branch still has experts overseeing it. It's said that they can summon a great 12-winged angel. Therefore, the sacred mountain has always been incomparably sacred. No one has been able to ascend it. For us vampires, once we get close to the sacred mountain, we'll be attacked by the sacred aura within 100 miles. After Lin Fei asked a few more questions, he realized that the sacred mountain really did fall into the hands of the Radiant Church. He couldn't help but make a few guesses. Could it be that the Radiant Church is also aware of the existence of the giant lizard? Lin Fei suppressed the thoughts in his mind. He decided to take one step at a time. If worst comes to worst, I'll personally go to the sacred mountain. Master, could it be that you are interested in the treasures of the God Mountain? I heard that it is just a rumor spread by the God Mountain to the outside world. There are no treasures on the God Mountain. Mike seemed to have thought of something and said in a low voice. Lin Fei raised his eyelids and said, What? Could it be that there's news about the treasure on the sacred mountain? Mike nodded. A long time ago, there was indeed news about the treasure on the sacred mountain. Our vampires also sent a lot of experts, but they were ambushed by the experts of the Radiant Church on the sacred mountain. Our vitality was greatly damaged, so much so that our church hasn't been able to recover even after all these years. Lin Fei was a little interested in the Dark Church. Then what good things does your Dark Church have? Mike said, Our Dark Church should have a treasure. I heard that it's in the headquarters of the Dark Church. It is said that it's a powerful magic tool that is used to fight against the sacred tool of the Radiant Church. And this magic tool is in the hands of the Dark Church's leader. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in these things. Apart from this magic tool, is there anything else? I heard a friend say that the headquarters of the Dark Church has a dark demon dragon, but I don't know if it's true or not. It is said that if an expert wants to become a Grand Duke, they must obtain the blood of the dark demon dragon. But this secret has never been recognized, so we marquises are not qualified to know about it. It is said that only marquises can know about it. Lin Fei's eyes brightened. Your Dark Church has a dark demon dragon? That is very rare. You are now a marquis, so you can go and ask around. You can also expand your influence. Maybe I will have something for you to do. Mike respectfully said, Master, don't worry. Now that I have the strength of a marquis, I am qualified to join the core level of the Dark Church. When that time comes, Master can do anything you want. I don't want to hear about what happened tonight. You should know that, Lin Fei said, then turned around and left the castle. From beginning to end, Mike was respectful and adoring, with a hint of rapturous joy. You pieces of trash, get up. You can't even stop the people of the Radiant Church. What use do you have? Marquis Mike's eyes were cold as he looked at the 5 vampires. They were so scared that they shivered and knelt in front of him. Lin Fei left the castle and sensed that Irina and the white-haired middle-aged man had disappeared. Their aura was getting farther and farther away from him. They should be afraid, so they went back to their headquarters. I hope you can send more experts. Lin Fei quietly returned to his hotel as if nothing had happened. There was no news about what happened in the castle. Everything was calm. But for Irina and the white-haired middle-aged man, this trip was like walking on the edge of death. Miao Shu House. Chapter 42-27. The appointed day was getting closer and closer. On the other hand, Lin Fei's side was quite free. Mike broke through from Viscount to Marquis. He immediately reported the news to the Dark Church, causing a huge uproar in the Dark Church. After all, everyone knew that Mike was just a Viscount. Even if he broke through again, he would at most reach the Count level. But now, in the blink of an eye, he had become a Marquis. This really shocked the experts of the Dark Church. Many of them who looked down on Mike were dumbfounded. Everyone knew that Mike was about to step into the core of the Dark Church in one fell swoop. Mike's breakthrough quickly gained the approval of the Dark Church, who let Mike be a veteran and also a person with a clean identity. It was very normal for him to rise to the top. After entering the core of the Dark Church, all the secrets that outsiders didn't know were all revealed to Mike. Mike also immediately sent this information to Lin Fei. Unknowingly, Lin Fei had a deeper understanding of the Dark Church. For example, he confirmed that the Sacred Mountain had indeed been occupied by the Light Church. And before that, the Sacred Mountain had always belonged to the Dark Church, but they were no match for the Light Church. This also made Lin Fei even more certain that the Big Lizard should be sealed under the Sacred Mountain. As for whether the people of the Light Church had discovered it or not, that was another matter. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to make his move. As long as he found the location of the Sacred Mountain, the rest would be simple. At worst, he would just have to go to the Sacred Mountain. Even if the Light Church could summon a 12-winged angel, so what? At that time, Lin Fei would be able to cultivate a Grand Duke-level expert. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. In this half a month, Lin Fei lived a leisurely and carefree life. Yang Liushi, who was studying abroad, would look for Lin Fei when she had nothing to do. Acting as a local guide, they practically toured the entire city. One morning, someone knocked on the door of Lin Fei's hotel room. Lin Fei knew that Yi Zixuan and the others had arrived. After opening the door, he saw an Asian man. This man took out an envelope and handed it to Lin Fei before turning around and leaving. Lin Fei opened the envelope. The envelope contained only a piece of white paper and an address. These days, Lin Fei also had an impression of this place. He immediately knew the approximate location of the address. It was quite far away. He furrowed his brows slightly, then relaxed. I never thought that Yi Zixuan's target would actually be this place. Looks like it's really quite a coincidence. However, Yi Zixuan is also quite bold. She actually dared to make a move against them. Isn't she afraid of being hunted down in the Western world? Lin Fei laughed out loud. He simply packed up and went out. Beyond England there were mountains. There was a huge castle on the side of the mountain. It was 3 days' journey from the center of England. Lin Fei got himself a car and unhurriedly rushed to the location written on the letter. They should be in the town up ahead. There was a small town in front of the mountain. The town didn't seem big. However, Lin Fei could smell a different aura from the town. It was a sacred aura that he was very familiar with. Outside the town, he could vaguely see a huge castle standing on top of a tall mountain. This mountain was a little unusual. It was a triangular mountain. The top part of it seemed to have been flattened by an external force. A palace was built on top of it. It was vaguely visible among the lingering clouds. Lin Fei retracted his gaze after taking a few glances. He drove to the town and finally walked into a small bar. The bar was very quiet. He could smell the mellow aroma of alcohol. One of the people inside raised his glass and slapped the table with his left hand. A glass flew slowly towards Lin Fei. Try the alcohol here. It's pretty good. It's a local taste that you can't get anywhere else. The person who spoke to Lin Fei was Shui Xiaotian. He had changed a lot since the last time they met. The aura on his body was a lot stronger. At the same time, there were a few more wounds on his body. Lin Fei took the glass and saw that it was filled with beer. Lin Fei smiled and drank a few mouthfuls. The taste is really good. He sat down beside Shui Xiaotian. He didn't see anyone else. Where are Saintess Yi and the others? Shui Xiaotian chuckled. Who knows? Yi Zixuan isn't an ordinary person. She might be plotting something. In any case, it doesn't matter to me. Lin Fei sat down and put the glass on the table. Was this the place Yi Zixuan picked? Or is it the Radiant Church behind us? There was no one in the bar. It was obvious that Shui Xiaotian had killed them. Lin Fei naturally wasn't afraid of others finding out. Shui Xiaotian nodded. It should be the Radiant Church. I also admire Yi Zixuan's courage. If it was an ordinary person they wouldn't have dared to come. However, it's the Radiant Church. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Lin Fei didn't see a single trace of panic from Xue Xiaotian. All he saw was a trace of excitement, a trace of excitement. This guy was no different from a lunatic. No wonder Yi Zixuan would look for Xue Xiaotian. Lin Fei didn't get much information from Xue Xiaotian. Therefore he didn't say anything else. He just silently tasted the beer in his hand. He had to admit that the taste of the beer brewed here was pretty good. It was strong yet mild. It was a genuine local product. After a dozen minutes, another figure walked in. This person was Fan Tianxue from the Ghost Sect. This guy was dressed in black like a cloak. His face was paler than before, but his aura had become a lot stronger. After Fan Tianxue came in, he glanced at Xue Xiaotian and Lin Fei. Then he casually found a seat and sat down. Not long after Fan Tianxue arrived, Luo Yong also entered the bar. The last one was Yi Zixuan. As soon as Sanctus Yi arrived, Xue Xiaotian said, "Sanctus Yi, you really know how to pick a good place. The Radiant Church is just a few dozen miles away. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I say, isn't this too risky?" Yi Zixuan was dressed like a fashionable girl. There wasn't a trace of a warrior's aura on her. As the saying goes, fortune is found in danger. You are all outstanding geniuses. I think you definitely won't be afraid of the Radiant Church. I have already investigated. The Divine Dragon Key is in the Radiant Church's branch. As long as we act carefully, we won't be discovered. Moreover, with the 5 of us working together, we can even kill a Xiantian realm expert, Yi Zixuan said. Miao Shu House. Chapter 42-28. At first, Lin Fei thought that they would be going to a very far place. For example, a deep mountain forest or an island. But he didn't expect it to be closer than he imagined. Especially after listening to Yi Zixuan's words about the Radiant Church's branch, he realized that the Radiant Church was somewhat different from the rumors. Lin Fei already knew a lot about the Radiant Church's branch from Mike. Combined with Yi Zixuan's information, he was able to confirm his guess. The Radiant Church's branch was more dangerous than he had imagined. This was because a huge lizard was being suppressed at the bottom of the mountain. Lin Fei believed that outsiders should not know about this. As for those who knew about it, they were either old or dead. At the very least, the people in front of him wouldn't know about it. I've already explained it to everyone. As for the remaining matters, I think everyone should know what to do. Yi Zixuan handed over the information to everyone. If anyone still has any doubts, feel free to tell me. After all, we're going to a branch of the Church of Light this time, not some other place where we can meet experts of the Church of Light if we're not careful. Xue Xiaotian was the first to speak. I don't have any objections. Being able to fight with the angels of the Radiant Church is also a kind of experience. Fan Tianxue said gloomily, I also don't have any problems. I just want to confirm that the Radiant Church's branch has the Dragon Key as well as the rumored God Water of Life. I don't want to be chased by the Radiant Church if we don't get anything. Yi Zixuan chuckled. I have people from the Radiant Church's branch here. I've already investigated everything. The Dragon Key is in their treasury. As for the God Water of Life, it's underground. With our strength and the help of our spies, we can naturally obtain the God Water of Life. As for the danger, it's not as dangerous as everyone thinks. The Radiant Church's branch doesn't have many experts. I heard that they all went out on missions. Currently, the Radiant Church's branch doesn't have many experts. The sect leader is a Xiantian realm expert, but that person has already gone into seclusion, so there's no need to worry. After Yi Zixuan said this, Fan Tianxue didn't say anything. Luo Yong also faintly said, I have no opinion, but if we really encounter any danger, I won't help you resist the enemy. Let's escape first. Don't blame me for not helping you at that time. Everyone nodded. If they were to encounter such a situation, they would naturally flee for their lives. As for helping, it was better to forget about it. If they lost their lives, they wouldn't even have the chance to regret it. Since no one has any objections, neither do I, Lin Fei said with a smile. Anyway, I'm quite interested in the branch of the Church of Light. This time I can go up the mountain and have a look. It can also solve one of my thoughts. Yi Zixuan naturally did not hear the meaning in Lin Fei's words. Alright, let's set off now. Yi Zixuan was an urgent person. She did not wish to waste any more time on this matter. She wanted to get the Divine Dragon Key first. Out of the bar. The group left the small town and ran along the winding mountain path towards the mountain. Yi Zixuan seemed to be very familiar with this place. She avoided the hidden sentries and high-tech surveillance equipment along the way and unknowingly arrived at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of this mountain, they could feel the holy aura of the Church of Light. Their thoughts became uncomfortable. Everyone, don't worry, this is just an array formation left behind by the Radiant Church's branch. This area is filled with a sacred aura, but it is nothing to us martial artists. They only used it to guard against the vampires. Yi Zixuan made a gesture and everyone stopped. Shui Xiaotian said, "It doesn't matter if you're a warrior, but my cultivation method is opposing this holy aura. I'm sure I'll feel even more uncomfortable than you." Fan Tianxue was the same. He frowned slightly. He did not say much. His gaze was ice-cold as if he was thinking about something. "Everyone follow me in a moment. There are a total of 5 hidden sentries around this mountain. If we're not careful, we'll be discovered by them. At that time, we'll have to face the experts of the Church of Light. Although these experts aren't very strong, there are many ants. It'll be hard to deal with them. Everyone should understand." Yi Zixuan, the saintess, also had a dignified expression. Everyone was a warrior, so they could naturally feel the abnormality of this mountain. The one who felt it the most was none other than Lin Fei. The moment he got close to the mountain, he sensed a dangerous aura. Of course, Lin Fei was the only one who could detect this dangerous aura. Sure enough, what Danding Gate said is true. There is indeed a big lizard below. However, this big lizard seems to be more powerful than I imagined. It seems the Church of Light knows about the existence of this big lizard, but they couldn't do anything to it for a while. Their real purpose should be to tame this big lizard. After all, such a big lizard is very powerful. It will definitely be a great help to the Church of Light. At the same time, it can also slap the face of the Dark Church. Lin Fei instantly figured out the reason why the branch of the Church of Light was located here. Fortunately I came. If I came later, this big lizard would have been controlled by the Church of Light. At that time, it would be somewhat troublesome to snatch it. Lin Fei was a person who hated trouble. At the same time, he realized that the branch of the Church of Light was more dangerous than he imagined. Yi Zixuan shouldn't have any specific information. She might have been tricked. Lin Fei also wasn't a good person, so he naturally didn't feel like saying anything to Yi Zixuan. Although Yi Zixuan and the god of war Yi Xian were related, Yi Xian's strength was just that, so Lin Fei didn't take it seriously. There were 5 hidden sentries inside and outside the mountain. Yi Zixuan carefully led everyone to break through. If not for Yi Zixuan leading the way, they really wouldn't have been able to avoid these hidden sentries. Maybe they would have already been discovered. At this time, they had already arrived at the halfway point of the mountain. There was a small path that led straight to the top of the mountain. As for climbing up from the outside, it was simply impossible because the branch of the Church of Light had left behind all kinds of means. Half an hour later, they finally reached the peak from the halfway point of the mountain. After reaching the peak, they discovered that the peak was much bigger than they had imagined. The buildings were connected together just like a small town. "China's Saintess Yi Zixuan, as well as you proud sons of heaven, I have been waiting for you for a long time." A loud crashing sound resounded. A splendid light spread out, instantly enveloping the peak as if it was daytime. Chapter 42:29. The moment the light shone. Everyone's expressions, including Yi Zixuan's, changed greatly, because this scene caught them somewhat unprepared. Lin Fei was the only one who sensed it in advance. "Yi Zixuan, how are you going to explain this?" Shui Xiaotian said coldly. His entire body was filled with vigilance. "This time, we have become fish on the chopping board." Fan Tianshui's gaze grew even colder. Yi Zixuan was also confused. She had made arrangements in advance to catch the other party off guard so that she could snatch the divine dragon key away. It would be perfect if he could snatch some of the divine water of life as well. However, the scene before him seemed to be a little different from what he had expected. There was a bang. A figure fell heavily to the ground. "Saintess Yi, you can't be blamed for this matter. It can only be said that the person you bribed was seen through by me, so I laid a big net and waited for you to take the bait. Now it seems that it's not bad. 5 big fish, if I take you down, maybe I can bite a piece of meat from the hands of the forces behind you." A figure walked out. It was a Caucasian man. He was about 2 meters tall and was wearing the attire of a priest. There were many people following behind him. Yi Zixuan immediately recognized the person on the ground. It was the spy she had arranged. They had cultivated this person for a long time, but they didn't expect him to be seen through just like that. "Hierarch Felix, aren't you in seclusion? You didn't? It seems like I've underestimated you." Yi Zixuan's gaze only paused on that person for a moment before immediately landing on the tall Caucasian. His expression turned solemn with a hint of anticipation. Because this person was the head of the Church of Light's branch. Lord Philip. Felix was the leader of the Light Church's branch. His strength was valiant and could be described as unfathomable. With him overseeing this branch, the Dark Church had been suppressed and didn't dare to move. It could be said that he had made great contributions. When Yi Zixuan called out his name, Xue Xiaotian, Fan Tianxue and the others' faces changed. They knew a little about the experts in the Western world. Felix, for example, was an expert amongst experts. He personally oversaw the branch of the Church of Light and possessed a sacred artifact. He was not to be underestimated. This is bad. I didn't think that Felix would not be in cultivation retreat. It'll be troublesome for us to leave, Xue Xiaotian said in a hushed tone. If only I had known that Felix was here, I wouldn't have come. Although these people were very strong, Felix's name was equivalent to the shadow of a tree. In the Western world he was a peak existence. It would be strange if they didn't fear him. Felix's gaze swept across the 5 people, feeling extremely satisfied. These were 5 big fish, and if he could capture them he would be able to eat a big piece of meat. Where else could he find such a good thing? At the same time he could also use this to deter the Chinese powers, warning them that the Western world wasn't a place that just anyone could barge into. However, the pretty face of the figure standing behind Felix changed slightly. A trace of panic flashed across her eyes, but she quickly returned to normal. This person was none other than Irina, the saintess in training. Ever since she had returned that day, Irina had sent people to investigate Lin Fei's information. In a short amount of time she had obtained some results. However, Irina didn't really approve of the information. In reality, Lin Fei seemed to be even more terrifying than what was written in the information. She had even summoned the 4-winged angel, and he had single-handedly raised Mike from the Viscount realm to the Marquis realm. If Irina hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Not much time had passed and now Lin Fei had come to the Church of Light's branch. How dare he come? Even if he is very strong, can he be stronger than the Church of Light? This is the Church of Light. Irina quickly got rid of the panic in her heart and calmed down. Her eyes became more spirited as she stared at Lin Fei. When Irina saw Lin Fei also saw her. In fact, when he had been going up the mountain, he had already felt Irina and the white-haired middle-aged man's auras. Saintess Yi, I feel that since it's rare for you to come to the Western world and to the Church of Light, you should stay here for a while. The scenery in the Western world is quite good, and everyone is very enthusiastic. Felix smiled. Yi Zixuan said, what if I leave? No matter how good the Western world is, I feel that it's not as good as the Eastern world. Felix said lightly, that's not up to you. In the Church of Light if I say 2 no one dares to say 1. If you don't believe me you can try. Yi Zixuan's face looked calm, but she was panicking in her heart. Although their combined strength could suppress a Xiantian expert, this Archbishop Felix was different. For Felix to be able to oversee the Church of Light's branch, his strength was naturally unfathomable. Originally Yi Zixuan didn't care much about this Archbishop. From the information she had gathered, she knew that this church leader had been in closed-door cultivation, trying to break through a bottleneck. Only then did Yi Zixuan dare to come to the Church of Light. Now that Felix was here things were different. Moreover, the surroundings seemed to have activated a radiant formation. The holy aura was constantly affecting their minds. Everyone, I'm really sorry. I didn't think that because of my mistake, everyone would be trapped here. Yi Zixuan transmitted her voice to everyone. Right now we only have one chance and that is to take advantage of the chaos to leave. We can only delay the matter of obtaining the Divine Dragon Key for the time being. At this time, unless they left the Church of Light, they could forget about going to the Divine Dragon secret domain. Xue Xiaotian rolled his eyes. Let's talk about it after we leave this place alive. I would rather fall into the hands of the Dark Church than the Church of Light. Who doesn't know that the people of the Church of Light are a bunch of lunatics? Whoosh. In an instant Xue Xiaotian turned into a streak of blood light and rushed out. Fan Tianshua's movement was also very fast. He punched out, creating countless bloody shadows that enveloped the experts of the other side. At the same time he retreated. Luo Yong roared. His entire body became incomparably huge like a small mountain. The aura on his body also became fiercer. With a stomp of his foot he was sent flying. Yi Zixuan inwardly cursed the 3 of them for acting so fast. They actually left her behind. She stretched out her hand and took out her trump card from her waist. A black ball. She threw it towards them. Bang. A black fog instantly pervaded the air. Yi Zixuan grabbed the black fog and quickly retreated. Lin Fei was the slowest one. I thought that Yi Zixuan and the others would fight against the great sect master. But now it seems that these fellows don't have much courage. When they came they were so arrogant. But now it seems that they are only SOSO. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Their combat power was lacking. Lin Fei, since you have come to our Church of Light, you don't need to leave. Elena had long been suppressing her anger. Now she finally had the chance to vent it. Bookseller's house. Chapter 42:30. When Irina saw that Lin Fei did not leave, she immediately became excited. She finally had a chance to capture this guy. If it was somewhere else, she might not be able to do anything. However, this was the Radiant Church's branch and all the experts were gathered here. Irina did not believe that Lin Fei would be able to escape from here. Flying out. Archbishop Felix was very surprised. It was rare to see such an expression on Irina's face. Could it be that this kid had an extraordinary background? Holy Maiden Irina, do you know this Chinese kid? Archbishop Felix had some understanding of the younger generation of Chinese experts. However, he did not know much about this kid. At first glance, he felt that he was a stranger. Archbishop Felix had a very high opinion of Irina. Although Irina was only one of the Holy Maiden candidates, her potential was limitless. She had made many contributions to the Radiant Church, and in the future she would be able to fight for the position of Holy Maiden. Archbishop Felix noticed the killing intent in Irina's eyes. It was evident that this Chinese young man knew Irina. Although they knew each other, Irina's emotions did not seem to be quite right. Archbishop, this person is the Lin Fei I told you about. I had already taken down Viscount Mike, but because of this person, everything collapsed. Even my four-winged angel fell. Irina said with a face full of hatred. Archbishop Felix finally understood what was going on. He had heard of this matter before. He knew that Irina had suffered a loss at the hands of an expert, but he did not expect that expert to be this young man in front of him. If it was not for Irina gnashing her teeth, it would be hard to believe that this was done by this guy. Archbishop Felix coldly snorted, "You guys go chase after those fellows. Leave this guy for Irina to deal with. Remember, those people must be captured alive. If they are killed, it will be hard to explain." The Radiant Church was very powerful. They were fearless in the Western world and were extremely powerful. However, they were still afraid of the Far East. He did not wish for any accidents to happen because of these few youngsters. If those antiques from the Far East came to take revenge, it would not be good for the Radiant Church. If things went wrong, they might even suffer a great loss. One figure after another flew away. More than half of the experts who had been following Archbishop Felix had left. The rest of them locked their gazes on Lin Fei. It seemed that as long as Lin Fei made a move, they would immediately capture him. Irina, you women are so narrow-minded. I let you go back then and now you want to get someone to capture me? You're not good. My mother was right, all beautiful women are liars, Lin Fei said seriously. You're right, all beautiful women are liars. A hint of displeasure appeared on Irina's face. You still dare to talk glibly in the Church of Light? See if I don't tear your mouth apart. Whoosh. Holy light appeared behind Irina. She reached out and a long whip appeared in her hand. She then lashed it at Lin Fei. Bang bang bang. After the whip lashed out, it instantly turned into countless shadows enveloping Lin Fei. After suffering a loss last time, Irina had secretly pondered over this attack before coming up with this attack. You're quite smart to think of a way to deal with me. However, this method won't work. Lin Fei smiled faintly. When the whip shadows were about to reach Lin Fei, they were blocked by an invisible force. No matter how Irina attacked, she was still unable to get close to Lin Fei. Alina attacked fiercely, but in the end, it was all in vain. She couldn't even touch her opponent's clothes. This was hard for Irina to accept. See, I said that your strength is lacking. You can't even break through my defense. What makes you think you can catch me? Even if I were here, you would only be able to stare at me. Lin Fei smiled faintly. However, for Irina, even though she had used all her methods, it was still useless. Instead, her face was flushed red to the point where she could barely hold on. She was a candidate for the Saintess of the Church of Light. Every time she did something, she would be decisive and not sloppy. However, with Lin Fei she had encountered a setback. Why don't you summon another four-winged angel? Maybe that four-winged angel will be able to injure me. Lin Fei smiled. It would have been fine if she hadn't mentioned anything else, but the mention of the four-winged angel made her feel terrible. Shut up. You still dare to say that? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost a four-winged angel. At the thought of this, Irina felt aggrieved. The Church of Light had so many candidates for the Saintess, but she was the only one who lost a four-winged angel. Irina didn't know how to go back and explain it. When the time came, she would inevitably be scolded. Perhaps those saintess in training would kick her when she was down, and all of this was caused by Lin Fei. Isn't it just a four-winged angel? Even if it's gone, I can still summon more. What's wrong with that? You can't say that there's a limit to the number of four-winged angels, right? Irina's face turned pale and her eyes were filled with tears. It seemed like they would fall at any moment. Archbishop Felix, who had been watching from the side, had a slightly gloomy expression. The few of you, go and have a taste of this kid's methods. Swish, swish, swish. The experts behind Archbishop Felix all followed Irina. They were all wielding great swords that glittered with a cold light. With one look, one could tell that they weren't ordinary weapons. Saintess Irina, don't be discouraged. This person is in our Church of Light. Naturally, he won't be able to escape our clutches. Later, I will personally take him down and hand him over to you. Only then did Irina feel much better. The number one expert of the Church of Light's branch was Archbishop Felix. No one knew exactly how strong Archbishop Felix was. However, everyone who had fought with Archbishop Felix had all been defeated. Some died, while the rest were imprisoned in the Church of Light's dungeon, suffering so much that they wished they were dead. Thank you for your concern, Archbishop. The experts who had attacked were indeed very powerful. When they joined forces, they were actually able to shake the void. Every one of them actually had the strength of a Xiantian realm expert. However, their methods were still unable to break through Lin Fei's defenses. No matter how they attacked, Lin Fei's defenses were as solid as a mountain and as immovable as a boulder. Put in more effort, don't stop. At least let me experience the methods of your Church of Light. When I get out of here, I will be able to talk to everyone and see how they feel about the Church of Light. This can be considered as a free advertisement for you. Don't worry, I won't charge you. Lin Fei laughed. These words undoubtedly provoked the experts. Chapter 42:31. The methods of the Radiant Church were actually very simple. Among them, the greatest deterrent was the Holy Light. The power of the Holy Light contained the power of purification. It had a strong killing effect on dark creatures like the vampires. When they fought, their strength would often be suppressed by 30 to 40%. As time went by, they were naturally not a match for the Radiant Church. The methods of these people were useless against Lin Fei. Now they could only bitterly search for a way to break Lin Fei's defense. However, how could Lin Fei's defense be so easily broken? No matter how they attacked, it was still the same. In any case, they just couldn't break this layer of defense. Helplessness appeared on their faces. This was the first time they encountered such a powerful opponent. Even they couldn't break this layer of defense. One could only imagine how terrifying this layer of defense was. I think you guys should just summon the angels. I personally prefer to fight with angels. It doesn't matter if it's a four-winged angel, six-winged angel, or eight-winged angel. As long as it's an angel, it's fine. Lin Fei smiled and said to them. The experts of the Radiant Church almost fainted from anger. Hateful guy, we will definitely tear your defense apart and take you down on the spot. In the Radiant Church, who didn't know that it wasn't easy to summon an angel? It required the recognition of the Radiant Church. If they could summon an angel, their status would be incomparable to their current status. Then why would they need to gang up on a Chinese kid? Lin Fei's words were like a slap to their faces. It was so painful. Of course, this had also attracted a lot of hatred. As a result, their methods became even more violent and all kinds of moves emerged one after another. Alright, you guys can retreat. This person isn't someone you can deal with. Archbishop Felix's complexion was somewhat unsightly. These experts were the top experts of the Radiant Church's branch. If they joined hands, even if a Duke of the Dark Church came, they would still be able to severely injure him. Mysterious East, mysterious expert. May I know who your master is? To be able to nurture an expert like you, I think your master isn't a nobody. Maybe I even know him. Archbishop Felix couldn't see through this Chinese kid for a moment. With such strength, even if he were to make a move himself, it would still take him some time to break this layer of defense. It was hard to imagine that the other party was so young. Lin Fei chuckled, I'm sorry, but you don't have the right to know about my master unless you defeat me first. Are you ready to go down? If that's the case, make your move as soon as possible. After beating you up, I'm preparing to deal with this little Yangpi. When Irina heard him call her little Yangpi, although she didn't know what it meant, she more or less knew that it was definitely a curse. Archbishop Felix had indeed decided to personally take the field. If he didn't step in, no one present would be able to stop Lin Fei. I am a person who is eager to hunt. It is not easy for me to encounter an expert like you. Thus, I have decided to exchange a few blows with you. After all, it has been a long time since I last fought. Those people are not worthy of me fighting. Only you are qualified, Archbishop Felix said calmly, a look of admiration on his face. Among the younger generation in the West, there were not many experts like Lin Fei. Archbishop Felix finally understood why this person was the only one who remained calm when the expressions of those Chinese experts changed. Clearly he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Your strength is indeed not bad. I feel that it would be better for you to summon an angel. With your strength, I believe that you should be able to summon a 10-winged angel or a 12-winged angel. That would make the fight more interesting. Lin Fei said seriously, otherwise, dealing with you would be no different from dealing with an ant. Lin Fei, you are at death's door, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly to our archbishop. Later on I will definitely let you know what regret is. Irina said fiercely. Lin Fei agreed with these words, don't worry. Because of what you said, I won't kill you after I capture you. Instead I will teach you some tricks. I guarantee that you will be satisfied and will never forget them. As he spoke, Lin Fei revealed a set of white teeth and a smile spread across his face. When this smile fell into Irina's eyes, it was as though she had seen the smile of a demon. She felt uneasy all over. You dare. Irina didn't even have the confidence to speak. After all, she still hadn't forgotten what had happened a few days ago. In addition to the fact that the experts of the Radiant Church couldn't capture Lin Fei, she naturally had other thoughts. Irina, you must calm down. Even if Lin Fei is really strong, can he be stronger than the Archbishop? The Archbishop will definitely be able to capture Lin Fei. Irina kept encouraging herself in her heart. When the time comes, I must ruthlessly torture this Lin Fei and let him know that the consequences of speaking nonsense are extremely miserable. Holy storm. Archbishop Felix finally made his move. He took a step forward and punched out, causing a huge storm of holy light to form. This storm swept out and instantly enveloped Lin Fei. The Archbishop is indeed different from others when he makes his move. He indeed has the strength to oversee a branch of the Radiant Church. I have learned something new. The moment the holy storm appeared, Lin Fei was enveloped by it. This holy light was like a blade that continuously attacked Lin Fei's defense. Bang 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 bang. Loud sounds rang out continuously. This move displayed Archbishop Felix's valiant strength. If someone else had said this to Felix, they might have felt a sense of accomplishment. However, Felix was facing Lin Fei, and he could clearly sense that Lin Fei's defense was as solid as a mountain. Felix's holy storm was actually unable to tear apart Lin Fei's defense in an instant, giving Lin Fei a chance to speak. Seems like I have still underestimated this kid. He is even more powerful than I had imagined. If the younger generation of China were all experts like him, then our Western world would be in danger. Archbishop Felix's thoughts were far-sighted and thorough. Since the holy storm is unable to tear apart your defense, then what about this? Archbishop Felix coldly snorted. The holy storm soared into the sky and condensed into a huge war hammer. With a grab, it landed in Felix's hand. With the war hammer in hand, the void shook. Everyone could feel a dangerous aura. Hammer of holy light. With a loud rumble, the hammer smashed down. Felix did not believe that Lin Fei would dare to take it head-on. This was the power of holy light, and its might was several times stronger than the previous holy storm. It was a killer move. Miao Shu House. Chapter 4232. P.S. I've had a toothache all day, so I clenched my teeth and wrote a new chapter. Archbishop Philip's attack was indeed very ferocious. It could be said that anyone who encountered this move would treat it with caution. Archbishop Philip displayed his super powerful means as soon as he made a move. No matter who it was under this warhammer, they would either be injured or severely injured, losing their combat effectiveness. As soon as the warhammer slammed down, invisible ripples surged out in all directions. These ripples were condensed from the power of the holy light. They seemed peaceful, but in fact they were full of fierce and overbearing power. It spread out in circles, and it was tantamount to a testing method. Archbishop Philip also wanted to see how Lin Fei was going to resolve his attack. He used this move to deal with many experts. Every time he could basically defeat the opponent and even kill several on the spot. So he really wanted to know what level Lin Fei's strength had reached. After the ripples rushed out, they immediately impacted Lin Fei's body shield. Everyone heard a loud bang 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 sound. This sound kept on ringing, and it was very sharp, as if it was exploding in their hearts. The ripples' attack was the first round. The warhammer fiercely bombarded down. A looming figure of an archangel appeared in it. Lin Fei was still very calm in the face of the warhammer, and raised his hand to block it. His palm was not too big, and it met the warhammer head-on. A loud rumbling sound. Boundless power surged down. Lin Fei's surroundings were quickly attacked by the power, and large cracks exploded. The terrifying power instantly drowned Lin Fei in this warhammer. Archbishop Philip reached out and grabbed the air, and another warhammer slammed down. He knew that he would take advantage of the situation. If the first hammer was not enough, then the second one. It seemed that Lin Fei could not withstand the power of his two hammers. There was another loud rumbling sound. Only then did Archbishop Philip stop. There was a trace of pride in his expression, but his eyes kept falling within the range of the attack. Don't look at his casual use of the two warhammers, but in fact the consumption was very large. It was also the strongest method that the Archbishop could use without using the power of the Archangel. If it was someone else, Archbishop Philip might not do this, but the person in front of him was Lin Fei, who easily blocked the attack of the Light Church's experts. Archbishop Philip naturally had to be heavy-handed, otherwise how could he take down this Lin Fei? The dust gradually dispersed. A figure stood in the original place and did not move. His surroundings were full of potholes. But there was nothing under his feet. Lin Fei had a faint smile on his face. Archbishop, I told you your power is still lacking. It seems that you don't believe my words. In that case, I'll let you summon the Archangel yourself. A loud buzzing sound rang out. A tyrannical sword chi slashed down from the sky. This sword chi was at least 100 meters long. As it slashed down, everyone's expression changed greatly. Archbishop Philip roared, "Let's go!" At the same time he stepped on the ground and a huge holy light emerged, condensing into an archangel, blocking in front of him. Those experts of the Light Church were already pale with fear when facing this 100 meters long sword. Before the sword light arrived, all of them were frightened by it. With a loud boom, the huge sword light slashed down and directly exploded on the ground where they were. A huge crack ran through the front and back. Under the power of the sword, the experts of the Light Church were blown away one by one. After landing on the ground, their bodies were full of sword wounds. In that instant they were attacked by countless sword. They were full of holes and each of them was only left with breath. He can actually cast a 100 meters long sword. Irina, the Saintess candidate, was also blown away by the sword. At the critical moment she summoned the Archangel again, but this time the Archangel was destroyed by the sword as soon as it came out. Even her whole body was blown away and she was no longer the Saintess. Archbishop, what do you think of my sword slash? It's 100 meters long, not much inferior to your warhammer. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Now you should know that my words were not wrong. If you don't summon the Archangel, you are not my opponent. If you summon the Archangel, you still have the ability to fight. Archbishop Philip was smashed on the ground, and there was a big pit around him. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth and dyed his clothes red. Archbishop Philip now felt pain all over his body. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. He looked at Lin Fei not far away and his complexion kept changing. I didn't expect that your strength would be so tyrannical. Then I can't let you leave the Light Church. With a person like you, you will be the biggest enemy of our Light Church in the future. Archbishop Philip was shocked, but he also realized that he must kill this person on the spot. You want to see the Archangel, then I will do as you wish. Archbishop Philip coldly snorted, made a hand seal and quickly summoned the Archangel. In fact, he knew that if he didn't summon the Archangel, he would not be Lin Fei's opponent. No one in the entire Light Church could be his opponent. Only by summoning the Archangel would he have the ability to fight with the opponent. Although summoning the Archangel required a lot of price, Archbishop Philip had no other choice. The person in front of him must be killed. Once he killed this person, even if he had to pay some price, it was still quite worth it. A sacred light pillar shrouded from the sky and fell on the top of the Light Church's mountain. The light pillar was as bright as day. Archbishop Philip, you haven't summoned this lord for a long time. I remember it should be 3 years. I didn't expect you to summon me again. Who are you going to deal with this time? On the top of the Light Church's mountain, a 12-winged archangel appeared. Compared to the 12-winged archangel, the aura of the 8-winged archangel was completely different. One was like a small mountain, the other was like a huge mountain with the pressure of Mount Tai. As expected of an archbishop, you are indeed different. You can actually summon a 12-winged archangel with your own consciousness. Not bad, I am quite satisfied. Lin Fei smiled, very satisfied. Archbishop Philip lowered his head, his expression dignified and sacred. Lord Hart, he is a mysterious expert from the distant east. I am not his opponent, so I ask Lord Hart to take action and suppress him. Otherwise, this person will become a great threat to the Church of Light in the future, Archbishop Philip said. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 42-33. Archbishop Felix was very respectful towards Hart, not daring to utter a single word. The gaze of the great 12-winged angel called Hart suddenly turned cold, and he looked at Lin Fei, who was not far away. To be able to make Archbishop Felix say such words, you, a Chinese expert, should be proud. Seeing that your strength is not bad, I will send you to the heavens with my divine technique, so that you will know the power of our Western world's divine technique. Hart suddenly started chanting. God said, let there be light. God said, let there be darkness. Hence, darkness and light are both here. While Hart was chanting, all the light experts present could not help but prostrate on the ground. Their faces were filled with sincerity and holiness. Their earlier panic and uneasiness were replaced by incomparable holiness. Even Archbishop Felix's expression turned holy. At this moment, light suddenly rose from where Lin Fei was. It was as bright as day, so bright that almost everyone had to close their eyes. After the light, darkness appeared. It was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. It was like the entrance to hell. Light and darkness alternated. Everything happened very quickly. However, only a few people could see some clues from this. This was because the alternating light and darkness were filled with great terror, causing their hair to stand on end. They were even more sincere towards Lord Hart. Archbishop Felix kept staring at the place where darkness and light alternated. He thought to himself, with Lord Hart making a move, Lin Fei should be dead for sure. He will never know the power of a great 12-winged angel. It is not something that can be defeated by martial arts. This was because a great 12-winged angel had grasped a divine technique. With just a thought he could kill Lin Fei. Archbishop Felix had seen such a scene countless times. It had long since become a habit of his. Whenever he summoned a great 12-winged angel, the other party would definitely be killed due to their lack of strength. There had never been anyone who could survive in the hands of the great 12-winged angel Hart. Archbishop Felix, in the future, don't look for me for such trivial matters. It is too unchallenging. You can't even block my divine technique, and you still dare to barge into our Church of Light. I don't know what's wrong with your brain. Hart shot a cold glance at Archbishop Felix. Felix understands. I won't make such a small mistake again. Archbishop Felix lowered his head. As long as Lin Fei was killed by Hart, nothing else mattered. He had never seen anyone who could survive a divine technique. Lin Fei suffered the same result. Hey you, aren't you a little too full of yourself? You even called that a divine technique, but why do I feel like it's not that powerful? At this moment, a voice rang out with a hint of mockery in it. The original place had already turned into a pile of rubble. However, Lin Fei was still perfectly fine. He was still smiling, a faint smile on his face. But at this moment, when Archbishop Felix and the others saw that smile, they couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. They were in disbelief. It's impossible for you to survive a divine technique. That's a divine technique, a technique that only a god can use. It can kill someone from 1,000 miles away without leaving a trace. Archbishop Felix found it hard to accept. It was obvious that Lin Fei was only slightly stronger than him, so how could he resist Hart's attack? Moreover, Hart had used a divine technique, so it was impossible for him to say that Hart had gone easy on him. Hart's originally disdainful expression also turned into a smile. No wonder Archbishop Felix considered you to be a future calamity for the Radiant Church. You really have some skills, to actually be able to withstand my divine technique. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Your technique is called a divine technique, but it's nothing more than a spell. Do you really think that everyone doesn't know about it? It's just that your technique is a bit stronger, that's all. In my eyes it really isn't much. Hart's pupils shrank slightly, a strange expression could be seen on his face. This guy actually knows about magic, could it be that he also came down from above? No, I've never heard of anyone being able to come down. He must have read through those ancient books, or perhaps his master told him. Archbishop Felix roared, Lin Fei, you are insulting the Radiant Church, insulting our God. God cannot be blasphemed. Lin Fei laughed loudly once again. This kind of archangel dares to call himself God? I wonder if you've asked me for my permission. Buzz. 100-meter-long sword light suddenly slashed down. Archbishop Felix, I feel that you are too long-winded. It would be better for you to lie down and calm down. The 100-meter-long sword light slashed down once again. Archbishop Felix's expression changed on the spot. Lord Hart, save me. Previously, when Archbishop Felix had blocked the sword, he could already feel how powerful this sword was. The second sword slashed down, and Archbishop Felix had no confidence in blocking it. After all, there was still a difference in strength between the two of them. Impudent, you actually dare to injure a member of the Radiant Church in front of me? Do you even put me, Hart, in your eyes? Hart sneered, and with a flick of his finger, a holy light covered Archbishop Felix's body. At the same time, the two wings on his back instantly swept out like long blades. When I, Lin Fei, want to deal with someone, there has never been anyone who can stop me. The huge sword light suddenly condensed into a single point. This point was condensed into a 100-meter-long sword light. Gotcha. The holy light defense shattered. This point pierced through Archbishop Felix's forehead. Countless sword lights instantly exploded from within Archbishop Felix's body, turning his body into a hornet's nest. Archbishop Felix's eyes were lifeless, and with a plop, he fell to the ground. Hart's attack instantly missed, leaving a huge crack on the ground before he retracted his attack. Look, I am a man of my words. I said that I would kill an archbishop in front of you, so I killed an archbishop. Now it's your turn. I am quite interested in your identity as an archangel, especially since your wings can be used as roasted wings. I think they should taste pretty good. After all, I have never tasted such a huge bird's wing before. Lin Fei chuckled. This attack from Lin Fei caused Hart's expression to change. To be able to instantly condense his strength into a ball, and then take the opportunity to unleash it. Such a technique was something that even Hart could not easily accomplish. This was no ordinary technique. Hart decided to ignore Felix's words for now. His gaze paused on Archbishop Felix's corpse for a moment, before falling back onto Lin Fei. Kid, who exactly are you? If you tell me where you came from, I might spare your life. Hart said coldly, this is your only chance. Chapter 42-34. In the beginning, Hart had utilized his divine technique, wanting to kill this expert from the Far East. Unexpectedly, his divine technique had been ineffective. Instead, his opponent had seen through him. His divine technique was not a true divine technique. Rather, it was a magic technique. Not only that, but he had also used a magic technique to kill Archbishop Felix right before his eyes. For a moment, Hart was unable to figure out his opponent's origins. What gave him the courage to go up against Archbishop Felix? Was he not afraid that Hart would kill him? You are not qualified to be a great 12-winged angel. You are too timid to be frightened by a minor technique of mine. Aren't you afraid of losing face if news of this spreads? Lin Fei laughed. Hart raised his eyelids, a ferocious glint flashing in his eyes. Kid, since you are unwilling to speak, I will personally search your memories and see who is behind you. Hart instantly transformed into a beam of white light as he pounced forward. With a thought, he arrived before Lin Fei. His wings swept out like two blades. Hart's attack missed in the blink of an eye. His speed is actually faster than mine. Hart's heart trembled as his attack missed. After him. His wings flapped continuously, slashing out without respite. Bang, bang, bang. Everywhere the wings passed, explosions rang out. Many of the Radiant Church's experts had already been seriously injured. Under the attacks of the wings, they were simply unable to withstand it and died on the spot. Hart, look at yourself. These are people from your Radiant Church. No, they should be your believers. Now that you have killed them, don't you feel any shame? Lin Fei's figure kept moving forward. Every time he moved, the wings would follow. However, each time the wings would be slower by half a beat. Not a single one of the wings managed to hit Lin Fei. On the contrary, the Radiant Church's experts were the unlucky ones. They were continuously killed by Hart. You are doing this on purpose. Hart had never thought of killing these believers. After all, the Radiant Church was established because of these believers. As archangels, they were existences of God, leading these believers and setting goals for them. But now, all of his followers were dying under his wings. Hart couldn't hold back any longer. His eyes narrowed as hatred filled his heart. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Fei with a single glance. Brat, don't run if you have the guts. Let's fight. This short exchange made Hart realize one thing. This kid was actually faster than him. He was an archangel. Although he wasn't the type that excelled in speed, he wasn't slow either. But in front of Lin Fei, he was actually slower by a beat and missed every time. That was the most unacceptable thing to do. You want to fight just because you say so? That's so boring. It's not easy to meet a great 12-winged angel. No matter what, I have to sneak around. Moreover, this is my first time coming to the Church of Light. It's so boring to leave like this. Lin Fei was still moving. Finally, he jumped onto a big rock and said with a smile. These words made Hart quite angry. In the Radiant Church's territory, he didn't dare use too much power. He didn't want to accidentally destroy the Radiant Church's branch. It would be fine if he destroyed the church, but if he accidentally killed these believers, it would be a huge loss. Didn't they see that many of the Radiant Church's believers were already dead? Looking at their faces, they all had fear and unease. It was obvious that Lin Fei's words had hit the mark. Holy light barrier, there is nowhere to hide. In order to prevent Lin Fei from playing tricks again, Archangel Heart directly used the power of holy light to cast a huge barrier. This barrier was completely made of holy light. It was filled with holy light runes, forming a special world. Welcome, Wuxia kid, to my holy light barrier. You're the one who made me use this holy light barrier. You're the first person I've opened it in all these years. Heart's entire aura had changed quite a bit. Clearly, casting the holy light barrier wasn't as easy as he had imagined. It consumed a lot of energy. In my holy light barrier, you can't absorb spiritual energy from the world to replenish your energy. I don't believe you can still jump around, Heart said. So this is the holy light barrier. As expected of an archangel. The power of holy light within your body is incomparably dense. You can even create this kind of barrier. However, this barrier isn't very small. It's too stingy. Lin Fei smiled as he looked at the holy light barrier. There wasn't the slightest bit of unease on his face. He was still very calm. You dare say that the holy light barrier is too small? Heart almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It should be known that not everyone could condense a holy light barrier. At the very least, 8 winged angels and 10 winged angels couldn't do it. Only 12 winged angels could. Then I'll show you the power of the holy light barrier. Heart sneered. God said, I will imprison you. The holy light barrier instantly fluctuated and a power enveloped Lin Fei's body. No, it was more like an imprison on Lin Fei's body. The power came from the holy light barrier. It could even be said that the power spread throughout the holy light barrier. The one controlling it was Heart. Heart immediately cast the imprison spell to imprison Lin Fei within the holy light barrier. Are you surprised? Shocked? Within this holy light barrier, I am truly an invincible existence. Heart spread his wings and landed before Lin Fei. You are the most arrogant and courageous fellow I've ever met. I wonder what else you have to say for yourself? One holy light runes after another landed on Lin Fei's body, circling around him. Every time a holy light runes landed on his body, Lin Fei's aura would weaken by a lot. Also, this holy light seal seals your strength. Your body is stronger than I imagined. It just so happens that I'm lacking a tool in the Radiant Church. I can use you to save me a lot of trouble. After all, it's been a long time since I've entered a human's body. Although your body is Chinese, it doesn't affect me at all. Heart was very confident in his own strength within the holy light barrier. He wasn't afraid of Lin Fei causing any trouble. He could suppress something with just a thought. How could there be so much trouble? Lin Fei grinned and said, the holy light boundary is pretty good. It has both imprisonment and sealing powers. However, I feel that your holy light boundary is still a little lacking. A hand stretched out without any warning, lifted it up and slapped down hard on Heart's face. A loud sound rang out. The earth shook. Heart directly smashed onto the ground. Countless cracks spread out, and the inside of the barrier turned into a huge pit with a bang. Heart fell into the pit as well. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4235. The ground crumbled. Something unexpected happened. The ground, which looked very sturdy, was now like a piece of tofu. With a loud rumble, Angel Heart fell all the way down. After a long time, a solid sound could be heard. Heart had fallen to the bottom of the valley. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Then he revealed a smile and jumped into the deep pit. At the same time, more than a dozen figures were chasing after someone. At this time, all of them stopped and looked at the place in front of them with a dumbfounded expression. Yi Zixuan also stopped and turned to look at the mountain, wondering if she had heard wrong. Did some expert attack the Radiant Church? Otherwise, how could something like this happen? Shui Xiaotian and Fan Tianxue were the same. They could feel the terrifying aura coming from the Radiant Church. If they encountered this terrifying aura, they wouldn't be able to resist and would be directly suppressed. Whether they could survive or not was unknown. Too scary, too scary. The Radiant Church actually has such an expert. Could it be a legendary archangel? Only an archangel has such strength. They more or less knew some inside information. For example, the existence of an archangel in the Western world. This was a rumor. They didn't believe in the existence of an archangel. But now they completely believed it. If an archangel didn't appear in the Radiant Church, how could there be such a huge commotion? That incomparably holy power was like the bright moon in the night. It was hard not to notice it. The only thing they couldn't understand was how the Radiant Church had an expert that could make an archangel act. Moreover, it was such a huge commotion. As for Lin Fei, he was completely ignored by them. Lin Fei was a lot stronger than them. But right now he was being chased by the Radiant Church and was even trapped. It was impossible for him to burst out with such a fighting strength. The three of them thought that this was an opportunity. Without saying anything, they quickly flew outside. As for the matter of Lin Fei, they would arrange for someone to inquire about it later. Right now it was more important to survive. After Lin Fei jumped into the pit, he continued to fall. After a few minutes he reached the depths of the ground. Wah 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 wah. When his feet stepped on a huge rock, a blazing heat wave swept over and hit his body. However, it was blocked by his protective power. The temperature was frighteningly high. In the distance, Archangel Heart was in a sorry state. After all, he did not have a body of flesh and blood, but was condensed from pure power. Now his entire body seemed a little blurry. It was clear that Lin Fei's attack just now had caused Archangel Heart to suffer greatly. I didn't expect the Radiant Church to have this kind of place. If I'm not wrong, there should be a vicious beast suppressed deep underground. Lin Fei said as he looked around. Great Angel Heart was indeed injured, and his injuries were not light at all. That slap had caused an endless amount of power to explode in his body. Even though his holy light defense was extremely strong, it was still unable to withstand the power of the slap, and he was blasted quite heavily. Upon hearing the man's words, Angel Heart subconsciously turned to a certain direction. It was a land of lava that was suffused with magma. The magma was constantly bubbling. Just a single glance was enough to make one feel a blazing hot aura that could instantly evaporate a person. Lin Fei did not expect his luck to be so good. All he did was slap Great Angel Heart, and he actually went all the way to the depths of the ground. What was even more unexpected was that the depths of the ground was actually a land of magma. This magma was hotter than any other magma. If an ordinary martial artist fell down, not to mention touching the magma, the high temperature here could easily evaporate a martial artist, leaving not even a skeleton behind. After seeing the magma, Lin Fei knew that he was not far from the giant lizard. Now, with Great Angel Heart's reaction, Lin Fei was even more certain that the giant lizard was here. Who are you? Do you intend to violate the Treaty of the Gods? Great Angel Heart stared at him. Treaty of the Gods? Do you really think of yourself as a god? Lin Fei laughed loudly. He took a step forward and used a god ability that allowed him to cross levels. He directly stepped in front of Great Angel Heart, raised his hand and slapped Great Angel Heart's face. Great Angel Heart raised his hand to block, and a mountain-like force pressed down on him. His entire body was instantly smashed into the burning magma pool, and a large amount of green smoke came out. What do you think of my slap? I think your body should be able to withstand a few slaps from me. Otherwise it would be too boring. Lin Fei smiled as if he had done something very normal. The power of this slap was even more terrifying than the previous one. After all, Great Angel Heart did not have a real body. It was condensed from the power of holy light. It was more like a projection that came down with his will. After being injured, Great Angel Heart's power was very weak. I alone am not a match for Lin Fei. I don't know where this guy came from. If this was my territory, I naturally wouldn't be afraid of this guy. But this is the Western world, not my base. If I want to defeat this guy, I'll have to release that guy. Great Angel Heart's eyes flashed. Although that guy isn't easy to deal with, it should have some effect on this guy. As long as I can delay this guy, I'll have a chance to injure him. When that time comes, I'll take over his body and look through his memories. I'll definitely gain a lot. Great Angel Heart formed a seal with both hands and a huge mark was formed. It was actually in the shape of a hexagram, and it blasted towards a direction. Lin Fei, I must make you stay in the Church of Light today. I alone am not a match for you, but what if I add this guy? After the hexagram flew out, it shined with a dazzling light, and it floated above the magma pool. With a loud rumble, pillars of light, no pillars of fire, shot up into the sky. These fire pillars were all formed by raging flames. A total of 99 of them appeared above the magma. With the appearance of these 99 pillars, a savage and violent aura rushed out from the raging flames. Ha ha ha, I finally smell blood again. A huge head grew out of the land of raging flames. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4236. This head was extremely huge. It looked like a huge room. Its entire body was crimson. As soon as this huge head appeared, the surrounding magma started to churn. Its eyes, which were the size of a door, kept turning and emitting a chilling aura. When this pair of eyes looked at Heart and Lin Fei, they contained a terrifying murderous glint. Heart's expression was calm as he pointed at Lin Fei. "Benblai, go and defeat this kid right now. If you listen to me and successfully suppress this kid, I'll let you enjoy a week of pleasure. Otherwise, I'll make sure you suffer the pain of being burned alive." Heart's hands formed a seal, and his huge head started to struggle, causing magma to spurt out. "If you're smart, you probably don't want to experience the pain of being burned alive again. Your task now is very simple. Suppress this kid. Given your strength, you can definitely do it." As a great 12-winged angel, Heart naturally had an incomparable advantage over ordinary people. He also knew that Benblai's life and death were in his hands. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Fei was exceptionally strong, he wouldn't have let Benblai out. This was a sly dragon, so he had to be careful in everything he did. Fortunately, Benblai's body was still sealed, so Heart could control him and not worry about him causing any trouble. "Is it this kid?" "As you wish." The gigantic head was called Benblai. His voice was very loud and clear. Every word he spoke was like a huge bell, rumbling continuously. Whoosh! The huge head opened and spat out a mouthful of fire. The fire was dark red. Within the red, there was a hint of purplish gold. Heart's face lit up when he saw the color of the fire. All these years, Benblai had been imprisoned in the depths of the underground magma. However, his strength hadn't been crippled. Instead, it had increased by quite a bit. Great imprisonment. The fire that was originally aimed at Lin Fei instantly changed direction and blasted towards Heart. At that moment, Angel Heart panicked because he found that he couldn't move. That power had seeped into his body and quickly formed a special seal, making him unable to resist at all. The next second, the raging flames landed on Angel Heart's body, causing him to tremble and smoke to rise from his body. "Heart, you didn't expect this, did you? I've long wanted to burn you to death. How about I let you have a taste of my dragon flames now?" Angel Heart's eyes widened. He couldn't accept what he was seeing. "Benblai, you've actually broken through. You've even successfully cultivated the Dragon Clan's great imprisonment technique. Aren't you afraid that the Radiant Church will kill you again?" Benblai laughed heartily. "Heart, do you really think that I've been honest all these years? You're wrong. I've long since used my Dragon Clan's inherited cultivation method to completely disintegrate this seal. As for why you didn't discover it, that's because I've simulated this seal. How could you possibly know about my Dragon Clan's divine ability? Today I'll use this dragon flame to thoroughly burn you to death." It was a sudden scene. Lin Fei was shocked. He didn't expect that the sealed lizard would actually break the seal. Lin Fei could see that this guy's strength should have reached the 7th or 8th level of Chi Disciple. Compared to the 12-winged angel Heart, he was a lot stronger. Especially since this flame was the real deal, it had a very strong effect against this kind of projection. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't stop it. However, Heart had been summoned by Archbishop Felix with great difficulty. It was unknown when the next time would be. How could Lin Fei let this opportunity slip by so easily? "That big lizard? I think you should wait a bit longer. This great angel Heart is mine. He is a rare great angel. To burn him to death just like that would be such a waste." Lin Fei laughed. "What a waste." Lin Fei laughed. "Puny human, I hate people like you the most. I'm not a big lizard, I'm a dragon." Benblai turned around and spat out a mouthful of dragon flame. The raging flames ignited the magma, turning it into a sea of fire. Benblai didn't like this human kid. His puny body contained puny power. Back in the day, he had killed countless warriors who wanted to kill him. Even after so many years, humans were still puny existences in Benblai's eyes. "I said this Archangel Heart belongs to me, so it's mine. No one can take it away from me. Besides, you're just a big lizard." Lin Fei's figure came next to Heart. "Human, shut up. If you dare call me a big lizard, I'll burn you to death." The last thing Benblai liked was being called a lizard. Apparently, this came from the Eastern world. Benblai hated it. Grand imprisonment. Benblai roared and unleashed another grand imprisonment, spitting out a mouthful of dragon flame. Archangel Heart was burned by the dragon flame. He kept struggling, but he couldn't break free. He naturally knew that the grand imprisonment of the dragon race was very powerful. But at this time he couldn't break free. He had underestimated its power. "Lin Fei, if you help me escape, we'll join forces and kill him. I'm willing to give you all of his dragon blood without hesitation." Archangel Heart had no choice but to look for Lin Fei. Lin Fei found it funny. "Heart, so you have moments of panic. Looks like losing your projection will be a huge blow to your vitality. If that's the case, why don't you give your body to me? I can use your energy to raise a Grand Duke. Isn't that a good thing?" Archangel Heart glared at him. "Lin Fei, don't you dare. There's nothing Lin Fei wouldn't dare to do. Lin Fei laughed. Countless flying swords appeared behind him. These flying swords turned into a huge wheel of swords. With a boom they pierced forward. Archangel Heart panicked and became a target. With a whoosh, the sword pierced through Archangel Heart. Boundless power exploded in his body. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. His 5 fingers spread out and enveloped the area. The power that was about to dissipate was instantly controlled again. It became incomparably condensed and spun. Well, Archangel Heart, I'll accept you. Now let's talk about me and you. Ben Blai's huge body also appeared. You really should die. Lin Fei put away the energy ball. Do you need freedom? Wonderful Book House. Chapter 4237. Do you need freedom? Lin Fei's words provoked Ben Blai. Don't think I don't know. Actually, you were just putting on a show to scare Heart. But in my eyes your method is too crude. Ben Blai's enormous body appeared. His eyes were as large as copper tubes as he stared fixedly at Lin Fei. Behind him, his tail swept out like a steel whip. Rumble. Wherever the huge tail passed, nothing was spared. Don't think that just because you have a huge body you are so great. In my eyes you are just a big lizard. With a smile, Lin Fei raised his hand and made a grabbing motion, landing on the tail. A cruel smile appeared in Ben Blai's eyes. I hate it when people call me a big lizard. You deserve to die. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. Wah 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 wah. The steel whip-like tail suddenly emitted a large amount of lightning. It flickered and filled the sky with lightning. Lin Fei's hand was still on Ben Blai's tail. He raised his hand and shook it. A loud rumbling sound echoed. Wave after wave of mountainous power exploded within Bablay's body. The sudden surge of power was hard for Ben Blai to accept. Death roll, let go of me. Ben Blai's huge body rolled towards Lin Fei like a mountain. That tremble just now had caused Ben Blai to suffer a huge loss. Ben Blai unleashed a ruthless attack. Lin Fei released the force in his hand and sent Ben Blai flying. Ben Blai was like a round ball that kept crashing into the lava and rocks. In the blink of an eye, he had rolled far away. His huge body was submerged in the lava, revealing only his furious eyes. Seems like you still don't know what kind of situation you are in. I have to tell you myself. Lin Fei stepped forward, the corners of his mouth curling up into a faint smile. I, Ben Blai, am a proud dragon. No one can defeat me, not even you. Ben Blai roared in anger. It flew out of the magma and stood in the air. Then it spat out flames at Lin Fei. This time the flames were even more terrifying than the last. They had turned into a dark red color and emitted the terrifying aura of a ferocious spirit. Dragonification. Lin Fei snorted softly and scales appeared all over his body. In the blink of an eye they covered Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei, who wasn't that tall to begin with, instantly grew several times larger after being wrapped in the scales. He looked like a small giant. A formidable dragon might burst out from his body. Ben Blai's expression changed greatly, and his body fell into the magma. Ben Blai lifted his tall head in disbelief. Dragon's might. This is the true might of a dragon. You're just a human. How can you unleash the might of a dragon? Lin Fei had already broken through the flames and was about to pounce on him. I already told you that you're a big lizard. You still don't believe me? With your strength, you're really weak in front of me. Everything else aside, just that tail of yours alone doesn't have any strength at all. Let's see what the true tail whip of a mystical dragon is. Lin Fei dragged a tail behind him. With a swoosh, the tail swept out like a spear. With a bang, Ben Blai was sent flying and crashed heavily into the ground. I wonder how this attack feels. Another tail whip of a mystical dragon came crashing down, smashing heavily into Ben Blai's body. Ben Blai screamed again. He felt that he was too weak in front of his opponent. The pride that belonged to a dragon was almost gone. He couldn't even muster up any thoughts of resistance. Who are you? Ben Blai kept asking the same question. Based on his many years of experience, the person before him was completely human. He was definitely not a dragon. But now Ben Blai was afraid and uneasy. Ben Blai had seen many dragons before, but he couldn't find any that looked like this fellow. However, the genuine might of a dragon on his body wasn't something that just anyone could unleash. After trying out the tail whip of a mystical dragon, let's see what dragon flames are. Lin Fei laughed. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of purple heavenly fire. The purple heavenly fire was like an umbrella as it shone on Ben Blai's body. Ben Blai's huge eyes were filled with fear and unease. His huge body trembled as he tumbled about on the magma. The purple heavenly fire contained a terrifying power. Not only did it tear apart his defenses, but it also seeped into his flesh and reached his soul. Dragon flame, this is the true dragon flame. Why is your dragon flame and your draconic might stronger than mine? This is impossible. I am the strongest colossal dragon. I am the great Ben Bly. Ben Bly roared as he struggled, but he still couldn't break free from the purple heavenly fire's attack. Its struggle became weaker and weaker, and its huge body fell directly into the magma, gasping for breath. This is the true might of a dragon and dragon rock. I wonder how you feel about it. I have many tricks up my sleeves. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Fei stood in front of Ben Bly and stepped on his huge head. Just say the word and I will fulfill your wish. Spare me, Lord Dragon God. I was blind and made a mistake. Ben Bly's pupils constricted. He finally knew what kind of dragon this Wuxia man had transformed into was. It was the legendary Eastern Dragon God. Only an Eastern Dragon God could have such terrifying might. Ben Bly had read in an ancient book that the Western dragons could be traced back to the ancient times. In fact, they originated from the mysterious East. This was because the mysterious Eastern Dragon God existed. The Dragon God roamed the skies, leaving behind his bloodline in the world. The giant lizards were the bloodline of the Dragon God. Their ancestors rewrote history, mistakenly believing that they were the one and only existence in the Western world. Year after year, no one bothered to look back at what happened before the Ancient Age anymore. They believed that they were the one and only Western dragon in the Western world. They were even recognized by the entire Earth. But now, Ben Bly finally knew how powerful the Dragon God was. Their powers were not even worth mentioning in front of a real Dragon God. They could not even exert half of their power. Ben Bly wanted to fight the Dragon God. Now it seemed that he was the biggest fool. He actually dared to go against the Dragon God. How stupid was that? Only someone with guts could come up with such an idea. Looks like you're not stupid after all. You know about the existence of the Eastern Dragon God. Do you believe me now when I said that I would return your freedom? With a single kick, Lin Fei sent Bumbly's huge body flying. Ben Bly fell into the magma once again. Lord Dragon God, spare me. Ben Bly screamed in pain. Spare me. Please retract the dragon flame. I can't take it anymore. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 4238. The purple heavenly fire that Lin Fei unleashed was no ordinary fire, it was the true fire of immortal cultivation. In fact, its power was on par with the true dragon flame, perhaps even stronger. How could a large lizard like Ben Bly withstand the attack of the purple heavenly flower? Lin Fei didn't say anything. He just watched. Ben Bly struggled and begged for mercy until he was gasping for breath and on the verge of death. Lin Fei waved his hand and retracted the purple heavenly fire. Now you're convinced. Actually, there was no need for Lin Fei to ask any questions. Ben Bly was thoroughly convinced by Kiran. In front of this Lord Dragon God, he had lost all his advantages. Just one dragon flame and one dragon's force was enough to keep him pinned to the ground. If Ben Bly could not even see this, he would not have lived until now. I'm convinced, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Lin Fei teased, I thought you weren't convinced. If you're not convinced, feel free to continue. I still have many tricks up my sleeves, I guarantee that you'll continue to experience despair. Ben Bly's pupils shrunk as he shook his huge head. Sir, I'm really convinced. I don't dare to have any more thoughts. I only hope that Lord Dragon God will spare my life. I really can't hold on any longer. Even if Ben Bly's physical defense was strong, under the purple heavenly flower and the pincer attack from both inside and outside, the only reason he could hold on until now was because of his strong vitality. If this were to happen again, Ben Bly would definitely not be able to hold on. It just so happens that I'm still lacking a mount in the Western world, so I'll reluctantly settle for one. Would you be willing to be my mount? Ben Bly had finally managed to deceive Hart, but he did not expect to fall into the hands of an even more ferocious person. Furthermore, he had to be made into a mount. This was a great humiliation. Ben Bly wanted to roar at the top of his lungs, but what he heard next instantly changed his mind. If you're willing to be my mount, I'll teach you the true Dragon Clan's cultivation method. In the future, if you cultivate it, there's hope that you'll become an existence like me in the future. Otherwise, a big lizard like you will never be able to break through the bottleneck, let alone become a true god. If you follow in my footsteps, you'll become a true dragon god. I believe that you have great potential. With that, the giant lizard, Ben Bly, was completely tempted. He knew that none of his ancestors had been able to reach such a high level. Once they reached the bottleneck, it didn't matter if it was 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, or even hundreds of years. It was impossible to break through this bottleneck. Now that he heard the other party's words, Ben Bly seemed to realize that the bloodline of their ancestors seemed to be suppressing them. I'm willing to be Sir Dragon God's mount and expand your territory. I'll be the first to burn anyone who's not convinced. Ben Bly opened his mouth and spat out a ball of flame, blasting away a large area of lava. He looked very obedient. Lin Fei formed a seal with both hands and cast a restriction that landed on Ben Bly's head. Ben Bly's body swayed and he fell head first. He could only feel something lingering in his mind that he couldn't get rid of. I've already planted a restriction in your mind. In this world, only I can undo this restriction. If you forcefully touch it, the consequences are very simple. You'll explode like a watermelon and become a mess of flesh and blood. I don't think a giant lizard like you can survive without a head. Lin Fei extended his hand and pointed. A jingguang directly entered Ben Bly's mind. The eyes of Ben Bly, who was originally unwilling, suddenly lit up. That was because a cultivation technique had appeared in his mind. Dragon God technique. One look at the name and Ben Bly knew that this was a high-level cultivation method. Although this cultivation technique was only at the first 3 levels, it was still much stronger than what he was cultivating. Ben Bly felt that he was too happy. Although becoming someone else's mount was not a bad thing, at least he still had a chance to break through in the future. This was not something to be ashamed of. Thank you for your reward, sir. I, Ben Bly, will be your most loyal mount in the Western world. Lin Fei didn't believe that Ben Bly would reject the temptation of the Dragon God technique. Although the Dragon God technique was not a high-level cultivation method and sounded very powerful, it was still considered an ordinary cultivation method. But for Ben Bly, it was indeed a very high-level cultivation method. Just look at the giant lizard's cultivation realm. It was simply unimaginable. It was not hard for Lin Fei to imagine that there must have been a divine dragon who had given birth to the next generation and casually left behind a cultivation method. After all, the Western world was a foreign race. Leaving behind a cultivation method was enough. That was why none of these giant lizards were able to break through to a high realm. Now that Lin Fei had given Ben Bly the Dragon God technique, his strength would increase by a lot. At the very least, he would become the strongest existence in the history of the Western world. Now I will help you remove the last seal in your body. From now on you will be free. A sword light flew out from behind Lin Fei. With a wave of his finger, it rushed into Ben Bly's body. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. Ben Bly's body was covered with cracks and blood was flowing out. But Ben Bly wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he was excited. Thank you, sir, for helping me remove the seal. Now I am free. That damned Radiant Church, I will exterminate them now. After regaining his freedom, Ben Bly emitted a ruthless aura, stirring up the surging magma. He wanted to seek revenge on the Radiant Church. Lin Fei raised his hand, and the sword array condensed into a large sword, which slammed Ben Bly into the lava in an instant. Who told you to take revenge? With your current appearance, do you want the whole world to know about it? I still have a use for the Radiant Church. Lin Fei said, your body is too big. Shrink down for me. After all, times have changed. Ben Bly didn't dare to get angry. Sir, I don't know the shape-shifting technique. Ben Bly said with a bitter smile. Trash. Truly trash. Lin Fei was helpless. He raised his hand and sent another ray of light into Ben Bly's mind. Immediately comprehend it. If you can't comprehend it in 3 days, I will kill you and take your blood. After all, the scales on your body and the dragon blood have some value. As for the rest, they are all cheap stuff. Nobody would want them even if you gave them away. A day later, under the drive of Lin Fei, Ben Bly finally succeeded in shape-shifting. The huge body instantly transformed into a bald, brawny man. This bald man had an ugly face and an ominous aura from head to toe. On top of that, he was 1 meters tall, which made him look like a small mountain. Every look and every movement he made would cause people to feel fear. Your appearance is not bad. You can be a hired thug. Chapter 4239. The Church of Light was in a mess. Ever since Lord Hart fell into the depths of the earth, everyone had been waiting for him. Everyone believed that Lord Hart would be back soon. No one was a match for Lord Hart. After all, he was a 12-winged angel. The saddest thing was that Felix, the branch leader of the Church of Light, had been killed by Lin Fei just like that. The branch of the Church of Light was without a leader for a while. Left with no choice, the Saint in training Irina took over. After all, Irina was a Saint in training from the Church of Light. She wasn't weak and she could summon angels. Naturally, she had the right to temporarily lead the branch. After Irina obtained the approval of the other side, she quickly controlled the situation and stabilized the internal situation. The news of Archbishop Felix's death was tightly sealed, preventing the outside world from knowing. At the same time, the Church of Light was on guard internally. As for the few Chinese who had barged into the Church of Light, Irina temporarily gave up on killing them and called them back. Lord Hart will definitely be fine. With Lin Fei's strength, there's no way he's a match for the great 12-winged angels. They must be fighting underground, and the only thing I can do is guard these exits. Irina originally wanted to go underground to check out the situation, but the commotion underground was too terrifying. Irina didn't dare to go down. It wasn't that there weren't any experts from the Church of Light who went down. However, there wasn't any response and contact was lost. It was obvious that the situation underground was very intense. Even now, Irina hadn't completely digested Lin Fei. His strength was unfathomable. Even Archbishop Felix had been killed by him. Since when did the Church of Light suffer such a loss? More importantly, Lin Fei and the 12-winged angel Hart were locked in battle. Saintess, there hasn't been any movement for half a day. Could the victor have been decided? Or has Lord Hart already killed that kid? Irina stared at the entrance of the hole. Irina stared at the hole. Irina stared at this place as she also sensed the changes in it. There had indeed been no movement for half a day. A smile appeared on Irina's face as she said, "Looks like Master Hart has won. Lin Fei is immortal after all, he's no match for Angel Hart." The experts of the Radiant Church who were present all agreed with this statement. An archangel was an archangel after all. Furthermore, it was at the level of 1.2 billion. How could Lin Fei defeat it? To be able to last so long against the 1.2 billion Archangel Hart was already an impressive feat. Wait, something seems to be coming out. Suddenly, an expert of the Radiant Church said. Alina made a gesture and everyone was on guard. If Lord Hart hadn't come out, attack immediately. Don't hold back. The Irinas were prepared. In the next second, a huge figure rushed out from the ground. Under this ferocious aura, they all felt a trace of fear and unease. There was a loud bang. The figure landed heavily on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the hard ground. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this figure. Alina was decisive. Everyone attack him together. This was because Alina did not recognize this person. He was not Hart nor Lin Fei. But no matter what, since he appeared in the Radiant Church's territory, he was an enemy of the Radiant Church. Let's fight first. There was a loud rumbling sound. More than a dozen experts of the Radiant Church attacked. The attack of more than a dozen experts of the Radiant Church was not ordinary. You guys still have the nerve to use such methods? The strong man laughed out loud. He leaped and instantly pounced on the nearest expert of the Radiant Church. With one punch, he punched through the expert of the Radiant Church. You see, trash is trash. Can't even withstand a single blow. The strong man laughed out loud and pounced on another expert. This time it was simpler and more violent. With a close combat charge, he smashed the expert of the Radiant Church into a pool of blood. You see, still trash. After killing two experts of the Radiant Church, and both of them were at the Xiantian realm, Irina, the Saintess-in-Waiting, was shocked. How could there be such an expert in the Radiant Church's branch? With one punch and one kick he killed an Xiantian realm expert. Irina thought that this person's strength was ordinary. But now she knew that this person was more terrifying than she had imagined. Everyone retreat. This person is a close combat expert. Don't let him get close to you. Irina quickly retreated, but the reaction of those people was a little slow. In fact, the strong man's speed was too fast. With one punch and one kick he killed the experts of the Radiant Church. In a short period of time, except for 3 experts of the Radiant Church who escaped, the remaining experts were all dead. The strong man stared at Irina coldly. Being stared at like this, Irina felt a chill down her spine. Her heart sank. She thought that without Lin Fei she would be able to suppress anyone with the experts of the Radiant Church. But now it seemed that she had thought too much. What made Irina most uneasy was who this person was. The Radiant Church's branch had suffered heavy losses. Who the hell are you? Don't you know that killing so many experts of the Radiant Church will cause big trouble? The strong man laughed mischievously. Beauty, you should be glad that you are still alive. If not for the Lord's command, you would have died without a doubt. My fist would have been enough to blow your body apart. The Lord? Irina was smart enough to realize something. At this time, a figure rushed out from the ground and landed on the ground. Saintess Irina, your methods aren't bad. You actually managed to lead a branch of the Radiant Church's Radiant experts. It's a pity that these Radiant experts weren't much and were all killed by my people. I wonder if you want to experience the feeling of being killed? Lin Fei smiled, revealing his white teeth. You are still alive. Irina retreated 3 steps and looked at Lin Fei with a face full of fear. Ben Bly, the strong man, immediately rushed forward and punched and kicked the remaining 3 experts of the Radiant Church, killing them. Irina only saw a blur in front of her. The remaining 3 experts were also killed, and the surroundings became empty. As for the strong man, she didn't know where he went. Of course I am still alive. Thanks to you I am still alive. For example, this strong man, his strength is not bad. He was also given to me by the Radiant Church. Lin Fei smiled. Now I will give you 2 choices. Either you get killed by his fist, or you become the new president of the Radiant Church. I don't know which one you will choose. Chapter 42-40. Irina was an ambitious candidate for the saintess position. With his bare fists, he killed the experts of the Church of Light one after another. His brute strength was incomparably vigorous and invulnerable. Irina knew that she was no match for this person. If they were to really fight, she would probably be killed within 2 or 3 moves. It would be very, very tragic. I know you are very strong, but the strength of the Church of Light is not something you can contend against. Do you know that the Pope of the Church of Light can summon the most powerful 18-winged archangel? Although Irina knew that she had to make a choice, she still wanted to see what Lin Fei had to say. If she was blindly brainless, then it would be a different story. How could Lin Fei not understand the meaning behind Irina's words? She clearly didn't think highly of him. Even if he helped her become the president of the Church of Light, it would only be for a short period of time. My lord, let me kill this guy with a single punch. Ben Bly coldly snorted. He clenched his huge fist. As long as Lin Fei gave the order, he would directly smash this saintess in training. In Ben Bly's eyes, this saintess in training strength was too weak. 1 punch would be enough to deal with her. Lin Fei shook his head. No rush, no rush. Irina, you are a smart woman. To be able to become a saintess in training naturally means that you are a seed of the Church of Light. However, do you think you have any hope of becoming a true saintess? I don't think you have the opportunity or the potential. However, if you have my support, then becoming the Pope in the future wouldn't be a difficult matter. What do you think? The words Pope appeared in Irina's mind. There was a huge change in her expression and the look in her eyes. His mind, which had been wavering for a long time, also began to become firm. As for the Pope you mentioned, even if he can summon an 18-winged archangel, so what? Killing him would be as easy as flipping a hand. The only thing you have to do is to choose or not to choose. It's that simple. I don't have time to waste on you. At worst, I will find another expert here. I believe that they would be more than happy to take charge of the Church of Light's branch. Also, you don't need to worry, your position will be very secure. No one will be able to take it away from you because I will leave Ben Bly behind to oversee things. No matter how many experts come, it won't matter. This time Irina was truly tempted. She could tell that this burly man's strength was unfathomable. Even if there were 10 Irinas fighting against him, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. If Ben Blake were to stay here and help her oversee things, even though he would be suspected of spying on her, he could guarantee that she would be able to control the branch of the Church of Light. I, Irina, am willing to serve my lord, Irina said decisively without any hesitation. Lin Fei smiled faintly and said, you will be happy with the choice you made today. After all, it's a rare opportunity to make such a choice. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to control Idna. Someone as smart as Idna would know what to do. Moreover, she still had Ben Bly. It was a bad-tempered dragon lizard. If Alina really had any ideas, Ben Blake would kill her at the first opportunity. I will give you half a day's time. Kill all the people of the Church of Light who don't recognize you. I will let Ben Bly help you. I want you to completely control the branch of the Church of Light, not just in name. Irina's heart skipped a beat. She immediately realized that this should be the first test. Half a day is too much. With his help, I will be able to completely control it in an hour at most. Then I will look at your results. Lin Fei then said to Ben Bly, as for Irina, kill whoever she wants to kill. But don't be too violent, be gentle. Irina's methods were indeed very powerful. She immediately gathered all the people of the Church of Light in the hall. Initially, many experts were dissatisfied with Irina's promotion, and they were secretly tempted to make a move. However, they couldn't resist the fact that this order was given by the higher-ups. However, everyone knew that Saintess Irina wouldn't stay here for a long time. Therefore they chose to obey for the time being. But in their hearts they more or less looked down on Irina. They still didn't hand over the authority in their hands. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they agreed on the surface but opposed on the surface. Because Irina had just ascended, she naturally didn't dare to bully these guys. She was worried that she would be secretly plotted against, so she didn't do anything to them. In front of everyone, Irina took out the evidence and angrily accused these people of secretly having connections with the Dark Church. This time, such a big movement was caused by these people secretly leaking information. Once the evidence was presented, these people refuted again and again. They believed that Irina had deliberately fabricated this matter. For Irina, she only needed a name. After all this time, the Church of Light had suffered a disastrous loss. Even Archbishop Felix had fallen. Naturally, someone had to bear the responsibility. These people hadn't thought that Irina would be so decisive. They immediately decided to capture Irina. After all, she was just a saintess in training, that's all. Behind them were the higher-ups of the Church of Light's headquarters. When the time comes, no one would believe Irina's words. When they started to attack, Irina gave an order. The violent man, Ben Bly, also instantly attacked. With a wave of his hand, he instantly killed these people one by one. However, his actions were very violent. The people of the Church of Light's branch felt their scalp go numb. They couldn't bear to look straight at him. That fierce divine might was imprinted in their hearts. They couldn't forget it for a long time. Relying on this thunderous method, Irina cleaned up all the opposing forces. Then, she immediately took out a piece of evidence and sent it to the headquarters of the Church of Light. There were witnesses, and evidence. Without exception, they were the ones who did it. In addition, there were no witnesses, so these people died in vain. You are very good. Within an hour, you completely controlled the Church of Light's branch. Lin Fei was sitting in the small courtyard, quietly listening to Irina's report. It seems that I didn't make the wrong choice. You are worthy of my nurturing. Your next task is very simple. Don't let me down. Ben Bly will always stay by your side and listen to your commands. Irina also completely believed that this Lin Fei really wanted to support her. And she had personally experienced Ben Bly's lethality. Now, take me to the treasury of the Church of Light. There are a few things that I need to take with me. Also, help me check where the so-called divine water of life is. Irina had the key to the treasury. The treasury was underground and had an elevator leading to it. It was made of reinforced concrete. Chapter 42-41. In the depths of the ground there was a treasury. This treasure vault was built with reinforced concrete. Inside and out, it was equipped with high-tech equipment, giving off a refreshing feeling. Irina opened up layer by layer. Finally, a fully modern treasury appeared in front of Lin Fei. The first thing that entered his vision was a huge pile of gold. This gold, no, it should be called pieces of gold bars, were neatly arranged together, sparkling and forming a brilliant color. A branch of the Church of Light is actually so rich. No wonder the Church of Light is the #1 power in the Western world. Wherever Lin Fei's gaze passed, he saw many good things. Irina and Ben Bly followed behind him. Ben Bly grabbed a gold bar and casually squeezed it. A drop of liquid gold dripped down. But in the next second, Lin Fei sent Ben Blake flying with a kick. If you do this again, I'll peel off your skin. This is gold, not dough. Ben Bly climbed up and laughed foolishly. Doesn't it look a bit shiny? Who knew that gold would be so fragile? I was planning to collect it. Irina was speechless. This guy was really all brawn and no brains. But it also caused Irina to inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. This guy was completely fine after a kick. His skin was really thick and his flesh was really thick. Irina could clearly feel that if that kick landed on her body, she would definitely not be able to withstand it. Where the hell did this Bly come from? Since when did the Western world have such an expert? In front of Ben Bly, Irina always felt a sense of danger. The thought of being beaten to death by Ben Bly emerged in her mind at any moment. After sending Ben Bly flying with a kick, Lin Fei didn't look at the gold anymore and went straight to another place. On the left and right sides of the treasury there were counters. Each counter had a number on it and the items inside were stored. Lin Fei arrived in front of one of the counters labeled 88 foot. He reached out his hand and casually pulled out the cabinet. Inside the cabinet was a wooden box. After opening it, a key appeared in front of Lin Fei's eyes. Sure enough, this key is in the Church of Light. It seems like Yi Zixuan's information is correct. Unfortunately, this key was obtained by me in the end. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei kept the key. The key in the wooden box was the Divine Dragon Key. The two keys fell into Lin Fei's hands. Irina didn't dare to go up and take a look. Her vision blurred and the things in the cabinet disappeared. She also realized that this should be some kind of spatial technique. What kind of background did he have? His subordinates were so powerful that even he himself was unfathomable. Irina felt like she was walking into the mouth of a tiger. Lin Fei walked around the treasury again, but he didn't find anything worth looking at. There were quite a number of demonic artifacts and sacred artifacts among them. However, they were only ordinary magic artifacts. They did not possess much power at all. Instead, Ben Bly took a fancy to some sparkling diamonds. Ben Bly did not inherit anything, but he had a great interest in collecting shiny objects. He stared at Lin Fei with eager eyes. All right. Don't look at me like that. You can take these diamonds. However, it won't be so easy next time. Ben Bly stretched out his hand and immediately grabbed the diamonds, treating them like treasures. How much gold can your Church of Light get? I have a use for this gold. It wasn't easy for him to come across so much gold. It weighed a few tons. Naturally, Lin Fei would not waste it. If we make a request, the headquarters should be able to send 1 or 2 tons over. Anything more than that would be impossible. After all, our Church of Light has a bank that supports us. The gold is actually stored in the Church of Light. All right. Send them a message. Tell them that we need gold for a short period of time. Ben Bly and Irina were chased out by Lin Fei. Lin Fei stayed in the treasury. He was preparing to refine the gold and extract the golden hepta. He did some rough calculations. Extracting this gold should be able to refine a set of sword arrays, or in other words, refine flying swords. In the Western world, Lin Fei could sense many powerful auras. Although he was very strong and had a boundless qi, he could still condense a qi in dantian. However, he was still lacking in external items. Therefore, Lin Fei decided to refine a sword formation. Since he had encountered so much gold, it would be a waste not to extract the golden hepta. Not long after, another batch of gold was sent in. Lin Fei immersed himself in refining. This process took half a month. During this half a month, Lin Fei extracted the golden hepta day and night. He then asked Irina to find an alchemy furnace to refine flying swords. Using an alchemy furnace to refine flying swords was a crude method. At the very least, it could be used to refine flying swords. Shio. Inside the treasury, a dozen sword shadows were constantly shuttling back and forth. The surface of the impenetrable wall was already covered with sword marks. Lin Fei retrieved the flying swords one by one. 18 to 19 flying swords were golden and shimmering. All of them were refined from golden hepta. Of course, pure golden hepta was impossible. Some ores were added to it, but the quality was very hard. With this sword formation, attacking and defending would be much easier. With my strength, I can control it freely within 10 kilometers. Although it's not as strong as before, it's still powerful. After retrieving the flying swords, they entered his body one by one. Because these flying swords had been blood sacrificed by Lin Fei, they could be stored in his body and constantly nourished with his blood qi, improving the quality of the flying swords. Of course, only Lin Fei could do such a thing. The prerequisite was that he had to have a strong body. Coming out of the treasury, Irina and Ben Bly were already there. Sir, I have found the whereabouts of the sacred water of life you asked me to investigate. Our people from the Radiant Church have found it. Irina said respectfully. She could feel an even more dangerous aura coming from Lin Fei. It could be seen that in these 10 days, his master's strength had greatly increased. It was no different from riding a rocket. Where is the sacred water of life? Lin Fei had already obtained the divine dragon key. The only thing he was interested in was the sacred water of life. It was something that could restore an immortal body. Naturally, Lin Fei wanted to go take a look. According to our investigation, the sacred water of life is on an island in the ocean. I also heard that several experts from the Dark Church have already gone there to seize the sacred water of life. Our Radiant Church has also sent people there. I heard that several old antiques are also preparing to seize the sacred water of life. Chapter 42. Lin Fei was in the Light Church's branch. He only stayed there for half a month. After knowing the whereabouts of the Spring of Life, he decided to take a look. Because the location of the Spring of Life was on the sea, he needed to go to the sea. Lin Fei left after getting the specific location from Irina. As for Ben Bly, he stayed behind to help Irina. The task given by Lin Fei was very simple. It was to integrate the forces in this area. Anyone who was dissatisfied would be handed over to Ben Bly to deal with. The only thing Irina needed to do was to think about how to improve her status. At present, it was not appropriate to completely break off all pretense of cordiality with the Light Church. It was better to rely on a big tree for shade. Lin Fei left the Light Church's branch and directly returned to England. After returning to England, Lin Fei couldn't sense the aura of Yi Zixuan and the others. He couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. He wanted to see what kind of expression Yi Zixuan would have when he returned. Since he couldn't meet Yi Zixuan and the others, she was clearly afraid of being chased. Lin Fei went to a big castle. This big castle belonged to Marquis Mike. Ever since Mike became a Marquis, his influence in the Dark Church had increased by a lot. For example, this castle's grade was also a lot higher. At first, Marquis Mike was worried that he would become a real puppet. But in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and that lord seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Marquis Mike almost forgot that he was being controlled. "Mike, you're living a good life. How's the matter I asked you to do?" Mike, who was drunk, had just returned to his study when he heard a faint voice. He immediately sobered up. He saw a young man sitting on his seat. If it wasn't Lin Fei, who else could it be? "Lord, when did you come back? Why didn't you inform me to pick you up?" Mike's voice was trembling. Lin Fei's deterrence made people not dare to look at him. "What are you afraid of? I don't plan on asking you to do anything. You just need to know that I'm helping you behind your back. Whatever mission I give you, you just have to complete it. It's that simple. If you can't even complete this, then there's no point in keeping you alive." Lin Fei's tone was neither light nor heavy, but it was like a knife stabbing into Marquis Mike's heart. Mike nodded repeatedly. I understand. I've already arranged for people to investigate the matter that you've entrusted me with. There's already some general information. I'll bring it to you now." After taking Marquis Mike as his lackey, Lin Fei naturally had to order him around. Thus, he gave them a few missions, one of which was related to the divine water of life. If it was in the past, Marquis Mike wouldn't have any channels to find out, but now that he was one of the higher-ups, some secrets were open to him. Mike brought a document over. This information was all about some missions that Lin Fei had given him, and the majority of them were information gathering. Lin Fei read the information about the divine water of life, which was the same as what he had gotten from Irina. The information about the divine water of life was true. Moreover, it was on an island in the sea. The information was very detailed. What made Lin Fei somewhat surprised was the names of several people listed in the document. "My lord, these people are the higher-ups of our dark church. This time they have gone to look for the divine water of life. Among them are 3 of them." Marquis Mike continued, "These 3 aren't young, and I heard that their lifespan is about to end. Therefore they are more anxious than anyone else to obtain the divine water of life. It is said that after obtaining the divine water of life, they can obtain a certain amount of lifespan. Our dark church has also received the news that Light Church will also send people there. Therefore this time, these 3 high-level members are here for the divine water of life as well as to deal with the experts of Light Church. When the time comes, if the situation is really bad, it will be hard to avoid dying together with them." Lin Fei smiled. "It seems this divine water of life is very attractive. Even your dark church sent 3 of their higher-ups." Marquis Mike said in a low voice, "My lord, I also got the news that several antiques will also go to the island in the sea to fight for the divine water of life. If my lord wants to go, you must be careful. These antiques have unfathomable strength and a lot of trump cards. They are the biggest enemy of the Dark Church and the Light Church this time." Lin Fei asked, "Do you know which antiques are going?" Marquis Mike shook his head. "I don't know for the time being. In any case, I only know that the strength of these antiques is unfathomable. It is said that they have already surpassed the god level. Generally, there are very few things that are worthy of their attention. This time, the divine water of life is an exception." With the information from the Dark Church, Lin Fei confirmed that the divine water of life had indeed appeared. However, the number of people fighting for the divine water of life was very high. The ratio was higher than what Lin Fei had expected. "Mike, you did a very good job this time. Seeing that you did a good job, I'll give you a little reward." Hearing the reward, Mike became excited. "Many thanks for your reward, my lord. I only did some trivial things." Lin Fei raised his hand and sent a stream of energy into Marquis Mike's body. Marquis Mike instantly became excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Feeling that incomparably vigorous energy once again, he was secretly shocked. "My lord, where did I kill an archangel? This archangel's energy is much more vigorous than the last one. It seems I can break through to the Duke level in one go." Lin Fei patted Marquis Mike's back. "What nonsense are you thinking? Hurry up and focus on breaking through. If you waste my reward, I'll be the first to kill you. In any case, keeping you alive is useless." Marquis Mike was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He no longer dared to let his imagination run wild and promptly began to refine the archangel's energy. An hour later, Marquis Mike broke through the Marquis level and reached the Duke level. His power was still rising. He had reached the limit of the Duke level in one go. He was only one step away from the Grand Duke level. Mike was so excited that his eyes were brimming with tears. He knelt in front of Lin Fei. My lord, thank you for letting me step into the Duke level. This has been my life's wish. Lin Fei looked at him indifferently. Your potential really isn't good. With my help, you've reached the limit of the Duke level. You can't even break through to the Grand Duke level. What a waste. Yes, I'm too useless. Yes, I'm too useless. Chapter 42-43. A huge cruise ship was slowly sailing on the ocean. This was a large tanker built by Hank's company. Its biggest use was for sightseeing. On this cruise ship called Ocean Star, there was a unique casino in the world. Because it was a huge cruise ship, anything that could be found on land could be seen on this cruise ship. For example, right now Lin Fei was standing on the top deck, enjoying the gentle sea breeze. His eyes were slightly narrowed, showing a satisfied expression. People who didn't know would think that Lin Fei was traveling on a cruise ship. In fact, Lin Fei was just borrowing the cruise ship to travel. Because the place where the God Water of Life was located was exactly where the cruise ship was going to pass. Therefore Lin Fei simply slacked off for once. But he had to admit that this Ocean Star built by Hank's company was quite high class. Whether it was inside or outside, it was exuding a luxurious aura. Lin Fei had already stayed on this Ocean Star for 4 days. There were only 3 days left before the island where the God Water of Life was located. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. From Mike's words, he also knew that those experts going to the island were actually very low-key. For example, on this Ocean Star, Lin Fei felt a few tyrannical auras. For the time being, he couldn't distinguish whether they were from the Dark Church or the Light Church. If nothing unexpected happened, these guys should be going for the God Water of Life. Since they were so low-key, it could be imagined that the others were also like this. Interesting, I actually met Yi Zixuan here. I thought she had already returned to China. Lin Fei suddenly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he smiled. He already saw a familiar figure, it was that Yi Zixuan. At this moment, Yi Zixuan seemed to have encountered some trouble as she quickly moved on the deck. This Ocean Star was very big, so Lin Fei didn't find it strange that he met Yi Zixuan here. But now Yi Zixuan looked a little frightened. Very quickly, Lin Fei saw clearly that behind Yi Zixuan, there were a few black-clothed burly men currently chasing after her. The auras of these black-robed men were not weak. Lin Fei could smell a dark aura from them. If there was no accident, these people should be the people of Dark Church. Yi Zixuan had indeed run into some trouble. She had escaped from the hands of the Radiant Church, and with great difficulty, she had obtained some information regarding the God's Water of Life. Since he didn't have the chance to obtain the Divine Dragon Key, he might as well go take a look at the Divine Water of Life. After receiving the news, Yi Zixuan arrived at Ocean Star, this cruise ship, but who would have thought that she would be targeted by a holy son of Dark Church? That saint had a notorious reputation. It could be said that he was extremely vicious and liked to use humans to cultivate. Yi Zixuan's reaction was also very fast. She immediately changed her room, but who would have thought that the saint would chase after her relentlessly? Since he couldn't do it in the open, he decided to do it in the dark. This is really bad. If I had known that the Holy Sun would be here, I wouldn't have come. Yi Zixuan really regretted not returning to the country immediately. How could she have imagined that there would be so many experts on the Ocean Star cruise? If she hadn't seen, she wouldn't have known. But now she was shocked. Now Yi Zixuan was also at her wit's end. In a moment of inattention, Yi Zixuan bumped into a person's body. Sorry, I'm very sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Yi Zixuan said. Immediately, a burst of laughter rang in Yi Zixuan's ears. Beauty Yi, long time no see. It's really a coincidence that we meet here again. Yi Zixuan raised her head and saw Lin Fei. She had a surprised expression. You are actually fine. Yi Zixuan had always thought that Lin Fei had met with an accident at the Radiant Church's branch. But now it seemed that she was thinking too much. The other party had a relaxed appearance as if he was on vacation. How could he look like he was injured? Lin Fei, quickly leave. There is a saint of Dark Church here. They have a lot of people and they also don't like our Eastern world's martial artists. If they find out, they will find trouble with you. If only Yi Zixuan was alone, she would have left without saying anything. But now that she had encountered Lin Fei, she more or less had a trace of security. She also didn't want to see Lin Fei being marked by the Dark Church's saint. Beauty Yi, what saint? We are now on the Ocean Star cruise. Could it be that he really dares to capture us in front of our faces? Lin Fei said with a smile. Yi Zixuan was really anxious. Could it be that Lin Fei still hates me because of last time's matter? Yi Zixuan thought about it and felt that it was quite reasonable. Lin Fei, I really didn't lie to you. They are indeed the people of Dark Church's saint. Once we are surrounded by them, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Moreover, this is the boundless sea, we really can't leave. Yi Zixuan could already see the black-robed man behind them. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Lin Fei was still very indifferent. Actually, I am very interested in this dark church's saint. After all, not long ago, I had a good chat with the light church's branch leader. He was very enthusiastic towards me. As a matter of fact, I stayed there for a period of time before I came out. Yi Zixuan rolled her eyes. She basically didn't believe what Lin Fei had said. Who was that Archbishop Felix? It was clearly stated in the information that he would have a good chat with you. You are really thinking too much. Lin Fei, don't joke around. If we don't leave now, we really won't be able to leave. Yi Zixuan was anxious. Wait a minute, I just recalled a matter. I seem to have some understanding of Dark Church. One of their higher-ups is my friend. Wait until they come, I will help you deal with them. Lin Fei said. Yi Zixuan had never seen a person as bold as Lin Fei. That was the Dark Church's Saint Ah. He was a vicious person. Once she fell into his hands, she would really be unable to escape even if she had wings. In the time it took to say a few words, those black-robed men caught up. Miss Yi Zixuan, our saint really wants to see you. Please don't make things difficult for us. One of the black-robed men said. After the few burly men in black caught up, they immediately split up and blocked the path that Yi Zixuan was about to leave. It could be said that now Yi Zixuan really couldn't escape. I don't want to see your Dark Church's saint. If you dare to chase me again, I will call for help. That black-robed man calmly said, Miss Yi Zixuan, please don't make things difficult for us. As for this ocean star, there is no harm in telling us that this ocean star has shares of our Dark Church. Even if you call for help, those people won't do anything for you. Yi Zixuan's heart sunk. She fell to the bottom of the valley. This was bad again. Are you guys that arrogant? Lin Fei smiled. Take this, let's see if it can give you a deep memory. Lin Fei casually tossed out an item. Bookseller's house. Chapter 42-44. Once this thing was thrown out, these several black-robed men subconsciously caught it and looked at it. They were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat as if this thing in their hands was a hot thing. But this person is a saint, he personally asked for it. Lin Fei coldly shouted, it has nothing to do with me. If he wants it, then let him come in person. You don't have the qualifications to take him away. Yi Zixuan was also curious. She didn't see what it was, but the expression of these several black-robed men changed. Could it be that Lin Fei has a connection with the people of Dark Church? But Yi Zixuan knew that the Western world had never liked the people of the Eastern world. Especially top forces like Dark Church and Light Church, they were quite averse to outsiders. After being shouted at by Lin Fei, how could those black-robed men dare to say anything? He respectfully returned the items to her. Sorry to disturb you. After saying that, the few big men retreated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei waved his hand and put away this thing. You see, I already said that I know the people of Dark Church. In front of me they won't dare to take people. Even if a saint comes, it will be the same. You can rest assured. Lin Fei said. Yi Zixuan was even more puzzled about Lin Fei's origin. Because from the information obtained from the investigation, this Lin Fei's body was filled with a mysterious aura, which hadn't been completely solved until now. Thank you, if not for you, I really wouldn't know how to solve this matter. It's all the fault of that saint of Dark Church. Of all people, he took a fancy to me. With one look, I know that guy definitely doesn't have any good intentions. Yi Zixuan despised. Where are those people? Lin Fei looked at the distant sea and asked with a smile. Yi Zixuan shook her head. I got separated from them. I don't know where they went. Could it be that you want to go to the place where the God Water of Life is? If you can go on the Ocean Stars cruise, then I can too. Lin Fei didn't directly explain. When Yi Zixuan heard this, she knew what Lin Fei meant. He was definitely after the divine water of life. I don't have any hope for the divine water of life now. Since the Holy Son of the Dark Church is here, there might be some other old-timers here as well. Can be said that powerhouses are as common as clouds. A little guy like me doesn't have any meaning in going. Yi Zixuan laughed bitterly. I was thinking too much. Lin Fei could see that Yi Zixuan should have suffered a bit in the Radiant Church's branch, so she had a good memory. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said such words. That's not a bad idea. The divine water of life isn't a place you should be going to. I think you should take advantage of this opportunity to enjoy the scenery along the way. Don't get involved in this kind of thing anymore, Lin Fei suggested. Then why are you going to the place with the divine water of life? Aren't you afraid of being targeted by them? For a moment Yi Zixuan couldn't see through Lin Fei. Since he knew it was dangerous, why did he still want to go there? Lin Fei smiled and said, "In fact, I'm going to the island to join in the fun, nothing more. I'm better at protecting my life than you. Moreover, I have a lot of friends. When the time comes, I'll just watch the fun, I won't worry about anything." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Yi Zixuan was also moved. "Young Master Lin, how about you take me with you to the island? I'll be the same as you, I'll just watch the fun, I absolutely won't dare to do anything." Originally, Yi Zixuan had already given up on the idea of going to the island, but after hearing Lin Fei's words, she had another idea. Since she couldn't get the divine water of life, could it be that she couldn't go and watch the fun? I heard that there are a lot of experts there. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know when I'll be able to see so many experts. Yi Zixuan impatiently watched. This scene was completely different from that time in Splendid Villa. In an instant Lin Fei had a wrong feeling. Did he recognize the wrong person? Was this person really the Yi Zixuan? Right now it was clearly two people. One was strong, one was weak. If Lin Fei didn't know that Yi Zixuan was Yi Zixuan, he would really think that she had a younger sister. Lin Fei also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's better for you to stay on the Ocean Star cruise. This place is safe." Yi Zixuan shook her head. "Who said it's safe? The Ocean Star cruise has shares of the Dark Church, and now a saint has appeared. If I stay on the Ocean Star cruise, I might become a meat on the chopping board. I think it's better for me to follow you." Could it be that young Master Lin can't even agree to such a small request? Lin Fei wished he could give himself a slap. Of all the things he could have said just now, he just had to say this. Alright, now he had to bring along a burden. Yi Zixuan's strength seemed to be pretty good, but in Lin Fei's eyes her strength was really not that great. To say that she was a burden was not an exaggeration at all. "What do you say? Bring me along and let me gain some knowledge. At worst, when you go to Kunlun's secret domain in the future, I will be your guide. How about it?" If Lin Fei hadn't entered Kunlun's secret domain from Southeast Asia before, he might really be interested. But now he wasn't that interested in Kunlun's secret domain. "It's not impossible to bring you along, but you have to listen to me. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. If you don't listen to me, then don't think about coming down from the secret domain alive." Lin Fei lightly snorted. "You have to remember this point clearly. I'm not joking, I'm telling you seriously." Yi Zixuan heavily nodded her head. "I understand. If you bring me to the island, I will listen to everything you say. I will cook, I guarantee that we won't starve to death after going to the island." Actually, these days Yi Zixuan had indeed been somewhat panicking. She didn't know why, but after seeing Lin Fei her mood suddenly calmed down. Originally, she planned to have a life and death struggle with the Saint of Dark Church. So now she hoped to be together with Lin Fei. At least she wouldn't have to face danger. Although it could be said that she had some small calculations in Yi Zixuan's opinion, this was also very normal. And at the same time, on the other side, the saint looked at the few black-clothed men standing in a row and coldly snorted, "You guys are quite capable. So many people yet you can't even catch a woman. What use do I have for you guys?" The golden-haired man slapped the armrest with his palm. With a "kacha" sound, cracks appeared on the armrest as if it would shatter in the next second. The golden-haired man was one of the saints of Dark Church. His name was Wuxia. "Saint, we also have no other way, but that person is holding the Duke's token, we don't dare." Bookseller's website. Chapter 42-45. Wuxia's first thought was, how is this possible? Wuxia knew how many dukes there were in the Dark Church. For example, behind him there was a duke supporting him. "Do you know which duke it is?" Wuxia asked. That black-robed man said, "The recently promoted Duke Mike." What's even more strange is that the one who took out this duke token is a Chinese. That Chinese Yi Zixuan seems to know this person and have a good relationship. Wuxia's frown deepened. Duke Mike, it's him. How could Wuxia not know Duke Mike? This guy's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. He didn't know what kind of luck he had, but his strength rose steadily and actually rushed to the Duke level. He suddenly stepped into the core circle of the Dark Church and became one of the upper echelons. This caused a great impulse in the Dark Church. Regarding Duke Mike's explanation, everyone didn't believe it. If it was someone else, Wuxia might not care, but this person was Duke Mike's descendant, so Wuxia had no choice but to give him face. This guy was in the limelight. It is indeed Duke Mike's token, the token of our Dark Church. Outsiders can't imitate it, even the Light Church can't. Wuxia turned around and slammed his palm on the armrest. Damn it, just a little bit more time, you bunch of trash. These black-robed men lowered their heads even more. Forget about this matter, but you guys arrange people to keep an eye on this guy. I want their every move, at least on this Ocean Star cruise, to be sure to be within their line of sight. Yi Zixuan already didn't dare to return to her room. She was afraid that the Holy Son of the Dark Church would come again. Lin Fei had no choice but to bring Yi Zixuan with him. Who let Yi Zixuan have a relationship with war god Yi Xian? No matter how deep their relationship was, as a senior, Lin Fei still had to take care of Yi Zixuan. For the next few days, everything was calm and peaceful and nothing happened. When Lin Fei had nothing to do, he would go to the deck to enjoy the wind and watch the sunset. As for those people who were secretly following them, he didn't care at all and let them stare. Yi Zixuan also recovered in these few days. At least she wasn't that nervous. It could be imagined that Yi Zixuan's days weren't good. After one more day we can leave. Lin Fei looked at the sea in front. The sunset shone on the surface of the sea. It was a spectacular sight. I heard that this god water of life is extremely amazing. Consuming it can increase one's lifespan. I wonder if that's true? Yi Zixuan asked. Lin Fei said, lifespan is a very mysterious thing. Although the divine water of life seems to be able to increase one's lifespan, who knows? In any case, it's just a legend. Without seeing it for themselves, no one can be certain. Yi Zixuan could hear a trace of disdain in Lin Fei's tone. She couldn't help but feel curious. This was divine water of life, so why was Lin Fei so calm? It was like he didn't care at all. Was he really going to join in on the fun? Young Master Lin, you don't seem to be very interested in the god water of life. That's something that can increase one's lifespan. Who doesn't want to live to 100 years old? Even the experts in the Kunlun secret realm are constantly trying to raise their strength so that they can live longer, Yi Zixuan asked curiously. Lin Fei said, I can't say. What a joke. Lin Fei had seen countless treasures that could increase one's lifespan. Even he himself had used quite a few. So naturally he wouldn't be interested in this god water of life. Even if this god water of life was effective, it would at most increase one's lifespan by 1 or 2 years. 10 years was already the limit. Naturally, Lin Fei wouldn't go and talk about the profoundness of this. Yi Zixuan also didn't continue asking. She knew that Lin Fei definitely wouldn't say it. Asking would be useless. I don't agree with this friend's words. The god water of life is a priceless treasure. Everyone wants to obtain it. It's not as cheap as you said. At this moment a figure walked over. When this voice appeared, Yi Zixuan's complexion changed slightly. She subconsciously moved closer to Lin Fei and said in a low voice, He's the Holy Son of the Dark Church. I think he's called Kuchio. Why is he here? In fact, Lin Fei already knew that Kuchio had come, but he was too lazy to pay attention to him. So it turns out that the Holy Son has come. I wonder what advice you have for me. Lin Fei said. These past few days, Kuchio had been keeping an eye on Lin Fei's every move. As a matter of fact, he also had the thought of catching Yi Zixuan. Unfortunately, Yi Zixuan was too smart. She simply didn't want to leave. She was always together with Lin Fei, so Kuchio had no other way. After all, the friend of a duke, especially Duke Mike who was in the limelight recently, Kuchio wouldn't be stupid enough to offend him. That Duke Mike was now one of the higher-ups of the Dark Church. He was constantly being roped in by several higher-ups of the Dark Church. No one dared to offend him. Don't think that there were no internal struggles in the Dark Church. The appearance of Duke Mike had changed the current structure of the higher-ups of the Dark Church. If Kuchio was stupid enough to offend this Chinese person, and if this person slanted his mouth at Duke Mike, then the situation would be different. At that time, the Duke behind him would definitely beat him to death. Kuchio had never doubted the murderous heart of a Duke. As long as Kuchio hadn't become a Duke, he would obediently listen to him. Young Master Lin, I just happened to pass by and heard you mentioning the god water of life, so I don't agree with you. How about we sit down and have a chat? Lin Fei smiled and said, Forget it, I have no interest in people like you. It's better for us to go our separate ways. Kuchio's eyes quickly flashed with a trace of displeasure. His original intention was to rope in the opposite party. Not everyone could get Duke Mike's keepsake. At the very least, they needed to be close to him. According to the feedback from the Dark Church, Duke Mike didn't send too many keepsakes. And the origin of this Chinese person in front of him was very mysterious. They basically couldn't find any clues. Other than appearing in England, they didn't know anything about the specific situation. I feel that it's better to have more friends than less friends outside. Moreover, the place where the god water of life is located isn't that easy to go. If we go together, we can avoid a lot of trouble. Kuchio continued. Hearing this, Yi Zixuan was somewhat surprised. When did this Kuchio who always wanted to capture her become so easy to talk to? His words clearly had a kind of roping in them. This made Yi Zixuan very curious. What kind of person did Lin Fei know that could make the attitude of the Dark Church's holy son Kuchio change 180 degrees? I just want to join in the fun, that's all. I really didn't think of snatching the god water of life. Lin Fei shook his head and said, well, please don't disturb us from enjoying the sunset. The aura of your body is making people uncomfortable. Chapter 42-46. Sun Kuchio left. Of course, the moment he turned around his mood was quite bad, but he tried his best to control it. Lin Fei was not someone he should offend for the time being. Kuchio remembered this person. Once there was a chance he did not mind plotting. Young Master Lin, I heard that Sun Kuchio is a dangerous person. If you don't give him face, do you think he will secretly plot against us after we get on the island? Yi Zixuan said worriedly. He wouldn't dare even if he had 100 guts. He is just a count-level son, killing him is just a matter of minutes. Yi Zixuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Stop bragging. A day passed. It was just in the evening. Lin Fei and Yi Zixuan prepared to leave the Ocean Star. Heading to the island. There was no moon tonight. It was dark and windy. Yi Zixuan had already arranged it in advance. A yacht was released from the Ocean Star. The yacht was, of course, a small yacht with ordinary power. Could reach the island. When they were about to board the yacht, in the silent night, the sound of several motors could be heard. It seems that someone can't wait to set off earlier than us. Lin Fei smiled. Such a loud sound came from a yacht. Without guessing, these people were heading towards the island. Then we won't be lonely on the way. Yi Zixuan joked. The two quickly boarded the yacht. Lin Fei personally drove the small yacht. The motor roared and they followed. The wind on the sea was not strong tonight. Yi Zixuan took out the compass, took out the longitude and latitude and began to command. Lin Fei did not say anything. In fact, he wanted to say that his divine sense had already locked on the yacht in front. As long as they followed the other party, they would be able to reach the island. When Lin Fei drove the yacht out, more yachts rushed out in the night. These yachts were big and small. In a short period of time, there were 7 or 8 yachts coming from all directions. This situation was more than what Lin Fei expected. In addition, there were a few obscure auras that seemed to be riding on other vehicles. It seems that the people going to the island this time are not small. The news from the Light Church and Dark Church is really not a problem. After sailing for 2 hours, it was already midnight. An island loomed in front of them. However, there was also a reef in front of the island, faintly discernible in the darkness. Lin Fei easily avoided these submerged reefs and finally stopped beside a reef. He could not drive any further. A few nautical miles away from the island. However, the front was already covered with submerged reefs, making it impossible to pass. During this period, some people on yachts kept colliding with these submerged reefs, sinking many yachts. Follow me. Lin Fei jumped onto the reef, and Yi Zixuan followed closely behind. The two of them traversed the reef one after the other. Before long, the two of them stood on the beach. He listened to the sound of the waves hitting the beach. At the same time, many lights appeared on the island. What do we do now? It won't be easy to find the place where the god water of life is. Moreover, I heard that this island is not small. Yi Zixuan tried her best to see clearly in front of them. Apart from darkness, there was nothing else. Lin Fei smiled and said, it won't be easy for us to find it, so it's the same for others. Therefore, we might as well take a good rest and wait until dawn. The island was indeed very big and there were large and small rocks everywhere. When they landed on the island, Lin Fei felt that the spiritual qi on this island was much denser than other places. Of course, this couldn't be compared to the otherworldly world. The two of them simply looked for a place to rest. This rest lasted until dawn. As the morning sun shone down, Lin Fei stood on a reef. Looking down from above, he could clearly see more than half of the island. The island was covered with strange rocks of various sizes. At the center of the island there was a small forest. At this time, Lin Fei could also see that there were figures constantly moving among those strange rocks. They should be searching for the whereabouts of the god water of life. If the god water of life was really so easy to find, it wouldn't be a legend now. Lin Fei shook his head and retracted his gaze. Yi Zixuan woke up and didn't see Lin Fei. She couldn't help but panic, but she soon saw a figure walking towards her. The air here is not bad. It's suitable for breakfast. Lin Fei took out 2 sets of food. These were all stored in his spatial ring. They could finally be put to use. After the two of them ate breakfast, Lin Fei strolled around unhurriedly. Other than rocks, there were more venomous snakes on this island. There were all kinds of them and they were good at ambushing. If one wasn't careful they would attack from the side. Yi Zixuan wasn't afraid of anything, but she was afraid of these venomous snakes. After all, there were too many of them. Along the way Yi Zixuan's scalp went numb. The matter of cleaning up the venomous snakes was naturally left to Lin Fei. There's a small forest ahead. I wonder if the god water of life is there. Yi Zixuan pointed ahead. It's not that easy to find the location of the god water of life. Lin Fei said. At least on the surface there's no chance. Could it be that the god water of life is underground? Yi Zixuan was surprised. Anyway, we're here to join in the fun. Let's just watch. After killing many venomous snakes along the way, Lin Fei and Yi Zixuan entered this small forest. In this small forest there were even more venomous creatures. There were traces left behind everywhere. And there were also many venomous snakes. When they reached the center of the forest, their field of vision widened. There was actually a pile of strange rocks. In the middle of the pile of rocks, there was an underground entrance. And at this moment, there were many people standing outside the pile of rocks. These people were all staring at the entrance of the pile of rocks. No one dared to barge in. When Lin Fei and Yi Zixuan came over, these people didn't even look back. They were still staring at the entrance. This entrance doesn't seem dangerous. Yi Zixuan said in a low voice after seeing it. Little girl, if you didn't have the ability, none of us would be standing here. Not far away, an old man sat cross-legged on a rock and snorted coldly. Yi Zixuan looked over and was instantly shocked. She could feel a terrifying aura from the other party. Even her mind was suppressed to a certain extent. It seems to be those old antiques. Yi Zixuan vaguely guessed their identity. There were a total of 4 old men like this. These 4 occupied a small area by themselves. There was no one else around them. The pressure on them was the heaviest. Just a casual glance at them would cause one to feel a great pressure. Yi Zixuan looked at the entrance again. This time she really saw something. She couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Chapter 42-47. Yi Zixuan was able to see what was going on. At the entrance of the strange stone, there were corpses everywhere. No, not corpses but corpses. These corpses were scattered all over the ground, forming a layer of corpses. At this time there was a fresh corpse on top of the corpses, a complete corpse. The corpse seemed to have been sucked dry by something, leaving only a shriveled body. That hideous face, no matter who it was, would make them tremble in fear. There was more than one corpse like this, all of them were lying on top of the corpses. At the entrance of the cave, one could vaguely see blood-colored vines. It was more suitable to be called a deposit, as it was faintly discernible. This was also the reason why Yi Zixuan did not see it at first. When she saw the blood-colored deposit, she instantly felt a trace of fear as well as an evil aura. Yi Zixuan finally understood why these people did not dare to enter. Obviously, there was a special existence at the entrance. This existence was extremely strong. Those who could come to this island were all very strong, at least in the Xiantian realm. Now, they had not even seen the heavenly water of life, but they had already lost a few people. This naturally made everyone feel a great sense of crisis. If I'm not wrong, this should be the legendary evil blood devil. I heard that this blood devil can transform into various forms, and its original form is a plant. One of the 4 people suddenly said. With this blood devil blocking the entrance, it won't be easy for everyone to enter. Another old man said. Everyone present had a serious look on their faces. They had not even seen the heavenly water of life, but they had already encountered a tiger blocking their way, and it seemed to be very powerful. They were all thinking of a solution. It's moving, it's moving. Suddenly an expert shouted. For some unknown reason, the corpse that was lying on top of the corpses stood up shakily. Raising its eyes, a cold blood-colored light flashed, and it directly pounced on the 2 closest people. Not good, they're being controlled by the blood devil. Those who were knowledgeable could recognize it at a glance. Because these corpses suddenly exploded, they did not give anyone time to react. The nearest expert of the Church of Light was covered in holy light, but he was still instantly killed by these corpses. After the light faction expert was killed, he quickly stood up. He was swaying as he was controlled by the blood demon. At this moment, everyone finally understood why there were so many corpses in this place. Perhaps they were all controlled by the blood demon. Lin Fei also quickly retreated with Yi Zixuan and stood at the edge of the area. This place is better. It's safer. Yi Zixuan had never seen such a bizarre thing before. This dead body could actually be controlled by plants. Is it really safe to stand here? Yi Zixuan was still a little worried. Lin Fei said, It's safe. These are just puppets being controlled. No matter how strong the blood demon is, the range of his control is limited. Don't you see that there are no corpses in this area? Lin Fei's words were naturally heard by the others. Everyone took a closer look and found that it was indeed as he had said. There were no corpses here at all. The corpses caught up, but after a certain distance they no longer dared to come out. Holy light / Some experts of the Church of Light counterattacked. Under the illumination of the holy light, the corpses of these puppets repeatedly screamed and were easily slaughtered. For the sake of safety, these puppets were directly thrown out by everyone to avoid being controlled by the blood demon. After losing the puppets, the scene became quiet. Everyone didn't dare to lower their guard. Everyone knew that the God Water of Life was not easy to obtain. But in the first pass, it exceeded everyone's imagination. They almost became a part of these corpses. Everyone wait patiently. This old man will go in first. At this time, an old man took large strides and rushed towards the entrance. Countless blood vines flew out of the blood demon's cave entrance. They carried a faint smell of blood. But that old man took out his great sword and fiercely slashed all the way. The blood vines kept retreating. The old man forcibly slashed open a bloody path and rushed in. After the first old man rushed in, the other 3 old men behind him also unleashed all of their abilities and easily entered as well. On the contrary, the people of the Light Church and Dark Church were left dumbstruck. Everyone was supposed to go in together, but this was somewhat different from what they had imagined. There were more than 20 people on the scene. As for the others, they were simply not qualified. After all, this kind of information was blocked by people. Only top forces like the Dark Church and Light Church knew about it. They didn't allow outsiders to enter. The 2 of them don't seem to be from the Light Church or Dark Church. It would be better to let them attract the blood demon. At this time, a middle-aged man of the Dark Church coldly snorted and looked at Lin Fei and Yi Zixuan. Standing on the side of the Dark Church, Ku Qiu smiled inwardly and didn't bother to explain. After all, the internal competition of the Dark Church was fierce. It was good to have one less opponent. When the time comes, many unlucky people would suffer. Ku Qiu decisively took a step back and silently lowered his head, as if saying, "I'll listen to you guys. I think this suggestion is good. These 2 Chinese are also very courageous. They actually dared to follow us. They can be used to attract the blood demon." Another expert of the Dark Church said. At the same time, several people slowly surrounded them, blocking their retreat. The people of the Light Church also nodded. This is indeed a way. As long as these 2 can attract the blood demon, we will have a way to rush in together. Another expert of the Light Church raised his head and looked at Lin Fei and Yi Zixuan. You 2, if you know what's good for you, you should go by yourselves. After all, you don't have the right to speak here. Yi Zixuan knew that it would be like this. Don't look at how the Dark Church and Light Church fought to the death. At the critical moment they would still stand together just like now. We don't have the intention to fight for the God Water of Life. We just came to take a look. Yi Zixuan said. The people of the Light Church and Dark Church laughed. Do you think we are 3-year-old children? Who doesn't want the God Water of Life? You still have the nerve to say that you want to take a look? This reason is too bad. Yi Zixuan knew that such an explanation wouldn't work. Looking at these people, she knew. Then what should we do now? Yi Zixuan also didn't know what to do. Lin Fei's face was still very indifferent. They want us to attract the blood demon, so let's attract them. I think that legendary blood demon should be able to understand right from wrong. Everyone was dumbfounded. This person was confused. Chapter 42-48. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. What do you think blood demon is? It's something that can take a person's life, and it's also a legendary existence. It's a truly terrifying existence. Previously they weren't clear about it, but now they were very clear. Who would dare to look down on it? Hearing Lin Fei's words, they couldn't help but laugh. This guy was really too naive. Could it be that you think that blood demon is playing house? Lin Fei brought Yi Zixuan and walked towards the blood demon. The people of Light Church and Dark Church laughed. At the same time, everyone began to prepare. As long as these 2 people stalled the blood demon, they would have a way to rush in. Although those 4 antiques had entered, it didn't mean that they didn't dare to enter. After all, they represented light and darkness. More or less, they would give up a part of it. No one dared to monopolize it. Young Master Lin, is this what we call joining in the fun? Yi Zixuan asked carefully. Of course. Joining in the fun naturally requires the awareness of joining in the fun. Lin Fei walked unhurriedly. The closer they got to the entrance of the cave, the smell of blood filled the air, and the atmosphere was stifling. Those blood-colored vines were faintly discernible. Yi Zixuan didn't doubt that as long as they got closer, those vines would definitely attack. Don't be nervous. Take a deep breath and listen to me. Lin Fei said, Blood Demon might not be as cruel as you think. I still believe that he can distinguish between right and wrong. Yi Zixuan almost rolled her eyes. That was a blood demon. Just look at the corpses on the ground and you will know. You can continue to boast. The people of Light Church and Dark Church began to approach from both sides. Kuchio's mood was very good. He couldn't help but doubt in his heart. Could it be that this guy called Lin Fei didn't know how to resist? In fact, in Kuchio's heart he couldn't wait for the other party to resist. At that time he would kill some of them. That would be the best. Unfortunately, I can't personally kill you. What a pity. But to be able to watch you being killed by Blood Demon is also pretty good. Unfortunately, I missed this woman of Yi Zixuan's. Hoo. A cold wind blew. Lin Fei didn't feel anything at all, but it was different for Yi Zixuan. Her whole body felt uncomfortable and she was extremely suppressed. The smell of blood made Yi Zixuan feel like she was suffocating. Lin Fei patted Yi Zixuan's shoulder, which made Yi Zixuan feel much better. You guys from the Kunlun secret realm are still lacking in training. Although Yi Zixuan's realm was high and her strength wasn't weak, it was still rather strenuous for her to face this legendary existence. Especially this blood-colored pressure, it was as if it was crushing on her soul, and it was exceptionally uncomfortable. Shio. Just as he stepped through the door, a dozen blood-colored vines curled towards him. Yi Zixuan was already prepared to make a move, but at this moment, Lin Fei said indifferently, Hurry up and retreat. With a wave of his hand, all of the vines that had wrapped around him retreated. At the same time the oppressive smell of blood also swept out layer by layer. Look, Blood Demon is very obedient. Lin Fei brought Yi Zixuan in. The moment they entered, there were at least 100 vines that covered the sky, and they directly smashed down. Being able to withstand one might not be able to withstand the second one, let alone 100 vines. It wasn't inferior to the attack of an absolute expert. Yi Zixuan already didn't dare to face it. Because the power of each vine made her feel as if she was facing a peak Hotian existence, which was the peak of the evolved Jing realm. It's over. This time we are all dead for sure. Yi Zixuan's face turned pale under this attack. What's there to be afraid of? Calm down. You are a God realm expert after all. Lin Fei teased. He raised his head and said indifferently to those vines, Why are you still not retreating? Do you really want me to destroy your true body? Don't think that I don't know where your true body is. It's very easy for me to destroy you. Yi Zixuan was also speechless at Lin Fei. At this moment he still dared to say such words to Blood Demon. That was a plant, it didn't understand human language. The people of the Light Church and Dark Church who were approaching nearly burst into laughter. They had never seen such a person before. That was a Blood Demon, a legendary ferocious existence. But the next scene instantly shocked them. Because when those blood-colored vines were about to reach them, all of them stopped. After that, one after another, the vines retracted. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 vines disappeared without a trace. It's gone. Yi Zixuan was about to close her eyes, but in the next second she discovered that these vines had retreated. That kind of oppressive feeling was also gone. Yi Zixuan had an incredulous look on her face. How is it? I told you that this Blood Demon isn't afraid. It just so happens that I have read a lot of books before, and there is a description of the weakness of Blood Demon. As long as we remain calm and unmoving, that Blood Demon will naturally be afraid. Did you see that? How is the effect? Yi Zixuan felt as if she was listening to a myth. However, this kind of threat will only have a very short effect. Let's hurry up and leave. Lin Fei brought Yi Zixuan and walked inside. Very quickly, they disappeared in front of the people of the Light Church and Dark Church. Only that pitch-black entrance was left. This is also possible? This is too inconceivable. What kind of book can actually describe the weakness of Blood Demon? If we had known that Blood Demon has this weakness, why would we waste time outside? Now we are letting them go in. Let's also quickly go in. They could clearly see that the strength of these two Chinese people wasn't very good. Only that woman was somewhat powerful. As for that man, he really couldn't withstand a single blow. The people of the Light Church were the closest to the entrance. The three closest people directly rushed in with a happy expression on their face. After all, it was best if they didn't have to face Blood Demon. Just as they rushed in, they saw that these three experts of the Light Church were instantly pierced by the blood-colored vines and hung in the air. Their eyes were wide open as they looked at the vines with an incredulous look on their face. The people of the Dark Church, who had just rushed halfway, were instantly scared. In the next second, more than 10 vines directly attacked them. Not good, quickly run, that kid is deceiving us. Blood demon basically doesn't have any weakness. How could the people of the Light Church and Dark Church still dare to resist? They turned around and ran away. In an instant, 7 or 8 people were left here. Until they left the circle, everyone was gasping for breath. This guy actually dared to scheme against us. The people of the Dark Church and Light Church had ice-cold expression. Apart from the lingering fear, there was nothing else they could do. Kuchio, who had always been at the back, secretly sucked in a mouthful of cold air. I knew that this bastard didn't have any good intentions. He actually dared to scheme in front of everyone. That blood demon is also strange. He didn't attack them but instead attacked us. Miao Shu House. Chapter 42-49. There was a stone staircase at the entrance. They went all the way down. On both sides of the stone staircase were corpses all over the ground. When they stepped on them, there was a cracking sound. Yizishuan felt like she was dreaming. They actually came down. The feeling of not being in danger didn't seem real. Follow behind me and don't run around. This place is more dangerous than you think. Lin Fei walked forwards. He kept kicking. Those corpses kept flying forwards. Shio shio shio. Countless black shadows shot out and instantly smashed those corpses into pieces. Yizishuan took a closer look and realized that the arrows that were shot out were actually cold arrows. These cold arrows were really strong and had a strong penetrative ability. There are actually mechanisms here. Yizishuan was a little surprised. These are all ancient mechanisms. To be able to survive until now, it isn't as simple as you think. Lin Fei walked and kicked, continuously triggering these mechanisms. Yizishuan felt a chill down her spine. There were a few mechanisms that could be described as terrifying. Even with her strength, she couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. After walking for half an hour, cold energy rose up from below. As soon as the cold air touched them, it turned into frost. It was so cold that it made them shiver. The surrounding walls were covered in a layer of white frost. Didn't they say that the God Water of Life is a top-quality item? But why is it getting colder as we go down? Yizishuan shivered. Who said that places with God Water of Life would be as warm as spring? This is God Water of Life. Why do they all look like they care about it? Naturally, there has to be something unusual about it. Lin Fei casually walked in front. Kacha kacha. Everywhere he passed, the coldness was instantly shattered. After jumping over the coldness, their field of vision suddenly opened up. There was a lake underground which was unbelievable. This lake wasn't very big, it was only 10 acres in size. In the middle of the lake was a small island with a lonely tree growing on it. This tree wasn't big, barely around a meter tall. The most surprising thing was that this tree was completely green and gave off a comfortable aura. The 4 old men who had entered first were actually fighting with a stone statue. The stone statue was covered in brown scales that were tightly wrapped around its body. It wasn't losing to the 4 old-timers at all. Instead, it was relying on the spear in its hand to attack and defend like a tiger. You seem to have the upper hand. Young Master Lin, is that the divine water of life? The spring of life is actually growing on a tree. This is too unbelievable. Yizishuan had never seen such a mystical scene before. Even though the tree was quite a distance away from them, they could still see it clearly. Droplets of water condensed on the leaves. These droplets were translucent and gave off an extremely warm aura. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could tell that this was divine water of life. Even from afar, he could sense that it was extraordinary. After Yizishuan said this, she looked at Lin Fei. However, she realized that Lin Fei's expression seemed to be a little different. There was a glimmer of Jingguang in his eyes, shining brightly. When they looked at the tree, they saw that the 4 old-timers had actually been forced back by the stone statue's spear. The stone statue returned to the small island. Just like that, it stood next to the divine tree of life like a stone statue. Those who didn't know better would really think that it was a stone statue. You 2 Chinese actually came in. At this moment, one of the 4 old men suddenly looked over with a strange expression. The remaining 3 elders also looked over in unison. They were quite surprised. They had been able to barge their way here because they were strong. But now, these 2 Chinese had also been able to barge their way here so easily. They didn't even have any injuries on their bodies. This showed that they had some ability. Therefore, they seemed to be a man and a woman who were speaking with a hint of vigilance. Young man, you're not bad. You actually came in so quickly. You're much stronger than those people from the Radiant Church and Dark Church, one of the old men said. Lin Fei could sense a trace of fear from this old man. He wasn't the only one feeling that way. The other 3 old men were feeling it as well. Actually, it wasn't hard to come in. I felt that it was pretty easy. But it seems that the four of you are in trouble. This divine water of life won't be easy to obtain, right? Lin Fei said with a smile. How about this? I'm interested in this divine water of life, that stone statue and everything else on this island. Seeing that I'm in a good mood, you guys can leave. The expressions of the four old men changed. Clearly they thought that they had misheard. Kid, you sure talk big. You're trying to chase us away right after coming here. Who do you think you are? One of the black-robed old men was furious. He leaped forward like a ghost. Blood demon hands. His hands instantly turned incomparably red, giving off a suffocating aura. Lin Fei wants something and you guys have the nerve to take it away? Boom. A gigantic sword light came slamming down. The black-robed old man raised his blood-red hands to block. With a rumble, the black-robed old man was slammed into the ground. Countless cracks spread out. The three old men dodged out of the way. Looking at the huge crater that had been created, they secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Aren't you going overboard? Everyone who sees the divine water of life has a share. Don't tell me you intend to swallow it all yourself? Do you think that you can swallow it all? At this moment, Yi Zixuan was shocked as well. Didn't they say that they were just here to watch the show? Why did they want to snatch it all of a sudden? This sword light was way too strong. It was terrifyingly thick. Under this sword, Yi Zixuan couldn't even muster up any will to resist. If she were to face it, this sword would probably cut her in half. Whether I can swallow it or not is another matter. At the very least, you guys don't have the qualifications. A gigantic sword slashed over. It was 100 meters long, and the void was instantly slashed apart. The three old men unleashed their strength to block before them. But they were still sent flying by this sword, each of them coughing out blood. They couldn't block the might of this sword at all. You guys can't even block this sword of mine. If I were to use another sword, do you guys think that you guys can still survive? The gigantic sword that Lin Fei had condensed was 100 meters long. Everywhere it passed, the sword light would tear apart everything. The three of them felt that this Chinese kid was going too far. His strength was terrifying. This sword contained the aura of death. They didn't doubt that if there was a second sword, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. They would definitely die. The three old men exchanged glances. Without a second word, he retreated. Young Master Lin, we are just here to watch the show. Chapter 4250. Lin Fei said to the point. Indeed, I'm just here to join in the fun. I'm here to liven up the atmosphere. Yi Zixuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. What sort of reason was that? But wouldn't that mean that we're offending those three old men outside? They're all antiques and their backgrounds aren't low at all. Their rallying power is extremely strong. If we were to offend them all, I'm afraid that things won't end well for us. Yi Zixuan had not expected Lin Fei to have such guts. Not only did he not attack, but he had also defeated four old men and chased away three of them. By the looks of it, he was trying to monopolize the god water of life. His guts were truly boundlessly arrogant. There's nothing to be afraid of. This god water of life is worth it. Lin Fei chuckled. Wait here. I'll go collect the god water of life first. Lin Fei strode forth. Stepping on the surface of the water, he closed in on the island quickly. Just as Lin Fei was about to reach the island, suddenly the stone statue opened its eyes. A long spear pierced out like a sharp sword, fast and vicious. The moment the other party struck out, it was as though he had been stabbed. It was an extremely mystical feeling. At the very least, Yi Zixuan did not have the strength to face it. There was no way she could exchange blows with this stone statue. At the same time, the old man who was lying in the deep pit finally crawled out. Those three old fogies are inhuman. They did nothing to save me. I was nearly killed by this lad. Luo Manxio was an old antique. Just a little more and he would have been buried here. If not for his good luck and the fact that he had some trump cards up his sleeves, he wouldn't have been able to withstand that gigantic sword at all. Ignorant fella. Do you really think that you can get the god water of life just because you chased us away? Nonsense. Why don't you take a look at the strength of that stone statue? You'll be killed by that stone statue in a single strike. The four of them were much clearer than anyone else. They knew that the strength of this stone statue was far more terrifying than they had imagined. It was definitely not something that could be dealt with so easily. The four of them did not have any advantage against the stone statue. Instead, they were being suppressed, let alone this Chinese kid. Good thing for this kid. He's managed to chase away those three old geezers. If he's killed by the stone statues, I'll have a chance to take away the divine water of life. It'll be best if both of them are heavily injured. That way things will be easier for me, Roman Shio thought. Just as the spear was about to pierce him, Lin Fei's figure suddenly shifted in mid-air, causing the stone statue to miss its target. The stone statue attacked again. This time it was even more powerful than before. It stabbed out with its spear, stirring up the lake water to form a canopy that instantly blocked in front of Lin Fei. To have such strength, you are indeed quite strong. However, you are just a stone statue. No matter how strong you are innately restricted. You are no match for me. Lin Fei broke the barrier with a single punch. He turned around and waved his hand. Thunderous rumbling sounds could be heard as bolts of lightning struck down. They bombarded the stone statue again and again. The stone statue was very strong. Relying on its spear, it was able to defeat the lightning repeatedly. Unfortunately, the lightning was very powerful, and there were times when it would hit nothing but the stone statue. A large portion of the stone statue would be split open, and fragments would fall from the sky. Luo Manxiu, who had been cursing Lin Fei over and over again, frowned. Lightning power? He can actually control lightning power? Wasn't it said that very few people could control lightning power? And his thunder force can actually injure the stone statue? Just where did this kid come from? Could it be that he's also an old fogey? Luo Manxiu was terrified. Even if he were to face these thunderbolts, he wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to block them. Looking at the thunderbolts surrounding the stone statue, there were at least dozens of them, and they continuously bombarded the stone statue, causing people's scalp to go numb. Lin Fei's face was also a bit pale. However, seeing that the lightning had trapped the stone statue, he breathed a sigh of relief and charged over. The tree was only 1 meter tall and it had very few leaves. However, each and every one of them was sparkling and translucent, and there was a drop of life god water on them. It's a pity that no one understands such a treasure. Right now, I'm the only one who can bring out its true potential. Lin Fei stood in the air and clawed out with his 5 fingers, forming a gigantic hand that covered the sky and covered the sun. The entire world seemed to darken as the hand fiercely grabbed downwards. An inconceivable scene appeared. The soil and rocks within a meter of the sacred tree were instantly pulled out. With a loud rumbling sound, the entire island was instantly torn apart and sank to the bottom of the lake, creating countless splashes. The stone statue that was surrounded by the thunderbolts was even more desperate as it unleashed one spear shadow after another. But even so, it was still unable to break through the thunderbolts. It could only watch helplessly as Lin Fei took away the god tree. In the blink of an eye, the god tree disappeared without a trace. Luo Manxiu's face turned pale. Damn it! How can there be such an expert in this world? Didn't they say that they're already extinct? The life god water has a very powerful effect. No one has ever said that they could take away the tree, but this guy, he doesn't intend to leave it for the future generations. The importance of the life god water was very clear to these old antiques. However, they had never thought that the tree would be taken away by someone. Furthermore, it was done so violently. It was simply unbelievable. Yi Zixuan's beautiful eyes were also filled with astonishment, as if she had seen wrongly. Young Master Lin had actually taken away the tree and the life god water. This strength? Everyone has truly underestimated Lin Fei's realm. He's China's #1 expert. Even those experts from the Kunlun secret realm might not be Lin Fei's match. This is too terrifying. Yi Zixuan had always thought that Lin Fei's strength was similar to theirs. At most, he was just a bit stronger. For example, he was able to survive the pursuit of the Radiant Church. It was probably due to luck. However, now that Yi Zixuan thought about it, the commotion at the Radiant Church's branch that day might have been caused by Lin Fei. The possibility was extremely high. Only this could explain why Lin Fei was unscathed, unlike the rest of them who had suffered. If it wasn't for the fact that those people didn't continue to chase after them, perhaps they wouldn't even be able to leave the Western world. Doesn't that mean that the last divine dragon key might also be in Lin Fei's hands? Yi Zixuan had this thought, and her breathing couldn't help but quicken. At this moment, Lin Fei's face was filled with joy. I didn't expect that there would actually be such a divine object on Earth. I'm afraid those people wouldn't have thought that the legendary tree of life that had disappeared long ago would actually be in such a place. Furthermore, it was obtained by me. Who would believe it? Bookseller's website. Chapter 4251. Lin Fei had never expected to find the god tree of life in a place like this. This was unbelievable. After all, the tree of life had been completely destroyed in ancient times. No information about its whereabouts had ever been passed down. This was the oldest tree in the world. At first, Lin Fei did not believe it. However, when he saw the emerald green liquid and the incredibly dense life aura, he was convinced. He was finally sure that this was the god tree of life. He did not know why the God Tree of Life would grow here. But it was in a bad state. Although the divine water of life had condensed on the emerald green leaves, it was actually used to save lives. It was used against the Tree of Life itself. However, some people mistakenly believed that the God Water of Life was refined by the God Tree of Life. As time went by, the God Tree of Life was greatly damaged. For example, the God Water of Life before him was actually the last part of the God Tree of Life that could be refined. It would never be able to refine it again. The damage done to the Tree of Life was way too severe, to the point where even its vitality was damaged. It could be said that its vitality was severely damaged. With the passage of time, the Tree of Life would slowly wither away and eventually disappear from the face of the world. Lin Fei had never thought that he would be so lucky to encounter the God Tree of Life. No one would believe him if he told others. But reality was just that amazing. Lin Fei had encountered the God Tree of Life, and a severely damaged one at that. If he had encountered anyone else, he would not have been able to do anything. Who was Lin Fei? That was an immortal rank, someone who had read countless ancient texts. Naturally, some of them had to do with the God Tree of Life. Lin Fei was 80% confident that he could save the God Tree of Life. This was also why Lin Fei had chased the other 3 elders away. They did not deserve the God Water of Life. It would be a waste in their hands. As long as I can restore the divine Tree of Life and wait for it to mature, I can consume the divine water of life. That way my injuries will be able to heal quickly. It'll be better than any miraculous pill. I'll be able to heal all the wounds left in my body. Lin Fei kept the God Tree of Life in a great mood. He was glad that he had come at the right time. Otherwise he would really miss out on a supreme treasure. To Lin Fei, the Tree of Life was an unparalleled treasure. No other treasure could compare to it. This was the most ancient tree in the ancient times. Even though it was only a meter tall, no one dared to underestimate the power of the Tree of Life. After Lin Fei collected the divine tree, the stone statue destroyed all the thunderbolts and fiercely attacked Lin Fei. It dragged its long spear behind it and used splitting Mount Hua. Shadows of rods appeared one after another. It turned out that the stone statue had unleashed its true killing move. Boundless power came crashing down, instantly turning into an incredibly dense ray of light. Lin Fei put 2 fingers together and a stream of sword chi met it. A vigorous energy fluctuation swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The scene became a mess. It's too much of a waste to leave your stone statue here. It's better to let me use it. Lin Fei formed a seal with both hands, and the seal landed on the stone statue. It continued to seep into the stone statue's body. The stone statue continued to struggle and attack with the long spear in its hand. However, it could not stop the seal from seeping in. In the blink of an eye, the huge seal entered the stone statue's body. Runes appeared on the stone statue's body one after another. In less than 15 minutes, the stone statue quietened down. Even though the stone statue looked extremely wretched at the moment, with big and small holes on its body as if it had gone through a huge battle, it no longer had that savage aura. He actually controlled the stone statue. Roman's expression changed as his breathing quickened. He could not believe what he had just seen. Putting aside the fact that he had taken away the Tree of Life, he had now taken away the stone statue as well. Where did this antique come from? This was definitely bullying. They had finally found the whereabouts of the godly water of life, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. It was one thing for you to take away the Tree of Life. At least you should have left the stone statue behind. With the stone statue, your strength would have increased tremendously. But now there was nothing left. Even the island had sunk to the bottom of the lake. This place instantly turned from mysterious to ordinary. Lin Fei landed on the ground. Yi Zixuan was already prepared just now. She also heard Lin Fei's reminder and did not suffer any injuries. That settles it. Yi Zixuan looked at the stone statue behind Lin Fei and secretly took a deep breath. Yes, it's a very simple matter. It just so happens that I've learned some control techniques. Although this stone statue has also been controlled by someone, it's been a long time. Naturally, the methods left behind are no longer effective. Lin Fei said with a smile, although I don't know who arranged for such a stone statue to be left here, the strength of this stone statue is very strong. It's quite good to use it to guard one's villa or other places. On this point, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Finally, this trip was not in vain. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I really don't know anything. I didn't see anything. The stone statue who had been standing behind Lin Fei the whole time suddenly thrust its spear forward like a bolt of lightning, landing on Old Antique's heart. Luo Manxiu begged for mercy on the spot. There was nothing he could do. The spear was only a few centimeters away from his forehead, and his whole body was enveloped by the aura of death. I thought that you old antiques had a very bad temper and would rather die than open your mouth to beg for mercy. Now it seems that's not quite the case. Lin Fei walked over. Luo Manxio smiled bitterly. What kind of old history is this? Senior is a great expert. How can I take revenge on you? Spare my life. From now on, wherever you go, this old man will never appear again. Besides, I have some ability in the Western world. As long as Senior says the word, I won't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. As he said this, Luo Manxio was also in a trance. He had actually been frightened by a stone statue. Of course, although the stone statue was terrifying compared to this young man, it was indeed a far cry. This young man was the true terror. A terrifying demon king. Whoever made an enemy of such a person would definitely have a lifetime of nightmares. Your strength is not bad. You can barely be used as a subordinate. Lin Fei said. His hands once again formed a seal, and a seal entered Old Antique's body. After a short moment, Luo Manxio's complexion changed 180 degrees. It was completely different from before. The stone statue withdrew its spear and quietly stood behind Lin Fei. My lord, do you want me to deceive the other three old things? If my guess is correct, those three fellows must have gone to contact the people of Dark Church and Light Church. They want to use them as knives to deal with my lord. Bookseller House website. Chapter 4252. Actually, you don't need to say anything, they're already coming here. Lin Fei's gaze fell on the exit. So fast, those old things. Luo Manxio also looked back. Lin Fei was somewhat speechless. Luo Manxio was also an old antique, yet he still had the nerve to say that. Wasn't he afraid of being laughed at? More than a dozen figures were coming over. Could be said that they were very aggressive. Even if there are more people, so what? In the end, it's all for naught. Lin Fei slightly shook his head. More than a dozen figures appeared at the entrance, and the water in the well was clear. One side was the Dark Church. The other side was the Radiant Church. They were led by three old men. Luo Manxio, hold on, we will come to save you soon. Hearing Luo Manxio's words, these people mistakenly thought that he had been captured. But one of the old men suddenly looked at the lake in the distance. That island was actually gone. The divine tree was also gone. Not to mention the divine water of life. They had come all the way here for the divine water of life. But now, the divine water of life had unexpectedly disappeared, and even the divine tree was gone. This was tantamount to cutting off their last hope. The three old antiques couldn't sit still. Wait, isn't that the stone statue behind? Why is it behind that kid? This time they also noticed the stone statue. A bad premonition appeared. This matter might be related to that young man. Previously they couldn't resist the attack of the stone statue. They didn't dare to think about it anymore. This was really bad news. I don't need you to save me. On the contrary, you three should be tactful and obediently surrender to my lord. Otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life. Luo Manxio said. Don't blame this old friend for not reminding you. The three old antiques knew that this was bad. Luo Manxio had unexpectedly surrendered to the other side. How was this possible? How long had it been? Or was Luo Manxio being controlled? If the other side really had such a method, then wouldn't they be like sheep entering a tiger's den? Previously, the four of them weren't the opponent of this Chinese kid, let alone the stone statue. If the Chinese kid joined hands with the stone statue, no matter how many people they had, it would never be realistic in the face of absolute strength. Standing inside the Dark Church, Kuchio's legs began to tremble. He was so scared that he wanted to slap himself. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. This kid is too terrifying. Even the god tree was obtained by him. Even that old antique Romantius was controlled by him. Kuchio wanted to ask if it was too late to leave now. He knew that he had offended the Chinese kid. Wasn't it because he had his eyes on Yi Zixuan back then? Who would have thought that this person's background would be so great that it surpassed their imagination? Kuchio could even sense that the three antiques were beginning to change. The atmosphere became oppressive. Chinese kid, I don't care who you are. Now that the tree of God has disappeared, if you took it, then you better hand it over. Our Radiant Church isn't that easy to mess with. At this moment, an archbishop of the Radiant Church said coldly. In the Western world, the Radiant Church and the Darkness family had great influence. Especially the Radiant Church, it could be said to be the #1 power. And this time, in order to seize the divine water of life, the Church of Light had dispatched an archbishop who could summon 12 winged archangels. This was the source of the Radiant Church's confidence. Meng-Chi, who do you think you are? You dare to talk to my lord like this? I will kill you first. Romantius roared and attacked. Meng-Chi was shocked. Senior Romantius, what are you doing? I am the Archbishop of the Radiant Church. Romantius didn't care about that. He attacked fiercely and unleashed incomparably vigorous power. Meng-Chi was terrified. I am just a fox borrowing the tiger's might, that's all. Lin Fei calmly looked at him. How can there be any divine water in this place? You all got the wrong information. It's not easy to come all the way here. You all can go back now. Everyone felt as if they had misheard. How shameless. Wuxia of the Dark Church was the first to respond. Yes, someone's information must be wrong. How can there be divine water here? He made us come all the way here. If I come to know about this, I will definitely skin him. Let's go, this is too boring. The people of the Dark Church were dumbfounded. You, Wuxia, are one of the holy sons of the Dark Church, how can you speak like this? This time, the leader of the Dark Church was a Duke-rank powerhouse. Holy Son Wuxia, what do you mean by that? The divine water of life is obviously here. It must have been taken by this boy. How could Wuxia dare to offend this Chinese boy? He subconsciously took a step back and said, in any case, I didn't see any divine water. Everyone, don't you think so? As a duke, Wall was even more annoyed. He didn't know why a holy son would speak like this, but the information couldn't be wrong. The three seniors knew that this thing must have been taken away by this Chinese boy. Swish! A ray of light attacked. The dark aura on the body of this duke burst out and condensed into a shield. Under the stab, the entire shield shattered with a kacha sound. A beam of light pierced through the duke's body, forcing him to retreat. The duke crashed heavily into a rock, causing cracks to appear on the hard rock. It turned out that at this moment, the stone statue attacked and injured the Duke of the Dark Church with a stab. The spear technique of the stone statue was outstanding and untraceable. Although Duke Wall was also powerful, he was defeated again and again in front of the stone statue. After more than 10 stab attacks, the Duke was nailed to the rock wall by the stone statue. His whole body was hanging there. Everyone of the Dark Church sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Especially Wuxia, he was secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, we talked just now, otherwise I don't know how many times I would have died by now. The stone statue once again returned behind Lin Fei, holding the spear, but no one dared to speak again. Who could see that the strength of this stone statue was so powerful that it could easily injure a duke? Duke Wall, I said that there is nothing here, why bother? Wuxia helplessly said. Let's go, what's the point of staying here? Wuxia turned around and left. He was sweating with every step he took. He was afraid that the stone statue would kill him with a stab. 1 step, 2 steps. Every step he took was like stepping into an abyss. Fortunately, the danger didn't appear. He breathed a sigh of relief as he wished. After the Holy Sun left, how could the remaining people of the Dark Church still have a temper? They also turned around and left. Duke Wall vomited blood. In any case, take me away. Don't say leave. Bookseller website. Chapter 4253. Just like that, the people of the Dark Church retreated. Duke Wall died. The Holy Sun also silently left. Those who stayed behind still didn't leave. Were they prepared to be slaughtered by that stone statue? The people of the Dark Church retreated like a tide. The members of the Church of Brilliance felt their scalps go numb. Duke Wall was very powerful, and even Archbishop Manchi would need some time to kill him. If things went wrong, both sides might suffer great losses. But in the blink of an eye, he was heavily injured by the stone statue. Moreover, their Archbishop Manchi was unable to resist Roman's attack. That Chinese youngster didn't even make a move from beginning to end. What was going on? The 3 old men hesitated for a while. Everything happened too fast. They weren't a match before, but now. The 3 old men didn't dare to hesitate. They turned around and retreated outside. They had to leave this place first. At that time, they would spread the news outside and gather thousands of people to force this person to hand over the god water. They still didn't believe that with so many people outside, any expert would be annihilated in a continuous battle. Moreover, they were all old men with status. No one dared to question their words. Unlike the Dark Church and the Light Church. After all, these 2 forces were enemies for generations. It was inevitable that their words would be difficult to convince the masses. But they were different. You want to leave? Have you asked me? The stone statue instantly blocked the exit. The spear shadows that filled the sky forced them back. They all knew how powerful this stone statue was. Even 4 of them weren't its match, let alone the 3 of them. They silently retreated. The stone statue didn't attack again. It just stood at the entrance, guarding the pass with one man guarding it against 10,000 enemies. "Chinese boy, what the hell do you want?" one of the old men said. "Do you want to kill all three of us here? Although you have the stone statue and Roman's help, you are indeed powerful. But if we go all out against you, you will also have to pay the price." Only the three of them knew how fake these words were. They simply couldn't withstand this person's attack. They had no advantage. Apart from being crushed, there was nothing else. Ah! The Archbishop of the Light Church, Manchi, screamed and was seriously injured. He didn't even have the chance to summon the 12-winged archangel. After all, Luo Manchio's strength was enough to crush his opponent. "I think you'd better make the right choice. You didn't leave immediately and came back instead. This is your fault." Romantia stood in a position, once again blocking their path, and looked at them coldly. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't let an old antique leave. These guys were even stronger than Archbishop Manchi. Where else could they find such experts? Moreover, he really needed a nail in the Western world. With these three old antiques, in addition to Dark Church and Light Church, it was very interesting. "Let's fight." After exchanging glances, the three old fogies decided to attack. If he didn't go all out, he could only accept his fate. There was still a chance of survival if he went all out. Luo Manchio and the stone statue were about to attack when they were stopped by Lin Fei. "Looks like if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think that you can contend against everything with your combined strength." Lin Fei snorted coldly. A sword will swept out from the void. Compared to before, this move was even more profound. The sword will was like a wave, truly untraceable and inconceivably fast. The expressions of the three old antiques instantly changed. They felt a boundless power crushing down on them like a monstrous sea. In a single exchange, the sword will crushed the three of them. Their strong bodies were covered with sword wounds and blood flowed out. The three of them were heavily slammed against the rock wall, and they did not have the slightest ability to resist. "Is this your true strength?" The three of them were formidable old antiques, but in front of that sword, they couldn't resist at all. "This sword of mine is called the Great Slicer Art, one of the secret arts. I only used 60% of my strength. If you want to try again, I'll use 90%. Let's see if you can survive." If 60% of his strength was already like this, then wouldn't 90% be enough to kill them? We're convinced. The three old antiques were completely terrified. Only the Eastern world had this secret art. The Western world didn't have it at all. They had always heard that the mysterious Eastern world had experts as common as the clouds. Now they finally believed it. With such strength at such a young age, the difference between them and him was too great. Lin Fei didn't waste any words. He placed a restriction on them one by one. This restriction was an ancient one. Now that Lin Fei's strength had broken through, he could use it. It was impossible for the three old antiques to undo it. Therefore they could only accept their fate. "Little Luo, I'll leave these three to you." Naturally, Lin Fei wouldn't care about them. However, he still had to give a certain person a reward. Luo Manchio laughed. "Thank you, my lord." The four of them had always fought each other, wanting to suppress each other and become the strongest existence in the Western world. Unfortunately, they hadn't been able to do so. However, Luo Manchio hadn't expected that one day, he would be able to control these three people. He had truly followed the right person. The three old antiques' hearts sank. They hadn't expected that they would end up becoming Luo Manchio's subordinates. It was such a sad and helpless thing to say. Should we deal with these people? Luo Manchio looked at the people from the Radiant Church. The Archbishop of the Radiant Church, Manchi, was heavily injured. The remaining people were the same. They didn't have the strength to resist at all. Let them go. There's no point in killing them. Lin Fei didn't care about these ants. Whether or not today's matter was reported, at least the Western world would be lively. When the time comes, Lin Fei didn't care at all. He still had to rush back to China. He had wandered outside for a long time and it was time to leave. He came out of the island. Luo Manchio had already arranged for a yacht to wait outside. The yacht was huge and was worth tens of millions of dollars. There was even celebratory wine on it. However, it all belonged to Lin Fei now. Looks like we need to get to know each other again. Under the night sky, Lin Fei and Yi Zixuan stood on the deck enjoying the breeze. Lin Fei raised the wine glass in his hand. Don't we already know each other? Why do we need to get to know each other again? It's not like I'm some old antique. I represent my sect and want to discuss a collaboration with young Master Lin. For example, the ownership of the Last Dragon Key. Yi Zixuan said. Lin Fei laughed. Aren't you afraid that you'll guess wrongly? I believe in your judgment. Chapter 4254. No one knew what Lin Fei and Yi Zixuan talked about. At the very least, after the conversation, Yi Zixuan's face was full of smiles, and she left immediately. No one knew where she went. In a majestic castle in England. This was Duke Mike's castle. Compared to those five-star hotel suites, Lin Fei still preferred this kind of large, antique castle. Not only was it highly secretive, but he was also not afraid of being noticed. After sending Duke Mike out, Lin Fei took out the God Tree of Life. The God Tree of Life that he brought out from the island was now dispirited, and on its last breath. The situation is not looking good. This God Tree of Life's vitality is damaged. Even if I stop them from collecting the God Water of Life, it won't be easy for the God Tree of Life to recover. Lin Fei was anxious. He had brought the God Tree of Life back with great difficulty. If it died in his hands, he would probably become a joke to all the experts in the world. A top-tier treasure. To Lin Fei, this was a fortuitous encounter. If he could obtain the God Tree of Life for his use, not only would his injuries recover faster, but he would also be able to go further in the future. Recovering his true immortal strength and breaking through to the next level wouldn't be difficult. The first stage was giving Lin Fei a headache. The God Water of Life that the God Tree of Life had condensed was all absorbed back, but the entire tree was still dispirited and swaying. Suddenly, an emerald green leaf fell just like that. The moment the leaf hit the ground, it disappeared without a trace. The situation is more serious than I thought. I only saw the surface of the God Tree from the island, but in reality the God Tree has already reached a very serious state. Even the leaves of the God Tree of Life can no longer be maintained. When the few remaining leaves fall, the God Tree of Life will be completely dead, and it will truly disappear from the river of history. Every leaf of the God Tree of Life was condensed through a unique method. Once all the leaves of the God Tree of Life fell, the God Tree of Life would completely lose its source of supply. Now, the remaining leaves were dispirited and listless, as if they would be blown away by the wind. Lin Fei also realized that the situation had reached a point where he could not delay any longer. If he did not come up with a good plan, the Tree of Life would be completely gone. Such a great opportunity was right in front of Lin Fei, but if he were to watch it disappear in front of him, Lin Fei was really unwilling. Let's alleviate the situation first. He raised his hand and cast a series of spells, cutting off the connection between the Tree of Life and the outside world to prevent the situation from worsening. Let me see if there's any other way to save this Tree of Life. Since I, Lin Fei, have encountered it, I can't just watch it die in front of me. If that happens, I'll be an immortal realm expert for nothing. I won't forgive myself. Lin Fei took a deep breath and began flipping through the vast amount of memories in the depths of his sea of consciousness. Back then, Lin Fei had read tens of thousands of books, countless of them. Most of them were sealed in the depths of his sea of consciousness. Unless there was a need for it, he would rarely go looking for them. Lin Fei wanted to find all the relevant information in the depths of his sea of consciousness. Time passed one day at a time. Lin Fei kept flipping through the relevant information. It's useless. It's still useless. I don't believe that I can't find a way. During this time he searched for a lot of relevant information, but he was at a loss as to how to treat it. After much difficulty he finally found some information. However, after looking through it carefully, he found that it was full of flaws. It was all just speculation. This was not what Lin Fei needed at all. He needed more detailed and accurate information. Only then would he have the confidence to save the Tree of Life. On the fifth day, another leaf fell from the Tree of Life. Lin Fei knew that he was running out of time. It was as if an invisible hand was strangling his neck. This feeling made Lin Fei very unhappy. But there was nothing he could do. Time didn't wait for him. If he couldn't find a way to treat it, then the God Water of Life would really leave him. Lin Fei suppressed the anxiety in his heart and kept flipping through the relevant information. He knew that there would definitely be a way. After all, the Tree of Life had existed back then, and there had always been information passed down. Lin Fei didn't believe that he couldn't find it. It was just a matter of time. The Tree of Life still had 7 leaves left. It could last for a long time. Duke Mike stood guard outside. Apart from him, there was also the stone statue standing to the left of the door. Those who didn't know would really think that this statue was bought from somewhere. This was because this statue had a sense of history. But to Duke Mike, this statue gave him a lot of nightmarish memories. When Lin Fei came, Mike thought that the statue was brought by the Lord and wanted to move it to the side. However, who would have thought that the stone statue's spear would cause Duke Mike to be unable to block it and be sent flying? Even the archbishops weren't the stone statue's opponent, let alone Mike, who was just a duke. With just a spear, he felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell. Since then, Mike no longer dared to look down on the stone statue. Instead, he was deeply vigilant. He was even more in awe of the Lord's abilities. Meeting. Duke Mike suddenly frowned and took out a mobile phone. This was a custom-made mobile phone. Only the Dukes had it. Did something big happen? Duke Mike was puzzled. His eyes turned. It won't be discussing the matter of the Lord, right? Duke Mike hesitated for a moment, but he still decided to take a look and inquire about the situation. The Dark Church held a high-level meeting. Those who could come here must be Dukes. A total of 15 Dukes plus 5 Grand Dukes formed the true core strength of the Dark Church. Especially those 5 Grand Dukes, they were sitting in the highest position, lined up in a row looking very powerful. Below them was a row of Dukes, but these Dukes were all whispering to each other. It has been a long time since the Dark Church held this kind of emergency meeting. Not long ago we received news that the God Tree of Life has been taken away by someone. The person who took away the God Tree of Life was a Chinese. Dark Church's great church leader Hei Soga stood up and said. The complexion of the 15 Dukes changed. They were all shocked. Duke Mike's heart shook. He really guessed correctly. His Lord actually took away the God Tree of Life. Duke Mike knew the importance of the God Tree of Life. After taking it, it can increase one's lifespan, so after a long time, everyone called the tree as the God Tree of Life. The Lord is really awesome. He took away the God Tree, but how can the people of the Dark Church be the opponent of the Lord? Duke Mike secretly said. So go. Chapter 42:55. While the Dark Church was discussing this matter. In another holy land, the Church of Light was also discussing the same matter. The two churches were talking about the same matter. A huge picture was hung up. The person in the picture was none other than Lin Fei. The two huge forces mobilized all their forces at once. They thoroughly investigated Lin Fei's background. This matter was really too important, so important that the two churches couldn't swallow it. The God Water of Life, regarded as a top treasure by the Dark Church and Radiant Church, was taken away by Lin Fei just like that. Even the Divine Tree had disappeared. This was an unforgivable matter. This was too much. No matter what, they had to find Lin Fei. They had to seize the Divine Tree and not let him bring it back to China. The Western world's big and small forces also began to move, searching for Lin Fei's whereabouts. Irina of the Radiant Church's branch also received the news. She learned about Lin Fei through a video conference. She couldn't help but be startled and immediately sent a message to Lin Fei. Irina knew that Lin Fei was very powerful, but the fact that he had snatched the Divine Tree from the Dark Church and Radiant Church, and those old fogies were helpless. This was the most shocking thing. The Dark Church and Radiant Church were trying to contact those 4 old fogies, but in the end there was no news. Everyone also knew that those old fogies were always elusive. Wanting to contact them wasn't an easy matter. They weren't that dissatisfied. They had the qualifications to ignore them. Lin Fei didn't know what was happening outside. He was still looking for a way to save the Divine Tree. Along the way, Lin Fei was also very anxious. One of the original 7 leaves had fallen, leaving only 6. Lin Fei didn't know how much information he had read, but none of them could be used. Until the 5th leaf was left. Lin Fei finally found a way. It was recorded in an ancient book. Do I really have to do this? Lin Fei closed his eyes and recalled the information in his memory. This was different from Lin Fei's previous judgment. This information was much more reliable than the others. If he wanted to save the Divine Tree of Life, he would probably have to resort to this method. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to do it. He remembered this method and put it aside for now. If he really couldn't find any effective methods, then he could only start with this method. Lin Fei continued to search, not even paying attention to his phone ringing. Another few days passed. Lin Fei was a little disappointed because he could not find any other way to save the Tree of Life. That was the only way left. Looks like I can only take a risk. Lin Fei sighed softly. This method was also a strange one. If he wanted the Tree of Life to survive, the only way was to refine it and fuse it with his body. Using his own essence and blood to nourish the Tree of Life was the only way to have a chance. Lin Fei didn't know if this method would work or not, but if he didn't try it now and the remaining 5 leaves fell, it would be over. He couldn't find a way to deal with the Tree of Life in the depths of his vast memories. After all, the Tree of Life was unique. Now Lin Fei could only take a risk. Whether he could succeed or not would depend on his luck. Fortunately, Lin Fei's immortal body was better than any physical body, so he didn't have to worry about any accidents. As for how severe the repercussions of refining the Tree of Life would be, Lin Fei couldn't be sure. After all, it wasn't mentioned in the book. Lin Fei decided to give it a try. If he could really alleviate the Tree of Life's condition, that would be for the best. He couldn't just watch the Tree of Life die in front of him, right? Lin Fei took a pill and swallowed it, restoring his essence, spirit, and vitality to its peak. His entire body was glowing brightly. Whether I live or die depends on this. If I can really refine you and make you a part of my body, I'll probably have the most terrifying potential in history. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Lin Fei had analyzed this method and felt that there was a chance of success. As for what the future would be like, he couldn't be sure. After all, there were no records in the book and people had only analyzed and researched it. In theory, it was feasible. But as for the specifics, he would only know after refining it. Lin Fei raised 2 fingers and made a cut. Fresh blood splattered on the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life, which was originally dispirited and listless, seemed to have changed. It glowed faintly and absorbed the blood. Lin Fei formed a hand seal with both hands. The hand seal was extremely mysterious. The Tree of Life shrunk continuously in front of the seal. Eventually, it flew into Lin Fei's heart. The first step was done. The moment the Tree of Life entered Lin Fei's body, it took root in the depths of his heart. A large number of roots extended out and took root in his body, as well as in the depths of his flesh and cells. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Lin Fei felt the life energy in his body rushing towards the Tree of Life. It's starting. Lin Fei's expression turned serious. It's exactly as the higher-ups analyzed. Only a powerful body of flesh and blood can satisfy the Tree of Life's needs. I wonder how much life energy the Tree of Life needs to devour. Lin Fei had a long lifespan, and the essence and blood in his body were terrifyingly rich. He wanted to see how much life energy this Tree of Life could absorb from him. While the Tree of Life was absorbing life energy, Lin Fei was refining the Tree of Life as well. One seal after another covered the Tree of Life. At the start, the Tree of Life resisted fiercely. But it couldn't withstand Lin Fei's continuous refinement. If the first time didn't work, he would do it a second time. If the second time didn't work, he would do it a third time. Gradually, Lin Fei's consciousness began to seep into the Tree of Life, as if he had become a part of it. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have arrived in a huge space. In this space, there was a comfortable aura that made one relax. Lin Fei immersed himself in it. He even saw an imposing figure. This figure had split the sky with a single sword strike, and had thousands of incarnations. Lin Fei didn't know who this imposing figure was. But he vaguely saw many stone statues standing beside the imposing figure. Could it be that this stone statue is the one outside? Lin Fei's heart shook. It seemed to be exactly the same. Countless stone statues, filled with killing intent, followed the imposing figure as he fought in all directions. Lin Fei vaguely saw a Tree of Life being destroyed by a single sword strike. All things wept. The Tree of Life was destroyed by an expert? Lin Fei took a deep breath. This is definitely an expert that surpassed the immortal realm. Suddenly, the imposing figure slashed over, and Lin Fei's consciousness shattered. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4256. The Scene Within the God Tree of Life. Lin Fei was shocked. To think that it was hiding such a secret. Following that sword strike, Lin Fei reopened his eyes. He felt as though he had been hollowed out and was panting heavily. Snapping out of his daze, Lin Fei let out a bitter laugh. What a huge loss. He realized that there was a huge problem with him. At this moment, Lin Fei's face was pale and he had lost quite a bit of weight. His head of black hair had turned white as well. In the blink of an eye, he had turned from a 20-year-old to a 60-year-old. Lin Fei was not surprised to see such a drastic change. That strike was indeed strong. Coupled with the God Tree of Life, theory is theory but reality is reality. Thankfully, my body is immortal and I have a long lifespan. Otherwise, I would have been sucked dry by the God Tree of Life. Lin Fei stretched out his hands. He could feel that he had aged quite a bit. A mystic art appeared before him like a mirror, allowing him to see what was happening inside clearly. Lin Fei's vitality had indeed been damaged. His vitality had been seriously damaged. At this moment he looked just like a 50-year-old man. Lin Fei was glad that the God Tree of Life had finally been completely refined. As for that figure, Lin Fei did not think about it. He suppressed it deep in his heart. At this moment, the God Tree of Life had turned into a miniature size and was rooted in his heart. The Tree of Life had originally only had 5 leaves, but after devouring his life energy, it had grown another one, returning it to a total of 6 leaves. Although the Tree of Life looked listless, compared to before, it had undergone a complete transformation. I've managed to stabilize the God Tree of Life for now. There shouldn't be any problems for the time being. Lin Fei had paid a huge price. He felt that it was worth it. He took out many pills from his storage ring and consumed them one after another. Unfortunately, the effects were not good. There were no changes at all. Seems like my vitality has been greatly damaged. Ordinary pills won't work on me. I'll need a long time to recover. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Paying this price is worth it. Completely refining the divine tree of life can be considered a fortuitous encounter. It was all thanks to Lin Fei's formidable physical body and the fact that the tree of life was still in its infancy that he was able to refine it. If it were any other time, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. He calmed his heart. Lin Fei could feel that the tree of life was different in his heart. Wisp after wisp of spiritual chi of heaven and earth were absorbed by the tree of life through his fleshly body. After absorbing more, wisps of life energy were fed back to him. Although it was still very weak, Lin Fei could clearly feel it. Looks like in order for my body to recover, I'll have to find a place with a high concentration of worldly spiritual energy. That way the divine tree of life will be able to recover. Then, the life force it feeds back will be able to heal my wounds. Lin Fei pondered for a moment and knew what to do next. He no longer had to worry about not being able to find his way. Lin Fei could also feel that the life force fed back by the tree of life was very mysterious. It surpassed all spiritual chi of heaven and earth, as though it had been enhanced. Lin Fei could imagine that after his wounds were healed, with the nourishment of the life force, his strength would recover extremely quickly. However, right now Lin Fei's strength had also been greatly affected. His essence chi and blood had been sucked away by the tree of life. His strength had also been greatly suppressed. It seemed like he was barely at the peak of the post-celestial level. Lin Fei wasn't too worried about his strength being suppressed and being targeted by his enemies. Even if he was at the peak of the post-celestial level with the techniques he had, even a chi refining expert wouldn't be able to break through his techniques easily, let alone defeat him. Moreover, Lin Fei had that powerful stone statue, which was equivalent to fighting against a chi refining expert. With such a powerful bodyguard, as long as Lin Fei was given some time, his strength would recover in an instant. The moment Lin Fei came out, he saw Duke Mike pacing back and forth anxiously. "Your Excellency, you finally came out." When Duke Mike saw Lin Fei coming out, he was instantly shocked. Because His Excellency had changed too much compared to before. It was as if he was a completely different person. Duke Mike almost couldn't recognize him. Did something happen? Duke Mike didn't know what had happened to Lin Fei. He didn't dare ask or think too much about it. "Our Dark Church has issued a warrant for Your Excellency's arrest. I heard that Light Church is also doing the same. Moreover, they released news saying that you have a top-notch treasure on your body. Anyone who finds a clue about you or captures Your Excellency will receive a top-notch reward from both Dark Church and Light Church." Duke Mike explained the situation in detail. "Does your Dark Church have any powerful treasures? The kind that can be inherited?" Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei wasn't worried about being wanted by Dark Church and Light Church. He had already expected it. It would be strange if there wasn't any movement. Duke Mike was puzzled. "There seems to be. I heard that the headquarters of Dark Church has a blood pond that can make a person's strength advance by leaps and bounds. However, this kind of treatment is only available to the Dark Church's leader. Outsiders simply can't get it." Originally, Lin Fei didn't care about the Dark Church. But in the current situation, although the problem of God Tree of Life was temporarily alleviated, it was only temporary. Lin Fei's body couldn't support it anymore. Therefore, he must let God Tree of Life condense new leaves as soon as possible. From the information he got from God Tree of Life, only after God Tree of Life condenses 10 leaves can it be considered as completely stable. At that time, it can absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to survive. Now, God Tree of Life was nothing more than borrowing Lin Fei's means. It couldn't be considered as truly stable. It's good that there is. I am very interested in the headquarters of Dark Church. Take me there. Lin Fei said. Naturally, I will also give you a great merit. I can see that you are only a step away from the Grand Duke rank. This time, I will let you reach the sky in a single bound. Not only will you become a Grand Duke, you will also be a new leader of Dark Church. I think you can do it. Duke Mike felt as if he was listening to a heavenly book. Grand Duke, Great Church Leader, no matter which one it was what Duke Mike yearned for even in his dreams. Thank you for promoting me. Without Lord, there wouldn't be me, Duke Mike. Duke Mike knelt on the ground with a thump. Get ready, let's go. Lin Fei also knew that this matter shouldn't be delayed. He was really thinking about the blood pond of Dark Church's headquarters. With his eyesight, that blood pond certainly contained the essence of heaven and earth. For God Tree of Life, it was absolutely a great tonic. As for offending Dark Church, so what? In any case, he would offend them sooner or later. Haha, Duke Mike, you really have a problem. Bang. A shadow fell in front of Duke Mike. Bookseller's website.